friendly side, my man. Friendly side. Everybody. And what? He's not. See, what a lot of y'all don't understand, sometimes it's just a matter of the level of competition. I want to say it's watched to any degree. He's still competitive out there. You know? It's just that Umar just happened to be the number one guy in the world. So that's why. Hey, everybody, get to subscribe now. No, that's fine. We're not gonna Thank you. Zayn. Hey, what's happening, bro?
Good work, man. I see you putting in the work on the bag, bro.
Oh, you know it.
Looking good, bro.
You know, hey, you know it, man. You know, hey,
Come on, bro.
You know what a way to start the live stream, though, right? You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
man. You got me into that mood tonight, bro. That was a great start to the live, you know.
Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. You know,
You set the tone, bro.
you know, and many more to come. You know, obviously, what do you call it? You know, the Darren Till and the Anthony Taylor fight is on right now. Oh snap! Okay.
Oh, really? Is it on now?
Yeah. The main card, or no, not the main card. Something.
Ah. What do you think? Who's gonna win that fight?
Dude, you know what, man? As much as Anthony Taylor is the homie, I don't know, man. You know, I think Darren Till may have the advantage on this one. The slight
Is it in a
advantage.
boxing ring, yeah?
Yeah,
It's a boxing
because
ring.
well, they're both MMA guys. That's the crazy thing about it, right? Which kind of makes the fight sort of even.
Yeah.
If you
It
think
does,
about it, you know, because they're MMA guys.
Yeah.
The fight is a little bit even, and that it's even. Darren Till may have a height advantage. He may have a competitive advantage in terms of fighting at a higher level.
Yeah.
What did my man Anakin MMA here say? He said Till is the favorite and much bigger. Yeah, that's exactly correct, Anakin MMA. You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, I saw the weigh-in actually. Yeah, he's right. He's the much.
Yeah. What was that?
I saw the weigh-in. Yeah, Till looked much bigger than the other guy.
Yeah, man. And you know what? That's Anthony Taylor, bro. You know what weight class Anthony Taylor fought in, man? He fought as low as where Umar is fighting at tonight.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So for those of you that are boxing heads, to put that in perspective, he fought in the same weight class as Gervonta Davis.
Man.
Wait, is that?
Ooh,
Yeah, I should say Gervonta Davis on that one. Yeah, Gervonta Davis.
Wow.
So, you know, because 135, 140-ish.
Yeah. Is this actually a Misfits boxing fight? Misfits,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, it is.
What do you think of that sort of boxing?
What was that?
What's your perspective on that? You think it's good for boxing?
I look at it like this, right? For a long time, a lot of people have said that white collar boxing is a sham, right? And I don't know if I 100% believe that. If it's a sham per se. Hold on, let me get my microphone here so that I can sound a little clearer, so I can explain about Misfits boxing here for a second. Right, here we go. Mic check 1 2. All right, there we go. Phone's in. Okay, mic check 1 2. All right, are we good? Okay. So back to the Misfits boxing, right? So white collar boxing, unlicensed boxing as well, right? For a long time, that has been sort of castigated in the mainstream world of boxing, right? When I look at Misfits, I see a different opportunity for a different type of boxing or a different type of boxers, right? So we have amateur, pedigree, Olympic level, regional level, such as what we have in the America Golden Gloves. You sort of have like a regional thing that you have going on in the ABA in the UK. Well, now this is just a different avenue for different people because when it comes to boxing, right, different people come into it in a different part of their life, sort of like MMA. In fact, jiu-jitsu is very much, a great example of that. Many people come to jiu-jitsu in different parts of their life, whether it's during, the beginning stages where they get really good from the time they were like 3 or 9 years old, all the way till they're adults. And then there are some people that end up training like Mark Zuckerberg. Look at him, right? He started training jiu-jitsu very late, later on. And then look what he's doing. He's fighting in jiu-jitsu competitions, which are available for him to do. Now with Misfits, this is sort of perfect for MMA fighters transitioning into professional boxing, or if they want to stay in that league of other YouTube and influencer fights.
Yeah.
That's sort of what it offers, right? Just a different avenue. So,
Makes sense.
So if they do good, just like any other level, right? If they do good in Misfits, then bring them on in other places, such as the likes of, let's say, if you got a heavyweight in there, match him up with Fabio Wardley, right? Because obviously Fabio Wardley came from that world, but look how he improved, ever since that journey. So
for real. It's true. That's kind of like really good in a way. They can, boost their career and give them an opportunity,
Yeah. And you know what? A lot of the hardcore boxing guys, they're going to initially scoff at it and look down on it naturally, because that's just going to be the natural predisposition. That's
just the way it is, yeah. But then when you're looking at it from a different perspective, you can see where it's beneficial to the individual,
Yeah.
No, I agree, bro. Makes sense, doesn't it? But obviously, if you're hardcore, we're obviously going to look down on it, but there's different sides to it, difference of opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think about this UFC card tonight, man?
So, let me put this on the timestamp real quick. 1 hour and 33 minutes. Zayn joins us. 1 hour and 39 minutes. We're going to preview UFC 311. Okay, so here it goes. Right, the preview that we have for UFC 311. It's going to start in exactly 15 seconds from now. 10 seconds from now, and we're going to talk about why Mociano got this matchup against Islam Makhachev. So here we go, the 39-minute point of this mark. So the reason why I like this matchup, there's no man more deserving of the card change and the late replacement title shot than Mociano. Now, does he deserve it? Of course not. There's a reason why he doesn't deserve it, because he's not put in a headline straight away. But if circumstances come about like this, where Arman Tsarukyan is not able to compete, guess what? Here's the guy that's able to step up. He says all the right things, does all the improvements that he tries to do, not only in his fighting career, but also in the media management side of his career. You look at Mociano, right? One of his call-outs that he did after a fight, he called out MMA Guru.
Okay.
And then MMA Guru was shocked. It obviously helped grow his channel, and at the same time, it helped Mociano grow his channel. But guess what? Now MMA Guru and Mociano are homies now.
Okay.
He went on his podcast after he dissed MMA Guru. He called, bro, imagine this. You win your fight. This is what my man Anakin MMA here said. Guru helped Mociano a lot. Yup, he did. And if not for him, we wouldn't have a hype that he has. Correct. And what else did he say? I seen a video of Armin and Nina, and it looked like he hurt his back while exercising. Okay, so it was during the open workout that I guess he did with Nina, then Anakin, right? That sort of did that. So going back to Moicano, he said to MMA Guru, he said to him, he's like, hey man, you know, I really like what you did to your channel, MMA Guru. Hey, and you know what I like about him? He was also humble. This is a guy that he had beef with, right? Called out on national TV. Imagine you win your fight and you call this guy out. You know what I'm saying? An MMA streamer, right? But instead, he goes and he pretty much asks MMA Guru all the right questions. Right when they started becoming friends, he got on his show. He was very intrusive in a good way about inquiring new skills in the media game. For example, he asked MMA Guru, "Hey, MMA Guru, how did you grow your channel in such a short period of time, MMA Guru? I want to learn what you do because I want to do this for my brand as well, MMA Guru." And you know what? This is a likable trait in Moicano, right? Very humble, always trying to improve himself any way that he can. And as a result, this is the reason why he deserves it. He says all the right things. He's a little too Alex Jones for me. But at the same time, the guy deserves it, especially at a late replacement. And he made championship weight. So he made championship weight because if you got to fight for the title, you got to fight on the exact weight.
That shows his discipline. Yeah.
So he made it exactly at 155. So shout outs to him for that. So what did my man here say? Exactly. It's something new that's never heard of. UFC fighter calling out a streamer. Yeah. You know what I mean? And that's good. That's good for people like me. That's good for people like Zayn. That's good for people like Coogan and Nestor Gibbs and Boxing Voice, and Zayn Mussa Boxing and all of that. It's good for all of us, right? You know what I mean? Like imagine a fighter is so triggered. And I know Zayn can relate to this, right? A fighter is so triggered by your assessment of a fight that that they go out of their way to try and make your life a living hell. I mean, Zayn knows a thing or two about that, huh?
That's it, bro. You know that, bro. Telling you, in this game, you gotta be thick-skinned.
Yeah.
You can't let people's opinion get to you, but people are always gonna have opinions, and you can't just let it get to you. You know what I mean? That's all it is. Otherwise, you end up fighting everyone.
True.
You know what I mean? There's a time at the end of the day we fight for money, innit? Prize fighters. If the money's right, then we get into that ring and settle our differences. That's it. But the price has to be right, you know what I mean? We don't do YouTube for no reason,
That's right. Yes.
Got our own brand, like that guy, the Brazilian guy that just got his shot against Makhachev. He bring an MMA guru, you know what I mean? So yeah, man.
And it's weird to say this, but man, MMA Guru got him this fight, bro.
Yeah, for real.
You know what I mean? Bro, MMA Guru got him this
fight. You know what I mean? He helped him up. You know what I mean?
He really did, man. That is so that's the reality of the game that we are at right now. But Zayn,
you know that about Moicano though.
What was that?
I didn't really know that about Moicano. So some good, interesting story in the background that he told me, Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that.
Well, hey guys, this is the reason why, I got an MMA channel, and that's the reason why this man right here has a boxing channel. So like and subscribe to both of our channels. Hey, so for now, we're gonna have a little 36-minute intermission. I'm going to play the preview of all the fights that I had. Zayn, just kick back for a minute, okay? But everybody in the chat, stay tuned and stay on. I'm gonna have because I just got done training, and you know how it is. You know, the boy got to look West Coast fresh out in here. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? I'll be right back. You know, enjoy this one. And I gave some pretty good analysis on these fights. Of course, ignore the Mociano. Ignore the Mociano and the Dariush fight, and ignore the Islam and the Armin fight, because that's not happening. But I got all of the cards right here. I'll see you guys in just a second. I'm going to go with a 3-round decision on Jailton Almeida. Look. Shout out to Colombia. We got Colombia in the house. Well, all right. So we got an exciting fight card in front of us. Islam Makhachev taking on Arman Tsarukyan for the second time. Now, what a lot of people don't understand or don't know about this fight is that they took place in Russia, in St. Petersburg, in this country right here, in this city right here, just right before the Ukrainian conflict. Now, obviously, I found it very interesting that the UFC never really emphasized that they were in Russia. In a way, they sort of kind of deny or don't want to say that they were in Russia. But for whatever reason, obviously, here we are. A couple of years later, 5 years later to be exact, here we are. We got a big card ahead of us. Kevin Holland taking on Rainier De Ritter, Beneil Dariush, Renato Moicano, Jiri versus Jamal Hill, of course, Merab versus Umar, and Islam Makhachev taking on Arman Tsarukyan. So how do I assess this fight? First off, I got to tell you, I think that straight off the bat, Islam Makhachev is the much more well-rounded fighter. There's no doubt about it. Now, the one thing that I do notice about Arman Tsarukyan, he's a little bit green. Not green in terms of top 10 level or top 5 level, but green in terms of championship level. And this is where Islam Makhachev comes in. One thing that Chef does really well recently, right? He uses his boxing, get in close range in order to hit him with knees, in order to initiate takedowns, in order to initiate clinches. So this is going to be a very difficult fight for Arman Tsarukyan as a result of that. Now, you look at the flexibility between them, right? I'm going to have to say that I would say, yeah, Islam is probably a lot more flexible than Arman Tsarukyan. And you look at the kicks, right? I think that Islam Makhachev has better looking kicks than, yeah. I think he's got better looking kicks than Arman Tsarukyan. I think there's going to be a lot of big scramble exchanges in this fight. It's something to really take into consideration, right? But I think the wrestling exchanges are going to favor Islam Makhachev. I'm going to have to say that, you know what? I think Islam Makhachev is going to submit Arman Tsarukyan sometime in the 3rd or 4th round. That's going to be my official prediction for this fight. So moving on to the card, let's move down, or we'll just move around. Let's take a look at what the next card that we have in front of us. I believe we're going to start it off with, we can start off with Jamal Hill, or we'll start off with Ritter. Let's go back to Ritter real quick, and then we'll go back to Jamal Hill and Jiri. Okay, so there's a couple of things I wanted to mention about this, right? Both scrappy, both have a good ground game, but a slight advantage for D. Ritter in the ground game. Now, keeping this fight standing could help Holland. For example, he could win by points if he just kept playing the jab and the distance game, right? D. Ritter, who's by the way Dutch, has a very sloppy striking, and I mean, not much of a Muay Thai fighter, right? And he's Dutch, but yet he's a world-class grappler. Now, Holland is a lot more well-rounded. For me, even if D. Ritter would probably have an advantage if, let's say, the wrestling exchanges start happening. I would say that D. Ritter has, the advantage of that, even though Holland is the more well-rounded fighter. Now, remember when Holland was talking to Khabib while the fight was going on? This is the kind of mind games that he's going to play with you, similar to what, ironically, Khabib did to Michael Johnson, even though he wasn't trying to. He was just being very honest. But with Kevin Holland, there's a little bit more of a bravado behind what he's doing. It's really to try and offset you. Is he going to do that in this fight? I could see that happening. I could absolutely see that happening, where he tries to offset him, talk smack to him. But I see this fight as being even. Let me tell you why, right? D. Ritter is a star from a different promotion, although he came as a double champion of ONE FC. They brought him in the not so prime years of his life, right? So this is why I said, if Kevin decides to fight disciplined and methodical and stays on the ball, he can win this, but also very relaxed and unpredictable in the way that you remember how he KO'd Jacare off of his back. So who actually wins in this one? I think I'm going to have to go with D. Ritter on this one, even though Kevin Holland is, you know what? I'm going to go with Kevin Holland by decision. I just think that Kevin Holland is vastly experienced. And by the way, the difference with that is it's a UFC experience, not a regional experience or international MMA experience, which is what Rinaya Ritter has going on. I'm going to go with Kevin Holland on this one. So, by decision, by the way. And it's a 3-round fight. So there is a great possibility that these guys are not going to finish it. Although D. Ritter, as great of a grappler as he is, right, can he do what Khamzat did to Kevin Holland? And the answer is no. So that means that he's going to allow Kevin Holland to have a chance to do what he needs to do. So I'm gonna go with Kevin Holland on this one, right? I just think that UFC experience trumps international experience, and this is a great example of that. I'm going with Kevin Holland by decision. Okay, so coming up next, Mociano versus Beneil Dariush. Okay, so Beneil Dariush. Mociano is much more disciplined with straight shots. Dariush has good scrambles, good knockout power, ground game, top pressure may go to Mociano. Mociano has a win over Benoit Saint-Denis. That tells you a lot about him. Dariush never lost a decision ever, but he's been knocked out 5 times. So this is a kill or be killed fighter. I'm going to have to go with Mociano just based on momentum. Okay, so moving on, let's go with Jiri versus Jamal Hill. Now, look, Jiri is sort of like this kung fu guy, right? And Jamal Hill is sort of like this street hood fighter in a way where he's a natural fighter, but sort of learned fighting just based on, I don't know. I mean, he's not particularly athletic, right? You see, Hill was, I'm not sure if it's right to call him a street fighter. He is a formidable MMA fighter and a formidable MMA striker at that. Now, here's the controversy, right? Is Hill a coward for ducking the fade at the PI center when Alex Pereira gave him gloves to get down, right? Or is it just because he wants to fight for money? Obviously, this guy is a seasoned professional. He's a former champion. This is what he fights for. You can say that he's a coward, this and that, but I don't know, man. He's just trying to fight for money. You can't really blame a guy like that, right? So here's the thing about Hill that I notice about his particular style, right? I think that Hill is how do I say this? So Hill is very reactive. In other words, he sits back and waits, right? Kind of like a counter fighter in a way. Whereas with Jiri, he's very unpredictable. Now, Hill has power, but no flexibility. You look at the way that he sort of throws his kicks. It's not really somebody that's been kicking for a long time, but effective enough. And also, the injuries here may affect him. Now, look, Jiri uses a lot of traditional martial arts in terms of Tai Chi, doing katas, which, by the way, translates to drills and doing technique work. Now, the whole talk about McDojo, right? It seems that Jiri is sort of, one of the last of these guys, right? Those guys that say, oh, well, my martial arts is too deadly for MMA like that. Like he's that, but for whatever reason, he was able to transition his particular skills into this world. Now, Hill, look, as I've said earlier, a natural instinct fighter crafted a skill to match that. Jiri is literally the opposite spectrum of that. This fight will take a while when it gets going, right? They're going to feel each other out. Can this fight point that way? Yeah, sort of like a point fighting direction that this fight could take, sort of like a karate match as emphasized by Jiri and his style. You know what? I'm going to go with Hill by a check hook KO and a ground and pound finish. I think Jiri gets caught a lot, and it seems Hill may have adjusted better post getting knocked out. I mean, look, he got knocked out by Alex Pereira, but who didn't? Alex Pereira got knocked out by Izzy, and then Izzy came back and lost to Sean Strickland, only for Alex Pereira to become one of the greatest champions ever right now. So that's who I'm going with. So let's go to the co-main event. And by the way, we're going to go all the way down to cards. I just started with the main card, but then we're going to go to the prelims as well right after this. So let's go with Merab and Umar. We obviously just did the main event. We did the rest of the again, these are not in particular order, so neither will the prelims or the early prelims. But this is what I have for Omar and Merab. Okay, so this is what we got for Omar and Merab right here. Merab has a pace, but Omar might be able to slow him down. Okay, so Omar can push with leverage, with strength, right? With ground control. Omar has good flexibility. He uses it to lead the time, but Merab is going to go forward and he can get offset by Merab, but Merab also likes to circle when he's on his feet. What Omar can do is use his angles to sort of cut his flank out. Omar has good straight kicks, which will prevent Merab from moving forward, at which Merab will sit outside of the striking distance. So let's see here. So this is a hard fight to, honestly predict.
a very difficult fight to predict. But I think that Umar is a little over one step over ahead than Merab. I think it's safe to say that. I think that Merab is fast, but Umar is efficient. Merab is frantic and hyper, but Umar is calm and methodical. And I think ultimately that's what's going to win this fight. I'm going to go with the decision, 5-round decision by Umar. I think that he's going to take Merab down more times than Merab can take him down. Sure, Merab's going to put up a good fight. He's going to put up a good account of himself. But by the end of the day, I think that Umar is just a better fighter. And as a result of that, he's going to take this to a distance, if not maybe finish him inside, outside of the championship round. So maybe somewhere in the 3rd or 2nd round. Yeah, that's my official prediction for that one. So that right there is the main card of the whole entire thing, and revisiting the fact that Arman Tsarukyan and Islam fought in a place like this. So now, by the way, this is the card that Islam and Arman had fought in, right? It was April 20th, 2019, and that was during the time when Russia and America were friends. Yeah, so April 20th, 4/20, 2019, that was St. Petersburg, Russia, was the last time that Arman Tsarukyan and Islam Makhachev fought. But obviously, yeah, there's political aspects of that the UFC doesn't want to mention. But nonetheless, here we are in Los Angeles during the time of when all these fires are happening right now. Here we are. We got Arman Tsarukyan and Islam Makhachev fighting once again. I mean, look, this is going to be a very difficult fight for both of them. But I tell you what, this whole entire card is stacked to the ceiling, okay? I gave you the main card, the co-main event, and the main event, along with the main card. Now let's start with the prelims. Okay, let's go with the prelims for UFC 311. So here we are. Now let's start with the first fight of the night. First fight of the night, Tagir versus Clayton Carpenter. Now look, Clayton Carpenter has a lot of submissions in his arsenal. Tagir is coming off of some losses that, by the way, are split decisions, unanimous decisions. I think that in this fight right here, Tagir is going to pull it off just based on his UFC experience alone. I think Carpenter is a great fighter. I just think that this is not the best possible matchup for him. I just think that, yeah, the experience, the team that Tagir has going on, I see him coming out of this one by unanimous decision. Next fight coming up, Ricky Turcios taking on Bernardo Sopaj. So what do we know about Ricky Turcios? Okay, Ricky Turcios is from Houston. Let's take a look at some of his stats right here. By the way, the trusted website in mixed martial arts, Tapology. Team Alpha Male Fighter, right here out of Sacramento, by the way. Has a Bellator experience, coming off of a loss from Raul Rojas Jr. And then coming off of a win by Kevin Navidad, has a loss over Ayman Zahabi. So now let's take a look at his dance partner, Bernardo Sopaj, straight out of Sweden, the Lion King. Good record, 11-3. Let's take a look at what his past losses were. Okay, so he's got a decision loss. He's been knocked out once, and I believe, is that it? Yeah, I think that's the only losses he's had. Lost his UFC debut. Hey, coming from the AFN, flying knee. So I'm going to go with Ricky Turcios on this one, based on just the fact that he's coming off of a knockout. You got to wonder how how that's going to affect him coming into this matchup. Momentum is a very big thing that I think people really need to understand, right? There's a momentum factor that we got to take a look at here. I think, yeah, Ricky Turcios is going to have the momentum factor nonetheless. So we're going to go with Ricky Turcios on that one. So next fight coming up. Let's see here. What is the next fight coming up after Ricky Turcios? What do we? How about this? Rinaya Nakamura versus Muin Gafurov. You know what? This is going to be a surprise matchup, right? I think I'm going to go with Muin Gafurov. I think that even though Rinaya is undefeated, we got to take a look at what sort of experience this guy has coming in here. What kind of 9-0 is he really, right? He's an amateur wrestler. Okay. Fights out of Japan. Fought in the road to the UFC, which is sort of like Dana White's Contender Series in Asia. So he fought really nobody, right? And now he's taken on this guy who has a little bit of more experience and bigger names, sort of say, right? Let's take a look at Muin and who he's fought, right? Let's see how experienced he is as compared to the Japanese. So he's a Tajikistani fighter, fought in ONE FC, fought in LFA, fought in ACB. So he's fought around the world. He's fought Saeed Nurmagomedov. He's got submitted by him, lost to John Castaneda, lost to Chad by split decision. John Lineker. See, there's some big names right there. Leonardo Issa. So, yeah, I think his experience is going to go a long way here. I'm going to go with him by decision. Right? I just don't think that Rinaya has really been tested in his career yet. And I think that even though he's talented enough to hang in there with Muin, but I think Muin is going to take this just based on his experience with bigger names and being in a bigger show. Not to say that Rinaya hasn't, but you know what they say, the UFC is a completely different level of things. So that's that. So, okay, let's see here. All right. So next up, Carol Rosa taking on Aline Perez. So let's take a look at Carlo Rosa here. 135 pounds, both 30 years old, almost virtually identical. Let's see here. Brazilian mixed martial artist, fights out of the Victoria Combat Club. All right. So let's take a look at her last couple of fights here. Has a win over Pinet Kinzaid. Irene Aldana loses a decision, Norma Dumont. Sarah McMahon goes to a decision with Sarah McMahon. So never really been knocked out, has been submitted before. But that was quite a while ago. That was towards her return to bantamweight. Then she's had a fight at featherweight. Okay. So let's take a look at her opponent, Aline Perez. Okay. So she's coming off of a win, rear naked choke. Okay, so she has a rear naked choke, unanimous decision. Legal knees. This one's going to be a tough fight. Who am I going to take on this one? You know what? I may have to take Aline Perez on this one. Yeah, Aline Perez. This is going to be a very even fight, right? And look, here's the thing. A lot of women fights don't really go to a decision much, right? I mean, they don't really get finished much. I think they're going to have that same trajectory here. I don't think there's going to be a finish here or anything like that. It's going to be one of those fights where they're going to feel each other out. They're going to fight very careful. They're going to fight very professionally, which, again, for a lot of people is deemed boring, right? There's going to be good scramble exchanges between them, but this fight is mostly going to be contested on the feet, point fighting at best. I'm going to go with Alan Perez on this one. So next fight coming up. What is the next fight coming up now? Let's see here. Okay, so let's see. Now the next fight after that one, let's see. Okay, so we got Grant Dawson and Diego Ferreira. Okay, so let's take a look at where Grant Dawson has been these past couple of fights, okay? So Grant Dawson, 155, a former featherweight, going up to 155, has a win over Rafa Garcia in his last fight back in October. Joe Selesky back in June, gets knocked out by Bobby Green, but has a loss, a TKO elbows in the regional scenes in Missouri. 35-second knockout. Wow. Knocked out in 35 seconds. So let's take a look at where Diego Herrera has been. Okay, coming off of Matthias Grubski, Michael Johnson. He's got a win over Michael Johnson. Look at these names that he's lost to. Split decision over Neil Dariush. 3-fight losing streak right here. Gregor Gillespie, TKO. Mateus Gamrot gets TKO'd. I think Grant Dawson is going to do this one. I think Grant Dawson is going to win by unanimous decision on this one. So that is my final prediction on that one. I'm going to go with Grant Dawson by unanimous decision. So those are the early prelims. Now let's get to the prelims, okay? Zachary Reese taking on Azmat Bekov. Oh, how about this? Jailton, Almeida, and Spivak are in that card as well. Okay, we're going to get to that. Okay, so Zachary Reese. Let's take a look. Reese, MMA. Let's take a look at this guy right here. Zach the Savage Reese, 8-1. Okay, has a loss over Cody Brundage. Jose Medea, he was his last fight, unanimous decision, uppercut and hammer fist against Julian Marquez. Okay, now Azmat Bekov. Let's take a look at this guy right here. Known as the Kingpin, 18-3, fighting out of Russia. So there's a lot of Russian fighters in this card, obviously, because, hey, it's an Islam Makhachev card along with Armin. Why not, right? So so this is his UFC debut. Wow, okay. His UFC debut against Jack Reese. So this is a good fight. You see, this is what I mean, right? This is his UFC debut against Jack Reese. Jack Reese has a pretty good record. But a lot of them were from before the Contender Series. He was in a lot of these really unknown regional fights, right? Out in Texas, out in Peak Fighting. This is a really big show for him. I'm going to go with the Russian on this one. You want to know why? Look, I'm going to tell you why I'm going with the Russian on this one, right? You see, the type of experience that the Russians have over at ACB, it's a little bit different than the regional aspects of what these American fighters are dealing with here, right? I mean, over there, they're already dealing with guys that have had, Olympic backgrounds, guys that have fought in professional Muay Thai and boxing or in Sambo, right? Which, by the way, is an effective way of mixed martial arts, getting ready for an amateur mixed martial arts career transitioning into the pros. I think Azmat is going to win this one. I think he'll probably, let's see, what kind of other losses has Jack Reese experienced before? He got knocked out, so I could see Azmat knocking this guy out. I could absolutely see Azmat knocking this guy out. Now, let's take a look at some wins that Azmat has had over the years. Let's see if what kind of wins he's had over the years. Let's see here. Okay, so what kind of wins does this guy have? The Kingpin. Okay, so he's got 8 submission wins, knockouts. Yeah, you know what? Let me change that. I'm gonna say submission. I think he's gonna submit Reese somewhere in the first or second round. So that is my official prediction on that one. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Azmat by submission in the second round. So, all right. So next one, Sergey Spivak versus Jilton Almeida. Man, I got to tell you, I think that Jilton Almeida has something different that these other heavyweights don't have. You know what that is? I think he's got speed. It's going to be very effective. I think he's going to out-wrestle Sergey Spivak here. Now, I know that Jilton Almeida had that loss against Curtis Blades, but this is not Curtis Blades. I think this is a winnable fight for him. I think he's going to out-wrestle him. I think he's going to take him down. Now, let's take a look at Sergey Spivak, where he's been in the last couple of his career. Now, because look, Jilton Almeida's coming off of a loss, right? But what about Sergey Spivak? Because there's a difference between coming off of a loss and coming off of a loss against a top-level fighter. And look, he's submitted Myson Tybura. He's lost to Cyril Gahn. He's lost to Tom Aspinall. No shame in that. But he's also lost to Myson Tybura and Walt Harris. By the way, Walt Harris is known to have been caught with steroids, but nonetheless. Jilton Almeida. Now let's take a look at what Jilton Almeida last did, right? Again, the perfect heavyweight, sort of like an Usyk, John Jones type of heavyweight, right? Has a win over Alexander Romanov back in June. Curtis Blades lost to him. Has a win over Derek Lewis. He's capable of taking this fight into a wrestling angle, right? A wrestling angle, meaning that he could outpoint him. And yeah, I think I'm going to go with a 3-round decision on Jilton Almeida. Look, Sergey Spivak's going to be very difficult to finish. He's going to be very difficult to finish. But that doesn't matter because Jilton Almeida is a very well-rounded fighter. He's fast on the feet. He's got great wrestling, and he's going to keep this on the ground as a result of it. So moving on. Peyton Talbot taking on Ronnie Barcelos. Look, I'm going to go with Peyton Talbot in this one. This is a fight for him to win. As a matter of fact, I think he's going to get a first-round submission. That's it. How do I know this? Look, they make these matchups specifically to cater to this guy. I understand UFC, toughest sport in the world, toughest organization to fight for, right? But they have their favorites. You've seen it with Conor. You've seen it with O'Malley. This is one of them. This is a first-round submission off top. And the final fight that we have yet to take a look at. Okay, so the final fight that we have yet to look at. Budzkan Gustaf taking on Billy Elekena. Let's take a look at who Billy Elekena is. 7-1-1. 29 years old. Let's take a look at his record right here. So let's see here. Okay, he's an LFA veteran. He's fought in the PFL. Okay, so this is his UFC debut. All right, this is his UFC debut. So relatively unknown. Okay, he's got some knockouts, decisions. Went to a decision against Daniel Compton in the LFA. Okay, so let's take a look at Bogdan. Let's see where he's been at. So Bogdan fighting out of Uzbekistan. Okay. on an MMA series. Okay, so he's got a win over Ryan Spann. He has a loss to Volkan Oezdemir. Jeez, okay. You know what? This actually is going to be a very hard fight to determine. But I'm going to go with this guy right here just based on his experience. I know that it's the UFC debut of the other guy, and you never really want to underestimate anybody on their UFC debut. But I'm going to go with this guy just based on the experience alone. I think you could trust him. He's been in there with bigger names. The biggest loss that he's ever had was against Oezdemir. Before that, it was Vasily. And then a decision loss. Okay, so I'm going to go with this guy by decision. I think he's going to take this to a decision. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of cards in this fight that's going to be taken to a decision. By the way, guys, that is all of the fights that I had just covered for you. Don't forget to tap in right here for the live stream for UFC 311, which I will be covering this weekend. And I will see you guys in the next content, inshallah. And don't forget to like and subscribe.
Starting off the list of good. Oh, this actually he's gonna go into neutral too because this guy's he's wild as shit sometimes. But he's I'm telling you, Karya Bulakir, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild. But he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good cat. Yeah, I like Karya Bulakir. Fucking so what?
All right. There we are. You there? You there, Zayn?
Yeah, what's going on? What's happening, man? Waiting for the live stream coming on.
Go. All right. So yeah, man. All right. So we got a few comments here during the preview. So let's take a look at this. YouTube is going to shut this stream down. How do you figure that, Daily? Why? Because I titled it, full card live stream. Well, it is a full card live stream. We're doing all of the fights and all of the cards, and this is a live stream, and we're watching Mociano and Makhachev for UFC 311. Daily, congratulations. You just played yourself. All right, next comment. And Sopaj by decision. Okay, so that was in reference to the Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. Got the mic on. Okay, so Swizz is Makhachev getting knocked the F out. Yasik Kunz Ishe T Swizz. I guarantee you this dude is either English or Irish, right? Because I'll tell you what, man, very few Americans call me the C word unless, that they're saying something disrespectful to someone's gang. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like no one's ever called me a cunt, a CUNT out here. Sopaj says was looking good until he was viciously knocked out. I think he bounces back. Ayman Saad says, where do you bet? I don't bet, but you could ask Zayn about that. Is this a pre-recorded? It was a pre-recorded. Now we're live and popping right in your face and also on the face of Daly as well. He says, I'll just block this account real quick. I'm like, well, all right, I suppose people need to get lives out there. Welcome to a good problem to have on the internet, right? All right. So Jesus Garcia says Moicano is the GOAT. Moicano is the GOAT. Well, I tell you what, Jesus Garcia, if he pulls this off tonight, he might as well be, right? Because Islam Makhachev right now, you can argue one way or the other is the pound for pound #1 guy in the world right now. So if he does beat him, right, GOAT status is not, it's not unusual to grant him that. Okay, so let's see what else here. Murad Sharulu says, yo, shout outs to Murad. Let me know where you're from. Where to watch for free? Right here. Right here. Watch right here for free. You want to see? Right here. This is where you come watch. Right here. See that? Right here. This is where you watch. Where to watch? Murad asks where to watch. Right here. Right in this channel. You're watching it right now. You see that? There's a live picture right there. And look, there's my logo. There's a logo on top. There's a logo on the bottom. Right here. This is where the live stream is going to be. So tap in, my man, because yes, this is where it's going to be. And you can watch this for free. You want to know what else is free? Tapping in, liking, and subscribing to my channel, and also to my man Zayn Mussa Boxing Dosage. That's also free. Okay, watching his channel is also free. Tapping in, liking, and subscribe. All of that is free. So we got a lot of good free stuff today, huh? So much free stuff. It's like we live in Sweden.
That's a good one.
Shout outs to Sweden, by the way. The home country of Alexander Gustafsson, Badu Jack, and of course Hamzat Chimaev, and also not to mention Ilir Latifi. They got some pretty good fighters there. Do you know any aside from Otto Wallin? Okay, there's another one. Okay, so I guess you could say they got a pretty good boxing type of thing they got going on in in Sweden, wouldn't you say? Or probably not obviously as good as the UK, I would imagine.
They got a few. I can't really think of other than Otto Wallin at the top of my head right now.
And Badu Jack, that's about it, huh? Yeah. Robert Hellenius doesn't really count. He's I believe Norwegian, right? Or he's from Finland, to be exact. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
Fights.
Yeah, these are really good fights. Let's see if the
rounds as well. They're very good.
Let's see if the Misfits fight should be on right now, or is it? Let's see. Let's see if that's on, because the UFC is not for another couple of hours. So what we will do is go on this right here, buff stream. Let's see if they got.
I was really gutted that fight got cancelled, today. Yesterday.
Yeah, man. Because what Moicano offers is only the name value, right? But what Armin Sarukian offered was a real threat.
Of course, man. That was the question, you know what I mean? Because I knew that this was going to be a tougher fight than what's happened with Moicano,
And one thing that concerns me about this, though, right? By the way, to no fault of Islam, is that he's going to be heavily criticized from this, right? They're going to look at it like, oh, well, you know what? You don't fight real names or this and that. But it's like you can only fight what is in front of you.
For real. That's it.
You know what I mean? Like you can't, yeah, that's all you can do is just fight what is in front of you.
For real, yeah. Like obviously he was meant to fight Arman, but Arman got injured. That's him. You know, he probably didn't want to fight as well. You know, it was so close that it shouldn't have happened. You know, people fight with injuries as well. You know,
That's true. That's true. And I think that he knew going in here, he didn't want to risk it. But man, at the same time, man, listen, UFC title shots are very difficult to come by. You know, think about it like this, right? Arman falls out. Does he think that he's going to get another shot if, let's say, Islam decides to fight, Ilia Topuria? Let's say if Ilia Topuria wants to move up to 155. Of course, Islam is going to take that fight. That's a big money fight. You know, and then you get pushed to the side. You know, let's say Conor comes back, gets a win, very convincing win. Of course, man, you know, they're going to put Conor up against Islam. Why not? That's automatic money. So he'll never get this opportunity again, unfortunately. It's never going to happen again.
yeah, man. I'm gutted because I was looking forward to that fight, and I'm not even too much of a hardcore UFC fan. I'm more of a boxing fan, but this fight got my attention.
Hey, but you know what? This fight is exactly a hardcore fans fight. You know, and again, it kind of shows you the popularity of the UFC, right? Because this fight is going to do big numbers. I could already tell right now. Let's see how many people we've had already. We've already had 2K people around the world tap in, to this live stream. So if you got 2K people tapped into this live stream, you just imagine that thousands and millions of people are going to be tapped in tonight for this fight. Because this fight is in the algorithm. You know, it's got the attention of everybody because, you know, it was originally supposed to be the number 1 and the number 2 guy. Now what we got is the number 1 guy taking on an entertaining number 10 guy. That's what we got.
What'd you make of opponent Mociano?
So Mociano is an interesting story, right? Got a little bit of a rocky story going on. He's lost to big names like RDA. He's lost to Jose Aldo. But he's also had big wins against that French Special Forces guy, Benoit Saint-Denis, in his own backyard. You know, and then right after that, he started calling out the globalist. He started calling out the French government, which, you know, I was like, all right, cool. Do your thing. You know, so it started out from calling out MMA Guru. Then next thing you know, he calls out the French prime minister in a UFC France card. And now here he is. This is how he got here. He got on the card. He was already on the card. You seen that? He was going to fight Beneil Dariush. You want to know what's sad about that fight? So Beneil Dariush, he's an Iranian American, right, from LA. He never fought in California in his professional or his amateur career. This was going to be his first time tonight.
Okay.
And so now he never fought in California, and he's a California fighter.
Right.
So there you have it. That's the story of this fight. So I think they're going to pay Dariush some kind of money for this for his troubles.
Okay.
So it's not so bad, right? He didn't have to travel very far to fight. He's fighting in his backyard. He gets to watch the fights for free tomorrow. They're going to give him a front row seat, and then they're going to, pay him some money. But, when you're a fighter and you were scheduled to fight that night, it's a front row seat to your own fight you were supposed to be at. It doesn't really feel all that good. You know what I mean? Like you imagine, like it's not like a fight that you designated to go watch as a fan. It's a fight that you were supposed to be in, and now you're not. That's what Beneil Dariush is going through right now. But shout out to Moicano. Moicano, was able to, do the damn thing. So.
Yeah, he got the opportunity, so, he can change his life if he pulls an upset here,
Yep.
Yeah. How likely do you think that's a chance of happening against Makhachev?
Which one? What are the chances of what happening?
Of Moicano winning this fight, pulling off the upset.
0%.
Yeah, you don't give him no chance.
This is 0%. Yeah, because you know what, man? Moicano would have been a better fight for Islam if it was Islam's third UFC fight.
Right.
But he's the champion. He's a proven champion at that. You've seen what he did to Oliveira. You've seen what he did to Volkanovski, who was supposedly the pound-for-pound guy next to John Jones before Islam came and ruined it.
Yeah.
There's no chance. Chan Kandu says, yup. Chad Kandu, your pick for Umar versus Merab. So let me lead you to one of my videos because I want to get more views on it right here. I'm going to show you right here, Chand. Right here. So you go right here to my page on this right here, and then you press this button right here. You press this button, UFC full card. Once you get the full card right here, you can go to the description below. If you don't want to see all of the fights, if you only care about one particular fight. Oh, wow. Okay. Getting a few more subscribers for this one. Okay. So right here, if you want the Umar versus Rob, it's right here. Okay. On the time stamp. So I got that time stamped right there. So if you want to check it out, go check out my official prediction for that one, And then Chad Kundu says, yes, master. Right. Well, you don't gotta, go. All right, whatever. I'm gonna let you have it. You know what I'm saying? A good problem to have. You know what I'm saying? Good problem to have. That you cheeky little man. You cheeky. Hey, you know what? I'll be catching myself using a lot of UK slang now, right? You know what I mean? You cheeky little bastard. You cheeky. You know what I mean? Like what else does do most British guys say? Like if they're going to do something, they're like, well, straight away, I went at him. Whereas like, West Coast, American dudes are like, hey, cuz straight off the back, I went after this dude. Whereas
like that. English, like the way the American fans perceive the English accent, it's not like that. Like it's a way more different sort of tone and voice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I speak really and truly. I try to obviously speak like correct English, but sometimes I tend to speak a bit of slang as well.
Hey,
like,
you know what? MMA Guru mentioned
Yeah.
that before. He mentioned that because he says that he talks way different because he's from London, right? He's a London guy like you, right? So he said that he talks so differently when he's like on the street or when he's with his homies as opposed to like being online. And being online, I think that's what it is. You present yourself a little bit differently to convey a message, especially if you're in some kind of journalism degree. So,
Yeah.
Chan Kundu says here, bro, tell me about your country. Which country would you like us to tell you about, Kundu? Would you like to tell us about the United States or the UK, where Zayn is currently at right now? Which country would you like to talk about? Also, let us know what country you are at. Are you in India? Are you in Canada? Are you in the United States? Or are you in the UK? And then also let us know which country you're talking about, because yeah, shout out to all the countries around the world. This is definitely going to have a lot of countries around the world tapped in. Everybody in Dagestan is going to be tapped in, obviously, because it's Umar's first title win, inshallah, if he gets to defeat. Kadu says, I am in India. So, Kadu, tell us about the Logan Paul and the Conor McGregor fight. Are you hearing anything about stadiums being built or plans of tourism to have both of these two Goras, kill each other in their own country? That is such an Indian thing to do, right? They got two Goras going there and killing each other. Two controversial Goras at that, right? One dude coming off a grape case, okay, and you can argue that it's a civil case, not a criminal case. And the other dude, Logan, he did that thing in Japan. Yeah, you're gonna fight in the sewer, he says. They're gonna fight in the sewer? Explain what you mean by that, Kadu. Explain what fighting in a sewer means. So you're saying that Conor and Logan are going to fight in a sewer? I don't understand. Meanwhile, in the influencer boxing space right now, they got this dude named Ty Mitchell taking on some dude named Tommy Hench. Not necessarily. Yeah, this dude looks like Patrick Mahomes, the NFL quarterback. I believe this is taking place in the UK if they're fighting right around this time right now.
Yeah, I see one of Ty Mitchell's interviews. He's good. He's a Muslim, alhamdulillah.
Who? Which one?
Ty Mitchell.
Oh, is he? Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
He speaks very highly of himself about the religion. So yeah, I hope he wins.
Is he an influencer or what is he?
I heard he sparred with Tyson Fury, but he's not really like a boxer, so he's gotten into misfits boxing, making a name for himself from there. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he's not doing too bad here. He's got the Kobe Bryant shorts.
Yeah.
What's up with that? Is this dude from LA or?
Too sure. Actually. I don't really look at him like that. But
no. In the fight right now, he's wearing shorts right now. Kobe Bryant shorts.
Oh, yeah. No, I think he's from the States. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. But yeah, I hope he wins though.
He says here, Kadu says Conor and Logan are both like. I don't know what that emoji means. All the time are like crazy all the time, or I'm trying to decipher what that means. And then he also says, bro, do you have any MMA background? Yes, I do. I have competed in Muay Thai. I've competed in MMA. I've trained in jiu-jitsu, judo. I've competed in wrestling since I was a kid. And I won this domestic tournament when I was 12 years old in Taekwondo, point fighting Taekwondo. So I'd say I got a little, little background in one form of MMA or another. So I've also done some amateur boxing as well. So I've done every combat sports possible. And now I have a channel talking to you guys about it, and here we are. So see, Ty Mitchell is now in the second round against Tommy Hench. I don't know much about the background of these of the story behind these guys, but you said that Ty Mitchell is an influencer now. What exactly is it that he does?
I'm not really too sure. I just watched one interview of him, and basically he just talking about his fight and talking about Islam a lot. So, well, you know what,
Okay.
good guy, you know, seems like a good guy. So why not, like, you know, wish him well, you know. But I think he's getting into misfits. What he's an influencer. I think he's an influencer. Yes.
Yeah.
Seems
Yeah,
like
he is. Kadu asks, "Do you suffer from CTE because it's a big problem, man?" Do I suffer from CTE? I
No.
don't think so. I mean, you never really know, right? The CTE can come in different ways. Obviously, anger issues can be a sign of that. The other sign of that could be forgetfulness, although I don't really experience any of that. If you watch my streams long enough, or if you've seen any of my videos, I don't really suffer from any serious stuttering or anything that would indicate any of that. So I don't know. I don't think that I do. But here's what I will say, Kadu, right? If you're doing any combat sports that involves full contact hitting, which obviously involves MMA, boxing, kickboxing, even taekwondo, bare knuckle boxing, you got to learn defense. Defense is what will preserve your career for a very long time. Defense is the name of the game. Hit, don't get hit. That is the name of the game. And that's the big thing that boxers emphasize, especially very high-level boxers. And it's something that high-level MMA fighters emphasize as well. And then my man here says, "You're cooked, man, fire." You're cooked, man, fire. I don't understand the lingo behind that. You're cooked, man, fire. Okay, well, further elaborate on that. Ronik Singh says, "What is the fight?" The fight is going to be in 1 hour and 30 minutes. This is the preview show that you have now just entered. Time, bro. The time, it's time. It's time for Ronik Singh to like and subscribe to Kyrie Abu Al-Kir MMA. And also, don't forget to subscribe to Zayn Mussa Boxing Dosage, the man to my right here, right on that screen. Okay? Go like and subscribe to his channel as well for all your boxing predictions and all your boxing breakdowns and storylines. Kadu says, "Bro, both of you, which country are you from?" I'm from the United States, and California, was raised in New Jersey, but now live in California. And Zayn, my man here, Zayn, is from London, England, the UK. A country that your people love, I would imagine, Kadu. I'm sure you guys love England. You know what I mean? You guys damn near stole cricket and did it way better than the English, I think, right? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't follow cricket, but every time I hear cricket news, India is always smashing England on it. So Ronik Islam says, let's go. Ronik Singh says, "I can play PUBG Mobile for a while." Okay, I can play PUBG Mobile for a while. Hey, how about this, Mr. Singh? Play on your mobile and then hop on this one. Just watch us both, right? And then while you're winning, write on the comment section and let us know how you're doing, how you're progressing, and also a little preview to the game, because you never know. You may get us wildly interested in the game. Shout outs to India, and shout outs to Michael Kelly, because he would be enjoying this right now. Oh, yeah, he would be enjoying the banter with all of yous right now. The Anglo-Indian man, Michael Kelly. Bro. You don't have to favor cricket for me, man. I know, big bro, you hate it. Well, it's not that I hate it. I don't know enough about it, to be honest with you. You know, you got to understand this, right? There's enough sports in America. I feel sorry for people that follow every sport, man. That has to be exhausting because I follow every fighting, and that is exhausting in and of itself, right? You know, Zayn just follows boxing. That's exhausting already. But imagine you watch as an American, not as any other any nationality, but because I know in England there's like football, rugby, and then fighting. That's all, and then and then cricket. That's all they got, right? Rugby, cricket, fighting, and football. That's England. America, fighting is on the back end of everything. You got American football. You got basketball. Oh, good Lord. You got baseball. And then you got hockey intertwined with Canada up north. And then you got, obviously, soccer. Americans are in that too. There's just too many. And then my man here says, I hate cricket. I am not the average Indian. I hate cricket. I hate it very much. I hate it. So what is I'm assuming fighting would be your sport, Kadu. I mean, considering you are in the channel, I would assume that fighting would be your top main priority, like the rest of us, right? But obviously, cricket must be influential if you got a Pakistani prime minister that became a prime minister through cricket. Imran Khan. Kadu says, I love MMA. Good man. You're in the right channel. You're in the right space. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And also, please tell everybody in India to like and subscribe. So when Logan and Connor fight and I'm here with Zayn reacting to it, we're going to have just nothing but Indian flags on the comment section. All getting mad at Michael Kelly. Shout out to Michael Kelly. I know he loves India, and that's why we're kind of bantering on, about that. Hey man, that brother needs to get a YouTube channel. What do you think, Zayn? He's an entertaining guy, right? It just doesn't translate for him in in the cameras.
Yeah, he's a very funny guy, man. It makes me laugh. He deserves that.
That's why you got to teach him how to do YouTube.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like get him to talk about boxing. The next thing you know, he'll talk about, Nigel Farage, UK politics.
He knows the boxing as well, man. He's not one of them guys that listens to everyone. He listens to what his gut says, and most of the time he is correct with the boxing predictions. Like last week, he got the Callum Simpson prediction right in knockout, and yeah, man, he knows his stuff, man. He predicted Usyk would beat Tyson Fury as well,
Yeah. Oh, you mean the first time or the second time?
The recent one. He predicted Usyk would win. I predicted it as well. If you went onto my channel, I predicted Usyk would beat Fury as well. So a lot of people, including the boxing industry, they thought Tyson Fury would beat him. But obviously, they don't know that we do,
Yeah, that's true, man. He does know his stuff, but I guess he just has to, kind of translate that in some way into the camera.
Yeah, it's quite entertaining as well,
Yeah. Speaking of entertainment, Kadu is asking about my WWE belt here. Yeah, man. Just thought I'd throw, a little nice prop there, because I tell you what, WWE is very influential in the world of combat sports. Now they own the UFC. Imagine this. Imagine a power play, right? They kick Vince McMahon out of his own company, and now the UFC owns the WWE. That's a serious power play.
Oh, isn't it? Oh, Well, you know what else is a power move? I think, you know, I'm not gonna lie. You see, with Turkey, I'll be honest with you. At first, I didn't really like the guy because he had a problem with Canelo, you know, and
Right.
because Canelo's one of my favorite fighters. Well, he is actually my favorite fighter. Everyone knows that, and like obviously they had that issue, and I thought, you know what, you know, I don't really like it because, you know, he just not cooperating with what Canelo wants, you know. But at the same time, like what he's done for boxing, how can you not like a guy that's changed the boxers' lives and does everything for the fans, you know, makes the best fights, you know. And now they've made up him and Canelo, and it's all good, you know what I mean? And yeah, he's done a lot, man. He's done a lot for boxing, man. Boxing was a dying sport before this, before he took over, you know. It was just like the fights the fans want, they never get made. But now we're just getting super fight after super fight, great undercards, and oh, it's crazy, man. And he's done a lot for the UFC as well, innit? You know?
Yeah. He's in the initial stages of getting something done with that.
Yeah.
So this is a good segue that we have with Turki El Sheikh taking on Gervonta Davis, right? And by the way, I'm actually going to clip this part right here sometime down the road, right? Maybe around this week, what I'm about to talk about right now.
Yeah.
It's going to start off with where you talked about with Canelo, and then we transition it into Turkey. And now here we are, the next segue that you're going to see on a clip later on, and you're seeing this live, Gervonta Davis versus Turki El Sheikh. So Gervonta Davis says that Turki El Sheikh is ruining boxing. Is this true?
No.
I would absolutely disagree. Look at Zayn right now, right? As soon as I said that, he sighed at it, you know, with discontent because how can you
I thought that before as well, but he's not, man. Really and truly, he's just trying to make the best fights happen. Just trying to pay the athletes, the boxers, the money they deserve. You get me? And no promoter is gonna be paying what he's gonna pay these fighters, and he changes their lives. You get me? So you know, boxers, they didn't have that opportunity before. Now they're getting paid what they deserve, and what they deserve is they're risking their life in the ring. No matter amount of money you're gonna get deserves your health, you know. So they're getting paid what they deserve, you know, and that's the main thing about it, you know. And so will Gervonta Davis. So I just think he's just a bit too egotistic, you know, at this moment in time.
And I think you hit that on the nail when you said that he was egotistic, because this is primarily the reason why he has something against Turki El Sheikh. Think about this. Why would he hate this? Want to know why? Because now his undefeated record can't be protected. He can't make moves the way that he can. He gets offered a certain amount of money, and most people around the world are going to look at that and say, how are you going to say no to money like that? You know, you must be a coward.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how he's going to be perceived, and he doesn't like it. He doesn't like that he's going to be perceived as a coward in his whole entire ordeal.
Yeah.
That's just what it really comes down to.
Don't get me wrong though. Tank's a very good fighter, man. He's an excellent fighter. He's pound for pound one of the best fighters. But you know, we just want the fight as fans. We just want the fights that we want to see. You get me? The best fight, the best. And that's what it comes down to, you know. And right now, it doesn't look good, you know, on his side because you know you're getting triple the amount of money you would usually get to make a super fight happen. You know, and I don't know why you would want to decline that.
Well, here's the thing, right? Take a look at Terrence Crawford. He's fighting Canelo next, right?
Yeah, that's a great fight, by the way. That is.
And I hear a lot of people online say, "Hey, you know what? Canelo might do him in," and I don't blame them for saying that.
Bro, let me tell you something. There's weight classes for a reason, but you know, Terrence Crawford, he is a special fighter, man. Like he is really talented and skill-wise, he could give Canelo problems, man. And that's
But
me
you know
being
why
a
he's not
Canelo.
saying no? You know why Crawford is not saying no?
It's the money.
Because, well, yes, because he hasn't been paid the type of money that Gervonta
Bro,
Davis.
but the thing with Crawford and Gervonta, Crawford actually believes in himself. He believes he actually is gonna win the fight. Whereas Gervonta Davis, the only reason why I can't think he would take the fight is because he's not as confident. That's what it comes down to, you know. 'Cause why would it? It's not the money that's the issue. It's maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe not as confident, you know. What do you say?
Kadu here says both built like Russians, ain't gonna lie. I think it's the no beard mustache. That's what it is. You know what I mean? It's the no beard mustache, which is obviously an Islamic thing to do. Although a lot of MMA fans nowadays sort of synonymize it with Dagestani fighters. But yeah, that's where Dagestani fighters got it nonetheless. So yeah, that's what it really comes down to. It's Gervonta Davis does not want to sacrifice his record. And unlike Crawford, he's already made enough money. And that's just
Look,
really what it comes down to.
if Canelo can sit down with Turkey, I'll shake and sort things out. And I don't know why Gervonta Davis can't, you know?
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to, you know. But we'll see. I don't know what will happen, you know. But at the moment, I think Gervonta Davis should just accept the fact that Turkey Al Sheikh is helping people in boxing thrive when they probably wouldn't been able to get the opportunity to. Do you understand? And
Yeah.
he's changed people's lives at the end of the day. And I'm all for that and making the best fights happen. So as a fan, you can't really say nothing bad about the guy. You know, he just made the sport very, very good, you know. He's made a dying sport into a thriving sport for a lot of people, and the opportunities are endless for everyone now. Do you understand? From the media side of things to, you know, the boxers, the coaches, you know, he's just done a lot of things in a short period of time, and it's only going to get better.
Yeah, man. And shout out to Turkey El Sheikh for that, which again only shows that if you are against him, it's only because of number one, political reasons, and number two, if you're a boxer that's afraid to lose your undefeated record. And that's just what it really comes down to by the end of the day.
Right.
So facts on that. Yeah. All right. So that right there is that one is clipped. That one is getting clipped right there. Perfect.
Yeah,
that one
he deserves his credit, man. Because obviously,
303.
bro, boxing wouldn't be as good as it is today, man. Because we're just getting fight after fight, and it's just mad. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're getting super fight after super fight, and that was unheard of. Like, you get what I'm saying? We didn't have Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn working together. Do you know what I mean? That just sums his involvement in boxing. To make that happen, that was a big power move. You know what I mean? 5 versus 5. He had that event. That was crazy as well. 5 matchroom fighters versus 5 Queensbury fighters, the best of the best in each weight class. That was a crazy event. And like, we wouldn't have that fight. We wouldn't have that event if it weren't for him. So, you know, he deserves credit for pulling that off, you know?
Yeah, he was the absolute main man of you know, being able to allow that to happen. You know, and again, Tank, he's just worried. And I also think that he's worried that they will put him up in a matchup that, well, is not going to be favorable towards him. Because look, here's what I think happened when Tank signed with PBC, right?
Yeah.
They said to him, hey, Tank, we're going to protect your career. We're going to make sure that you get all the best fights possible that are going to gear towards your favor. And that's how we're going to do things.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's how we're going to do things. And we're going to protect you. So, now you look at PBC, they're starting to lose influence, right? Losing a lot of influence, a whole lot of
They are.
And
They haven't really got much like power in the sport no more. Again, yeah. But eventually they'll have to work with Turkey Al Sheikh if they want to. If they want to thrive at them. That's the only way at the moment, He's really taken on everyone, like everyone's promoters, everyone. They're all under him basically,
Yeah.
Yeah. But rightfully so, he deserves that, for paying them, looking after them, and looking for their best interest. Like the other day, I heard about the Fraser Clark story when Fraser Clark got knocked out. Like his face was smashed in. Like I don't know. So like one of the surgeons of his, they straight away took him to the hospital and got out of bed and that. That just shows you the amount of healthcare provided by him as well. Like look after the fighters from injury and stuff.
Yeah.
That's mad. That's good.
Yeah, man. So,
another thing, Kyrie, I've got to mention is look at Hamza Shiraz. He's looked after my brother Hamza Shiraz. Like financially, is sorted now. Alhamdulillah, and I'm happy that that he's okay. And he deserves to get what he wants. You know what I mean? And getting paid well, and he's tight. He's going for a world title next fight. That's crazy because it's happened in a short period of time as well.
And it was all because he was able to get that opportunity at the right time with Frank Warren linking up with Turkey.
Facts, yeah, man. And he deserves it as well, and he's come a long way. So I'm very happy and proud of him. And Turkey Al Sheikh's made him a Riyadh ambassador, and that's really promising that he's getting behind Hamza Shiraz. So that's a partnership that's really good as well. And he's very, very good and influential as well with Turkey Al Sheikh. Can bring a whole lot of fan base, from the Saudis. Because Hamza's got potential. He's got a superstar potential, being a big personality and having Turkey behind him, That's really good. I got to thank Turkey for doing that for Hamza.
Yeah, man. That is very important in the career of Hamza Shiraz, man, because you know what, like Hamza Shiraz, you look at his beginnings, right? He was, what was that?
Hamza's gonna be a superstar, inshallah. Like you can get to that Canelo level,
And prior to that, nobody wanted to give him a chance.
Yeah, man.
It's crazy. Looking at where he's at now, no one wanted to give him a chance. And Frank Warren is definitely glad that he gave him a chance. But also, I think, man, I think Turkey Al Sheikh is glad that he gave him a chance as well, because look at the results that he did, bro. Ammo Williams, that fight, you would have never seen that fight until those guys had to meet later down the road in the championship levels. He got early work early on. Hamza.
Yeah.
That's early work.
Yeah. I can't believe it, man. Like, obviously, in that space of time, Turkey Al Sheikh, if he's done one thing, is look after Hamza Shiraz and his career, and that just makes me happy in itself, and that's why I can't dislike the guy as well,
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Javon Davis should just, come to reality and just leave the ego to the side.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, bro, like MMA, he's also done things in MMA as well. Like you can't really, discredit the guy in that sense as well.
So far, he's done one fight with the Robert Whittaker card, which was supposed to have Khamzat in the forefront of it. But now, Yeah, it's a little different. You know what I mean? He may be instrumental in the fight for Tom Aspinall and John Jones. You know, that could be the next project he's got going on. And then to further on, now that Francis is no longer in the UFC, they may try to make a cross-promotional fight. You know, so hopefully...
You really want to see more cross-promotional fights? Like, remember Ngannou and Joshua?
Oh, no, when I meant cross-promotional, I meant between MMA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not like crossover fights, but cross-promotional between, because Francis could not fight Tom Aspinall or John right now. You know, so, yeah.
Oh, I hear that. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Bro, I can't wait for tonight's fights, though. I really can't wait for.
Yeah, man. We got about 1 more hour left before the prelims, so you know, I'll be here to you know,
be honest, like I'm more of a boxing fan, but I still tune in for these big fights, man, because I really like MMA as well. You know, on the side. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But what's going on with Kamzat, man? When's he fighting?
So the next fight they got right now, they have what do you call it? They have Drickus versus Sean, and then once that fight is done, the winner fights Kamzat. So that's the plan that they got going on right now. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody across the globe that has subscribed. So far, I had, wow, man, 12 people subscribed out of nowhere. That's awesome. Shout out to everyone across the world. Man, I'm telling you, man, you know, the Dagestanis need to fight more often, bro. They are good for live streams for sure, you know?
Yeah.
Kadu asks here, your favorite game in the UFC.
You know?
What's that?
I'd love to visit Dagestan one day.
You know what? It's available now. They got Airbnb programs for people to come out and visit.
Yeah, I would love to visit, man. See what their culture's like and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, man.
For sure. And I'd love to try the training they go through as well, you know?
Man, and you know what? The fact that it's in the mountains too would make it even, you know, difficult. It would be an even more difficult, you know, time, you know, which is, by the way, the reason why they have insane cardios.
Yeah.
For that reason.
Trust me, man. They train next level, man. And you can tell that by the fighting, the way they fight, the way they wrestle you to the ground. You know, they've done some serious training, bro, to get that good, you know? And they live the life. They actually live the lifestyle, and their training is just on another level, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
From a different cloth.
No, they definitely do, man. They definitely do. Yeah, man. But let's see here.
Well, what's it like in LA, bro, man?
Right now, so it's cleared up right now. Most of the fires are in the hillside area, right, where a lot of the big homes are at, right? But then you know what's crazy about the wildfires is that none of the trenches got touched, right? So East LA, Compton, Watts, Inglewood, where this at, huh?
You weren't affected by it, was you?
No. I'm up in Sacramento right now, so you know I'm mostly in Sacramento. But yeah, you know it's you know it's not that far away. It's
sad, man.
Yeah, man.
How did that even happen, though? Like, obviously, I don't really watch the news as much, man. So
what happened was I think someone accidentally set a fire at a hotel, And then it just started catching on, and and then it just spread from from one place to another. So yeah,
There's a lot of people dying.
yeah, a lot of people died, and then on top, what? Speaking of which, I want to react to something with you, right? I'm gonna put this on. Hold on, let me pull this up. I'm gonna react to something with you. This is gonna be it's gonna be an interesting content we're gonna do right now. Kind of a good way to wait for the fight. This is a little Cali crash out segment. So these kids were getting chased in a motorbike, my dude, yesterday. And this is good because it's in LA. It's got an LA themed to it. Let's see.
Such as finance, data, and marketing, and I'll have the opportunity to network with professors that can not only advise me professionally, but outside of the classroom setting.
The management program, because it's designed for students who majored in something outside of business at the undergraduate level, is designed to add a foundational business layer and then some advanced.
Yo, these dudes are wilding out. So you know what's happening here, right? They were on their bike and they kicked the officer while they were on their bike. It's kind of like that game Road Rash. I don't know if you guys played Road Rash back in the days, but let me see if I can pull up a video of Road Rash to kind of give you an example. What's that?
What are they doing, fam?
They're just running from the cops. The cops are chasing them down in the freeway right now. Road Rash. Let me see if there's a example of that Road Rash game.
Is that in California?
Yeah. This one is in LA where the fight is taking place at. So I thought it was kind of a good, like this game right here. This is what it reminds me of right here. Road Rash. Look at this. Like that. That's what it reminds me of. All of this going on right now. All right, so let's get back to it. Let's see what they do here. Cell phone while he's riding, bro. You see that? Yeah. He's on his cell. Oh man, happens a lot in LA. That's why there's actually a portion in a lot of my live streams where I do Cali Crash Out, which is what we're doing right now. By the way, welcome to episode 5 of Cali Crash Out, featuring Zayn Mussa boxing Dosage. So what do you think about this car chase so far, Zayn? Looking at it from your perspective of what you could compare that to in London.
Bro, in London's serious as well, man. Like the other day, like someone got stabbed on the bus, man. Like it's just fucking crazy.
Damn, bro.
Man. But obviously, this is crazy as well. Like obviously, you never heard of a guy taking out a cell phone while he's driving a bike,
While the cops are chasing him.
You don't give a fuck.
It was just an original traffic stop, right? And I think one of the guy in the blue hit the officer, and then they got into a chase. So it was just an escalation, right? So I mean, they could have just gone home, got a ticket, and got on with it, and then dealt with that ticket, a few months down the road, right? And by the way, I've been pulled over before. I've beaten some tickets before. Just by showing up to court, and sometimes the officer shows up, or sometimes you go in there and you fight the case. You explain why. You could say that the officer got the wrong location, and that would dismiss the case. Say that they wrote the wrong citation, that could dismiss the case. But it escalated to this. You know what I mean? Like that was it. All right, yeah, that was it, man. Shout outs to KTLA. The most trusted news in LA. All right, man. So thoughts on that, Zayn? What did you think about that craziness that we just witnessed right now? I mean, hey, those brothers got away, bro. You know what I mean? Because let me see if there's any updates on this. Right?
That was crazy, bro.
This was
16. I would have a mind Rush. If I was them right now, I'd
You'd what? Say that again?
have mad adrenaline rush. You know,
Yeah.
to be in that situation, and to know that you pulled it off and you got away, that's even more gangster.
Right. And you know what, man? It's like they didn't have any masks. They didn't have all the things that you needed to get away, and they got away. Because, look, there's no arrests. There hasn't been any updates on this. These dudes are gone.
Disguise themselves.
Yeah.
They met up with the homies.
I would like you to build this.
What
They
was
met
that?
up with the homies, bro. I said they met up with the homies and they disguised themselves.
Yeah. Oh, well, wait. Let me see if there's any updates on this. Oh, okay, wait. We got updates. Hold on. We got updates. Hold up. I got you. We got updates. Hold on.
There he is. Okay. Got him northbound.
No, that's not it. Here we go. Okay, here we go. We got updates on this.
Pursuit started with the blue motorcycle here in the very center of your screen. That rider, they tried to pull him over for a, I believe it was reckless driving, they said. And fled from the officers. At one point, this rider tried to strike a motor officer that was pursuing him.
All right, so it continued. So it did continue because right now they're in the Santa Monica area, which is right by the beach and the pier, right? So they went from Inglewood to Santa Monica. Okay, so that makes
How long
sense.
they been riding for?
Was that?
How long they been riding for now?
This one about an hour. Maybe more than that, because obviously they just started, they kind of started like recording like maybe just a few minutes after the chase was going on, because the news company is in with the police, so when there's a chase, they call them up and they're like, hey, you want a story? Boom, get eyes on these guys, we're at right here, and then that's how they usually do it. So 53 minutes into it, so maybe like an hour and 30 minutes they've already been running at this point.
Out for a little bit of the chase, got back into it, and then eventually dropped out. Then that rider was joined by the one that's right next to him on the white motorcycle with pink spokes. They're the two that initially were in the pursuit when we joined it near downtown LA off the 10 freeway. They went eastbound 10 freeway to the eastbound 60 freeway.
All right, and the group of guys are still with them.
Eventually going down the 710 freeway to the 105 freeway west, and then exited at Imperial Highway. That's when they were joined by several other motorcycles and a quad. And now we have as many as 17 motorcycles here involved in this now.
Damn, bro, so they rolled up there 17 deep.
The CHP brought in some motor officers, 6 in total, that tried to get behind the vehicles or behind the motorcyclists to try to get them to pull over. They refused. And since the CHP has pulled off altogether on the ground, leaving the airship overhead to keep track of especially the 2 here involved, but all the rest as well. Ironically enough, the 2 that are involved here in the pursuit were able to stop, get gas at a gas station on Imperial Highway, just north of the 105 freeway, and had time to get back in onto the road. Here they go, eastbound turn. This is on Venice. So they have the fuel now to continue this.
All right, so now they're near the beach.
We'll see what the law enforcement decides to do.
Is that the move? You know what I do in GTA to get away? Like I'll drive all the way down to Santa Monica, put on a swimsuit, and then escape with with like scuba diving. So for those of y'all that are GTA and you want to escape the cops, Go to the
he
beach
knocked him off
wearing
his bike
that,
or
right,
somehow
swimwear,
disabled that officer's
and then,
bike for
yeah.
a while.
you know, just dive right into the ocean.
And we don't know the status of that officer's condition, if he was injured or not.
Listen, if you've been in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this
Of
AI
course,
app
I get
instead.
car
That's what I
accident,
did, and that's how I got
ads.
this
You know,
one.
one thing I hate about YouTube, bro. YouTube pisses me off with the adverts. You know that.
They what?
YouTube just pisses me off with the amount of adverts you have to see, bro.
Yeah, I know.
It's just so jarring. It's like over the top now. You know?
Yeah.
It's too much.
The rider, I should say, on the white and pink bike here has been on a cell phone the entire time, and we believe he might be streaming online.
Oh, he's streaming online. Oh, snap. Dude,
So
my man is streaming online. He's like, yo, if I'm gonna crash out, I'm gonna go out big.
We've seen some close calls at intersections. They sneak out into the intersection in front of oncoming cars that have to stop. And off they go. Venice Boulevard and Arlington is the locator.
Yeah, Venice Boulevard. Yeah, it's nothing but ocean right after that.
Further back. Yeah.
All right, we got about 7 minutes till the first fight. Let's see.
Back with the initial. During the pursuit, they both went wrong direction on the 710 freeway. They went southbound and northbound lanes to get away from officers. The California Highway Patrol eventually got involved and went into pursuit. They were eventually eastbound 10 freeway in the downtown, just south of downtown LA. They might be stopping under the bridge. I might have right there. Right there. Does that look like a helmet? Might be waiting for a bus.
Oh wow, my man is about to escape in a bus.
Don't tell anybody.
He escaped in the bus. Oh! My man escaped in the bus. Oh man. Oh man, that bus is gone.
Yes.
That bus is gone. He escaped in a bus.
Simon does Sky 5.
And the other guy, they don't know.
Right there. That guy right there. I think this might be one of them that got on a bus and got off. I'm not sure.
Alhamdulillah.
It's the wrong person. Oh, is that? Could be the wrong person.
The two primary did go under the 10 freeway at Hoover and stopped under there and may have ditched the bikes. This guy got on the bus and then got right off the bus at the next stop. So I don't know if it's one of them.
Hoover Street.
Are you ready for a career
That's
change
the
and
street
eager to pursue a
that,
rewarding path as a trained
that's the
electrician?
group of guys that killed Pop Smoke was the Hoover Crips was in this section of LA right here where these guys are from. This looks like a Mexican.
The main group,
dude, though, either a Mexican or Albanian.
Towards downtown LA, and
So that could be the wrong guy. No, that's the wrong. Y'all got the wrong guy, man. Because the original guy was a black guy.
They were the ones that went under the bridge.
And he went under the bridge. A lot of them went under the bridge.
Huh? Yeah, if you can. We're into O. I might lose this.
They escaped, bro. Even by the end of this footage, they escaped, man. They escaped.
So they
ridden around for so long and finally they got away.
Went south.
Yup.
Last seen here at Hoover under the
right. You got to rate.
Not be there anymore.
It takes a man with bottle to do that. I tell you that. You understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
not everyone can pull that off, bro.
True.
That is fucking genius.
Look at this, and this is how this video ends with the helicopter looking over the freeway, the underpass of the bridge, and nobody to be found.
They gave up.
That's what they did. As soon as they got in that underbridge, they're like, "Hey, we're going to utilize this cover and get up out of here."
Copy that.
Alhamdulillah.
That was it. One. Yup.
Well, unfortunately, because they got under this freeway, the bridge is pretty wide there. They stopped under there, and they were last seen under there. We've been trying to get a look at anybody down there underneath the freeway, but at this point, law enforcement has let it go. The airship is still circling the area looking for
law enforcement has let it go.
Suspects in the pursuit. But for now, we're going to wrap up our coverage on this crazy motorcycle chase that's been going on for quite a while in different areas of LA, and has at least come to an end here at Hoover and the 10 freeway. So that's going to do it for us in the air. Thank you once again for joining us on the web. Thanks for watching us.
Yeah, no, thank you for the coverage on that.
Thank you. How exciting.
There it is. There it is.
Appreciate the news coverage, bro.
No doubt, man. You know what? I thought it was a great segue. It's LA.
Yeah, man. We can do more of that more often as well on the channel, bro.
I've done a few. I've done a few of those. This is now one of them. And I figured it's a good way to kind of pregame before the fight. So now it's 3 p.m. right now. Put this on the timestamp here real quick. All right, so here we go, guys. This is the beginning of UFC 311. And what a great way to start it, right? Pre-game with a little LA car chase. It's an LA card, and it's tradition in LA to get into car chases. Some people get arrested, some people don't. These are one of the cases that you just saw where they didn't get arrested. Man, they escaped, bro. They really put a game plan together to get that done. Just like tonight, Mociano, he's got an impossible task ahead of him. what kind of plan is he going to have taking on Islam Makhachev? You never know. Merab taking on probably the toughest challenge of his UFC title run, Omar Nurmagomedov. Now, what about Omar? Is he going to follow in the traditions of his family, such as Khabib, Islam, and Usman, who, by the way, is fighting in a couple of weeks in Dubai, in the Bellator card? All remains to find out if all these guys come out on top on this month. But also on this month, it's also the same month that Conor McGregor has another civil trial going on with Artem Lobov regarding Proper 12. So here we are. What do you think, Zayn? Let us know how you feel about this matchup and what do you expect to happen tonight?
Honestly, I was really looking forward to Islam Makhachev versus Arman, because that was a fight that was more appealing to me. But things happen, so obviously Mociano has got his shot. And from what I've seen of him, he's a dangerous guy, you know. Obviously not as dangerous as Arman, but he poses a different sort of threat, you know. And
Right.
this is combat sports, anything can happen, you know, as we've seen. So, but I'm rooting for Islam Makhachev. My personal opinion, I like Makhachev as a fighter, and I think he's a great role model for the youth today, you know. If you're looking at someone and that needs to follow in the footsteps of how someone is, Islam Makhachev and Khabib Nurmagomedov is the perfect example, you know. So I
Yeah.
think they're good people outside of the ring as well. So I support them and I wish them well. And I wish Makhachev tonight. I'm expecting a dominant performance. I can't lie. I think there's levels, and Mikono is just not on the level of Makhachev. We're gonna find that out tonight. So I'm really looking forward to it. Even though I was really looking forward to the Arman fight, you know, it's always a privilege to see Islam Makhachev, one of the best UFC fighters in the ring all the time. You know, it's a different skill level. You know, you gotta appreciate what sort of skills he has.
For real. And yeah, you hit that right on the nail on the head right there, right? You know, these guys uh right here are these guys are top level, but at the same time, even though this is not the Armin fight, I think that we are going to see a very dominant performance for Islam Makhachev. But not just for Islam, I think the dominant performance can also come out of Omar as well. But more so with Islam because obviously he's the proven threat. He's a proven champion. And who knows, maybe Moicano will sort of give a good account of himself,
Yeah, who
right?
knows?
But I don't see him winning. Giving a good count of himself, making it competitive, yes. It's hard for me to see him win, though.
Yeah.
So, yeah. A win is, it seems very far fetched from here. So, yeah, there it is. Moicano was talking about how he wanted to make 155 scratch, and he did exactly that to make championship weight.
Mikono got the opportunity of a lifetime so right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Merab. Zayn, oh, you there? Oh, Zayn is not there. Hold on just a second. And the falsehoods behind this reality. So here it goes. Tyson Fury is going for a negotiation tactic, very similar to what John Jones has been doing with Tom Aspinall, and as a result, possibly getting his close to 25 to 30 million, maybe under 20 million deal to fight Tom Aspinall, to perhaps risk it all to fight Tom Aspinall. That's the reality of it. Maybe I'm going to title that along with the Tyson Fury retirement headline, but nonetheless, is it true? There's some reality to that. Also, I think Tyson Fury can easily be content with the way that his boxing career has gone on right now. You see, in his mind, he believes that he won that fight, and there's good reason to believe that he's not lying or capping on that end. But that's not the official statement of the entire matchup. The entire official statement is that he lost, and he lost convincingly to Alexander Usyk. And as a result of this loss, he doesn't really need to go any further into his career. In other words, let's say if he had won, he doesn't need to go and fight Martin Bakole because they're going to pressure him into doing so. They're doing that to Usyk. He doesn't need to go fight the likes of who's an upcoming heavyweight right now, Zayn. He hasn't fought Zayn. There's a lot of names that he hasn't fought. But right now, he could say that he went out on top, if not number 2 or close to number 1, based on what he perceives as a split decision. Okay? So that is the career trajectory of Tyson Fury, and he's happy and content with that. He's never really been undisputed. Had he won this fight against Alexander Usyk, he would not have been crowned undisputed. Can you imagine that? Well, why not? And the reason for that is because one belt was dropped, which I believe was the IBF, from Alexander Usyk to Daniel Dubois. And it creates a whole different narrative of who the best heavyweight in the world is. Because imagine this, okay? Many people thought that Dubois had beat Alexander Usyk. We've talked about this several times over and over again. But he's not the real champion right now. It's Alexander Usyk on paper. So there is a possibility of a matchup like that going down the road. And guess what? Tyson Fury doesn't have to fight Daniel Dubois, a vicious heavyweight that could potentially knock him out. So this is the best time for Fury to retire, or if not, just retire for now. Do what Prince Nassim did. Do a homecoming fight. After Prince Nassim lost to Barrera, he came back and did a fight against a nobody, and that's what Tyson Fury is ultimately going to do. And then by the end of it, at last, ride off into the sunset. And you know what? I think one of my favorite topics to talk about in mixed martial arts is retirement. because there are many guys that don't know when to quit. There are many guys that stay a little bit too long. And there are many guys that actually retire just right on time so that they don't suffer long-term consequences that render a lot of fighters that really have suffered the worst end that combat sports can offer. Had injuries and a whole bunch of other problems that can go into financial, and then just the idea of possibly not being able to work, right? Which Shane Carwin sort of went through. So again, there's a lot to think about when it comes to combat sports and whether you should continue a career long past your expiration. And there are many guys that have decided to retire at the right time in terms of I'm still fresh, I'm still at my prime, like Khabib, like Floyd Mayweather, like Joe Calzaghe. That is why they had the perfect careers. And George St. Pierre. And then he came back one more time and then left and vacated the title. So, again, probably messed it up for a lot of guys, because now many people can't just come in here, win a world title, and then leave and vacate it, which is ultimately what George St. Pierre has been doing. So as far as Tyson Fury goes, he doesn't need boxing. But does boxing need him? Absolutely. Anybody with a personality like that makes the game even more exciting. And you can't deny Tyson Fury of that. But at the same time, with everything said, this is a man that is willing to walk away and not really care about the payday because he feels that he has enough. And then this is also a man that can be persuaded to even bigger money. And maybe that is what is going on in this particular case right now. But on all right. Round one. Here we go. Tagir versus Carpenter. Here we are. And there we go. And there arrow. Sorry, there we go. Sorry about that, Zayn.
Yo, let's go. Who's gonna win this one?
All right. So Tagir versus Carpenter, right? What I had mentioned in the preview to this fight is that even though Carpenter is an undefeated fighter, I think that Tagir has had the tougher competition, and it's going to be a tough fight for Carpenter to win for sure. So Tagir is obviously part of Team Khabib.
Yeah.
He's trained with Islam in this fight. So if you want to know how Islam is going to look tonight, this is a great indicator. Right now, throws a body kick. Now he's shooting in for a takedown. Carpenter going for some clinch exchanges here. Here looks like he's settling into these clinch positions right now. A great first fight, by the way. Okay, there we go. We got a takedown by Tagir right now. Takedown on the first round.
Damn, I should have bet on Tagir, bro.
Yeah, man. And you know what? This is an undefeated fighter he's taking on.
I didn't know too much about him, man, but I did tune into your prediction, but I was just a bit hesitant because the other guy was undefeated. You know?
Step bro Frosty asks, you streaming the fight on Discord or anything? Well, we're streaming it right now. So Don't forget to like and subscribe, man. There it is. So there's an elbow by Tagir right now on top full guard position, doing a very good job of wrist control guard position. Ooh, and then he's landing elbows on Carpenter right now. Carpenter is looking triangle attack here, really trying to make something happen off his back. All right, so now they're away from the cage. Joe Rogan sort of hinted that Carpenter was using his feet to alleviate himself off the ground. Now they're away from the cage now, and there's ground and pound ferociousness by Olenbek. So just judging off of the Olenbek fight right now, I can see Islam Makhachev really raining down some serious punches from the ground and pound position. All right, so now they're back on the feet right now. Ooh, nice jab by Olenbek. All right, that is the end of the first round, and so far, it's been all Tagir's round in the first round so far. All right, round two coming up. Tagir looks ferocious right now. Round one.
Yo, you fucked up. You got a ticket. You flashed, bro. They flashed you, bro, man. Yeah, man. Sorry about that, bro.
Oh, no, it's all good, man. You know, it's always good for live TV. It's all good.
Now, someone got flashed. They've been speeding, innit?
Oh, damn.
Yeah, but they didn't realize there was a camera there. They were supposed to slow down. You know the speed cameras? It just flashed them.
Okay.
And then I was like, oh, you got flashed, bro. Fucked up.
All right, so now Carpenter is on top right now. of Olenbeck. All right, so Carpenter is now on top of Olenbeck. Now he's trying to get his back. He escapes from that scramble exchange he's got going on. 239, 238, 236 in the first round. He shoots in for a double leg, goes into a single leg, and Carpenter sprawls on it. Now Carpenter is on top of Olenbeck's head. They scramble off back into the clinch position. 2:20 left in the second round.
Success in the first round. From the position, trying to attack the position. I wonder if he's going to abandon that and just try to initiate a scramble and get back up to speed because he was able to do that once he hit first. So honestly, the longer he laid here, yes, just all that he gave. That's a team start from.
All right, so now he's right back on top. Olenbeck is right back on top again. Carpenter's on the ground.
Who's winning this fight, bro?
I'd say Olenbeck. Yeah, I'd say Tagir's winning this fight.
Okay.
And again, it's a very impressive win considering this is an undefeated prospect. So
Yeah. Yes, bro. Oh, shit.
yeah, real good control time on the part of Olenbeck right now. And then there's Carpenter hitting some elbows from the bottom, really not doing much for Olenbeck.
Okay.
All right, so that's the end of that round right there.
Who won that round, you think?
Tagir. I'd say 2 up for Tagir right now.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's 2 up right now.
Bro, I can't wait for the main event. Merab's a good fighter as well. But he's gonna get beaten tonight. I'm hoping he gets beaten tonight. You know?
And yeah, man, I can't wait for him to put a stop to Merab, man, because Merab is he's cringe, bro. They used to say Henry Cejudo was cringe. This guy is cringe beyond belief.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Round number 3, third and final round.
I'd say Tagir decision, right? Looks like
I'd
it.
say so. Yeah, I'd say so. That is if he doesn't finish him off in this round right here.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice one. Nice kicks right there. Low high kick by Carpenter there. 1-2 shot by Tagir. Yeah, so Tagir's doing a very good job of utilizing his height. All right, some good knees here by Carpenter. Yeah, really good job on Tagir's part right here of preventing Carpenter from taking him down. Got him in a wizard position here as Carpenter is pushing him up against the fence. Having real good takedown defense on this part right here. Now with a double wizard on Carpenter. Now sort of breaking away from this position right here. Oh, wow. He was telling DC on the corner that, hey, look, DC, I'm going to take this guy down like this. And then he does it. He tells Joe Rogan and DC, and then he goes and takes him down.
Oh, shit.
Now Tagir is right on top again, getting more control time. And I think he's coasting to a victory on this one in the third round.
Yes, that's one Dagestani. That's one tonight.
Yep. One win. First win of the night.
Yep. 1 of 3, innit?
Yep.
That's good, man. Damn, I should have betted on him.
36 seconds left, still maintaining this top position. Yeah, I don't think Carpenter has ever had anybody on top of him this long in any of his fights in the regional scenes or even in the UFC.
Yeah.
Normal, yeah, he's getting out wrestled here like crazy.
Yeah.
He did good, but you know what? Also on the striking side, Olenbekov was out striking him, out jabbing him. That just goes with the territory of being the taller fighter, especially at 125. There it is. That's the end of the fight. Olenbeck finishes probably with a win, more than likely. So, all right. So everybody, like and subscribe. We got more fights coming up.
Yeah. Thanks for the commentary, bro. I appreciate it as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And you know what? For all of y'all that are tapping in, like what Zayn is doing right now, he's reacting this with me while also talking at the same time. If you are in the same position as him, maybe you're out there pre-gaming for the fight. Maybe you're at work getting ready for the fight, or maybe you can't be at the fight or watch the fight. Have no fear. Tap into this channel. I'm going to give you the play-by-play plus some analysis on top of it.
Thanks, man. Thanks, bro, man. Appreciate the work you put in.
Yeah.
What's the next fight coming up, bro?
So the next fight coming up, let's see. Let's take a look at the card right here. Tapology, the most trusted source in combat sports, including boxing. You know, Tapology also has boxing records as well.
Yeah, I know. It does. It does.
They even got the full boxing events, right? Like they got the card and everything, which is something you don't normally see in boxing. So the next fight is going to be Bernardo Sopaj taking on Ricky Turcios. By the way, Ricky Turcios is Sacramento Team Alpha Male guy. So so this is going to be interesting. A little hometown guy right here. 135 action coming up.
Sacramento.
Yep. All right. So Umar, unanimous decision, and there's Khabib right there. First fight of the night.
Yes. Khabib's there, yeah?
Huh?
Is he going to be in the corner of Islam and Usman?
More than likely, yeah. And then there's Joe Rogan right now. He's in the cage right now. There's Khabib in the background, sort of handing instructions to Olabek. Maybe it's a little English pointers there. Khabib looks out for them with everything, including interviews. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, especially the English portion. You know, brother, listen, I'm best English speaker in this team. You must listen to me, okay? This is what you say. You say you're gonna smash, you're gonna dash, and you're gonna go and win. That's it. That's what you say. That's how he instructs his guys, you know?
Yeah.
You seen that little airplane controversy?
Yeah, what was that all about? Why? That was racist, isn't it?
Well, so here's the thing, right? If you're sitting in the emergency row, right? The flight attendant wants to ask you, hey, are you going to be able to help people? Now, look, with Khabib, you got to understand, right? There's a cultural barrier there, okay? If this lady was talking to us, it's pretty coherent for us. Like, okay, you know what? Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I'll help everybody out. No problem. You know, and then I would say, yes, I would do it. You would say you would do it with no problem. With Khabib, there's cultural context involved, right? Like, well, what do you mean that I'm going to help somebody? And then on top of that, these flight attendants, they're working long hours. They're dealing with different passengers going in and out of the plane. So therefore, their stress level is going to be high, and then the communication is going to come out at a very low frequency. So that's what I think happened here.
All right.
And yeah, I think that's just what it is. It was a miscommunication, and just people being agitated at the same time.
Crazy, man.
Yeah.
That wasn't fair for me.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? It's a slight, sense of inconvenience, right?
Yeah.
But yo, check this out, Zayn. You want to know why they were there in that position in the first place? I want you to think about it like this, right? Khabib is such a humble human being, right? That he believes in the philosophy of nobody is bigger than the program.
Yeah.
So, in other words, had he flown first class, because there's no emergency exits there, they're not going to ask anything out of you. Had you flown in a private jet, like you should as a superstar that you are, you wouldn't have this problem. But because you decided, you know, to live humbly and to live like everybody else, well, guess what? You're going to get treated like everybody else. This is the reason. This is also the reason why rich people don't take these types of, you know, weird flights. You know what I mean? You know, like Frontier and this and that. I mean, dude, listen. Khabib got more money than me, but I would never fly, you know, Frontier. You know what I mean? Like for him, he doesn't care. He's like, okay, it was the next plane available. Let's go. He's like, bro, let's go. It's next plane. We go. You know, that was his mentality. But unfortunately, if you want to go travel with the normal people, you know, you're going to get treated like the normal people. And superstars don't like to be treated like that. But with Khabib, I got to tell you, the one thing that you got out of this is it showed a lot of his humility.
Yeah.
And his humility is the only reason why we were here in the first place. But by the end of it, he got to LA with no problem. You know, he waited at the airport for 5 hours. Sure, that's a massive inconvenience. But, you know, what's a little cell phone and, you know, and some headphones can't fix at a 5 hour, you know, delay, right? You know, because if I'm going to be in an airport stuck somewhere, guess what I'm going to be listening to? I'm going to be listening to Zayn Mussa Boxing Dosage with all his predictions on the coming up fights on the next week and the next week after that. You know, or watch Kyrie Abu Al-Kir MMA right here. Watch all the different videos I have and different stories that I got going on. Hey, man, there's a lot of different ways to kill time in the airport. So it wasn't the biggest inconvenience in the world, but it was inconvenience that sort of tested his patience.
Yeah.
His patience and his humility, more importantly.
Yeah.
So shout outs to Khabib, because if anything, what it taught us was that he's a humble man.
Yeah.
Hey, can you hear the music in the background?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure, you know, I'm kind of giving the show a different, you know, vibe nowadays, you know what I mean? Kind of adding a little bit of some flair and jazzy to it, you know?
Yeah.
Give it like that sports feeling, you know, of like BT Sports, TNT Sports, Sky Sports feeling, you know what I mean?
No, I dig it. It's good.
But yeah, man, so that's what we learned out of that whole situation, is that Khabib is a very humble man. And you know what? He could have easily, like, just went off on his lady on some tip like, man, do you know I could buy your airline? And then by the next day, have you out of a job. You know what I mean? But he didn't do that. The brother stayed humble.
Yeah.
You know, now you imagine if that was Connor. What do you mean? What do you mean? You know what I mean? I would buy this whole entire thing. You know what I mean? And have you fired.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's Connor in a nutshell. That's what he would do. That's what most people would do. Man, I don't know what I would do in that situation. I don't know if I would be calm or I would crash out or feel some kind of injustice or just let my ego, you know, get the best of me. But not Khabib, man. He stood tall in more ways than one. You know, and ultimately, maybe that's the ultimate lesson we're going to learn out of this whole entire weekend. But so far so good. He got that win over over Carpenter. That's one win tonight already on for Khabib. He'll go undefeated tonight, I think. I think Khabib will go undefeated tonight.
You think so?
Yeah. Omar, Olenbeck, Islam.
I hope so.
Easy work.
You think so?
Easy work. Yeah, easy work. Easy work. Especially for
Inshallah,
Islam
bro.
work. Omar is easy work, but people don't know it yet because Merab.
Hey, I want your prediction on the Hamza Shiraz fight. Let's get your prediction now.
Who is he fighting?
Carlos Adames. You know Anthony Joshua said he's gonna lose.
What's his problem with Hamza Shiraz, bro? I mean, he's not talking boxing by saying that, is he?
He thinks Adames will beat Hamza Shiraz.
Does he train with him? Is that why?
I'm not sure. But remember, His Excellency gave his predictions.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You know what, man? Why would Joshua say that?
No, Hamza's gonna win, inshallah, man.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm curious now why Joshua would say that. I mean, do you have a problem?
Joshua's a hater.
Huh?
He looks like he seems like he's a hater, man.
Right. He kind of well.
Because Hamza's got the star power now. He's gonna become something, in the future. He can become a superstar, like on the likes of Canelo and that,
Yes. So why hate on that? I mean, like your time was there as Anthony Joshua.
What it is, he's a British fighter, innit? And usually the British fighters back the British. And in this case, I don't know if he did it. So obviously,
yeah, that's weird, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, you'd either have to train with this guy or had some kind of good relationship with this guy to say that.
Yeah. But
that's so weird. That man, I don't know, man. What's going on? Joshua is a hater.
Because Hamza did give him a lot of respect as well, like when he was talking about AJ. And he said he modeled his career around AJ as well, like, he looked up to him and that, so it's kind of, but it's okay, like, everyone's got an opinion, innit? And
yeah, AJ don't feel the same way.
You just got to prove it, monk,
AJ's like, nah, you ain't winning against this guy. All right, man. We'll see.
AJ can't say shit, man. He's been hit too hard by the ball.
Yeah, bro. You know what? I think he's badly damaged after Dubois.
Yeah. Right, bro.
I don't think. Yeah, man. Look, I just think there's certain career shots you take that you'll never recover from again, and yeah, this is one of them.
Yeah, of course.
All right, well, here we go, guys. Next fight on the card coming up. Ricky Turcios, Team Alpha Male Sacramento's own, versus Bernardo Sopaj from Brazil. All right, so Sopaj has been introduced now. All right, here we go. Ricky Turquoise. Frank Trigg, the former challenger of the 170 division, is now a referee. Fun fact, the referee of the fight right now got into a fight with Bruce Buffer in a hotel back in the mid-2000s.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah, man. You know, he hooked off on Bruce Buffer, and Bruce Buffer couldn't believe it, so Bruce Buffer started fighting back, and they just got into a small little brawl inside an elevator with Dana White inside the elevator, witnessing all of it.
Crazy, bro.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now he's referee, as a former title challenger. He's now referee, and Bruce Buffer is the one, ring announcing the fight, and they just ran across each other right there. It's kind of like, interesting. You know what I mean? No one is bringing that up. It's certainly not Joe Rogan. They probably told him, listen, Joe, don't bring up the fight. Whatever you do not bring up the elevator fight between Frank Trigg and Bruce Buffer. Don't ever bring it up. Bad for business. Meanwhile, they got it on UFC Fight Pass. Like those little cartoons where they tell like stories. It's right there. Like Frank Trigg and the Frank Trigg street fight with Bruce Buffer is right there in cartoon form. Matter of fact, let me see if I could pull this up. No, you know what? Let's not. I think that's a UFC Fight Pass content, so that's definitely going to get flagged.
Yeah, for sure, man.
But yeah, look it up. A Frank Trigg and Bruce Buffer street fight, or Bruce Buffer elevator street fight.
Okay.
All right, so far, very good job on some low kicks by Turquoise and some counter shots right there by Sopaj. Turquoise is looking to volumize his performance here, adding a lot of volume, whereas Sopaj is really careful with the way that he picks his shots. And that's sort of reflective right now going into this fight with 2 minutes, 22 seconds left of the first round. Nice knee up top right there by Sopaj in a clinch position. Now Turquoise is back in the double leg position, push Sopaj up against the fence, clinch grappling each other up. Yeah, Turquoise really trying to hold on to Sopaj here. All right, good scrambling exchanges here. All right, so Turquoise is in the butterfly guard position right now, trying to get up as Sopaj is keeping him down. Good job right there. Wall walking up against the fence, now into the body lock position, trying to reverse up out of it. Nice elbow right in the close range right there. 20 seconds, 19 in the first round. Ooh, nice, man. Turcios is really trying to brawl here, move forward. And again, just like what I was saying earlier, Sopaj is trying to pick his shots, but then he gets suckered into these wild exchanges because of Turcios's rhythm and fast pace that he's going at. All right, so there it is. That is the end of round number 1. Going
Who won that
round.
round?
I'd have to give that one to Clayton. Yeah, I'd say Clayton Carpenter won that one.
Yeah.
All right, so round number 2 coming up. All right, round number 2 right here. All right, round number 2, Sopaj and Ricky Turcios. All right, so Turcios circling around, getting walked down by Sopaj. And every time he lunges forward, he looks like he's switching stances and then moving to the side while doing it, and then disguising those little low kicks, sort of like this very unusual, unorthodox, unathletic looking style of Ricky Turcios, but it works. Right? Some of the benefits that you get with training in Team Alpha Male out here in Sacramento is you get different looks of different styles of fighters. Sometimes when you go to certain camps, you'll see just one style of fighter or a couple of different styles of fighters that camp is known for. Team Alpha Male, because we're such an international team, we got dudes from China. You know, I was just in there with Song Yadong not too long ago, a couple of days ago. I was there with his cousin who he brought in from China. So they got all these guys from around the world. They got Welsh fighters, UK fighters, they got South African fighters. You get all types of styles when you are in Team Alpha Male. And Ricky Turcios is sort of, showing that right now, being able to sort of keep up with the counter shots of Sopaj. So right now, second round, 3:15, 3:12, 3:11 in the second round. Ooh, nice. 1-2 shot by Sopaj coming in. Yeah, man, very fast paced they're putting on right now for sure. What is that?
Sorry, man. It's my phone. Yeah, sorry. Go on.
Oh, that was your phone? Oh.
All good now, bro.
What was that?
All good. All good. Yeah.
Okay.
What's happening in the fight?
Just a whole lot of clinch exchanges between these two. So,
Oh.
yeah. All right, that's the end of the second round. Going into the third round now.
Who won that round?
I'd have to say, yeah, I'd have to say turquoise on that one. Yeah, I'd give that one a turquoise. So it's a little tied up right now, 1-1.
It's a 3-round fight.
Yeah, 3-round fight. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Next round, round 3 coming up. Oh, man, he got hit with that body shot right there, and turquoise is down.
Oh, shit.
We're in the third round right now. Yeah, this is big. This was big for turquoise. I'm sorry, for Sopaj.
I tell you what, man. It's good to be there. How's it going, bro?
Pretty good so far. Turquoise recovered from that shot, and now he's fighting back now. But yeah, very even round, very even fight right now.
Yeah.
Very even fight for sure. Yeah, this is a very even fight. Okay, he's got his back right now. Sopaj has his back.
Can I ask you a question, bro?
Yep.
Do you think there's any chance Umar submits Merab tonight?
Yeah, there's a good chance he does that. There is a good chance he does that. Like if Merab makes a mistake and gets his back taken, or he gives up an arm, maybe even a leg lock.
Yeah.
That's a great possibility. Sure.
Mm.
I'll buy that. That's a great possibility that could happen. I think that is I think that's a bigger chance than a knockout by Umar. But Umar can knock people out at his weight class, though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he can knock people out cold. So.
How's it going then in this fight?
So Sopaj in the third round, he's getting most of the significant strikes. Turcios is being aggressive, but yeah, I think Sopaj is getting the best of this fight.
Okay.
Oh, nice low kick. Ooh, that was out of nowhere. All right, so that is the end of the fight. Good fight between Turcios and Sopaj. I'm going to play this real quick. This is shout outs to you remember Dave, right? The other homie that I had on here, that one homie that I don't have beef with because I had beef with the other one that I brought in here.
Yeah.
So shout outs to Dave. He made a short about Camron and Jim Jones about starting pink because, hey, peep game, right? Back in the days, there was very few dudes that was wearing pink. And well, check this out. This is some interesting content by Dave right here. Shout outs to Dave. Hold on, let me mark this on the timestamp. All right, so while we await the decision with these guys, let's watch this real quick.
But in the hood, we gotta remember what we wearing was.
I created the aesthetic.
Okay.
For the diplomats. You heard? Dan and Cam's pink. You heard? Hits up.
No. But in the hood, we gotta remember though, set the tone, like things you say and stuff like that. So somebody in the hood will say it, but then there's somebody that'll be famous. Sometimes the people that make it famous is not necessarily the people that make it up.
Well, when I was growing up, I know Dipset started that movement with that wearing pink. There's a debate there, so we want to see, we want to hear who's really the one that started it. Was it Camron or was it Jim Jones, the cop?
Send it in the comments, people. We want to know who started it, Jim Jones Or was it Nas? Was it Nas in
Prodigy.
Street Dreams when he had that blaze on?
Oh, pause. Hold up. That is true, though. Nas was one of the first people that wore pink right around that time. All
Yeah,
right, for sure. Okay, let's keep going on that one.
Pink blazer where he was copying Robert De Niro from Casino. Y'all never seen Street Dreams before? Check it out. Definitely the first person I seen wearing pink was Nas.
Now I'm gonna tell you the truth. In my opinion,
who made it famous? That's what I'm saying.
My opinion, Dipset started it. I don't know if it was Jimmy or was Camron. I know Dipset started that wave because when I was growing up, nobody was rocking pink until they came. Dipset came and they started rocking the bandanas.
All right, shout out to Dave Taveras from the. Let me get this right because it's a handful to say his podcast sometimes. The Pretty Lie, Ugly Truth podcast by Cinematic Brothers on his page right here. You guys can check out this page right here. Don't forget to like and subscribe on this page so you can check out content from my man. Dave, he was on this show during the Mike Tyson and the Jake Paul fight. And another fellow was also on that show that day who I'm no longer cool with. It's a good little story that we might get into later down the road, later down the night. You never know. Stay tuned. You never know what we'll talk about right around here. But yeah, shout out to my man right there. And shout out to Sopaj. He just won that fight right now while we were reacting to Dave's short here of who started the pink between Camron and Jim Jones. So on to the next fight right now. Nakamura versus Gafarov. A Tajikistan fight. I got Gafarov in this one. This is, I believe, this is an undefeated Japanese prospect. So he's got some pretty good knockout power on his hands right here. So. Yeah, man. So speaking of that clip that Dave made, I remember Dipset, man, was big back in the days, even in your part of the world. You know what I mean? Remember SAS?
Yeah, Dipset was big back in the days in the UK.
And they had SAS 2 on top of it, which really gave more credibility in that part of the world.
American rap was popular back in the days in the UK.
How about now? I think they're kind of leaning more towards the local acts nowadays, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Now it's kind of changed a bit. But still, like, it had a big influence in the UK. The people that was rapping in American accents, you know?
All right, man.
What's the next fight?
What's that?
What's the next fight?
All right, so the next fight we got coming up is hold on, let's see here. Oh yeah, Muin versus Nakamura. That's the next fight. And then Carlo Rosa and Ellen Perez All right, so let's see here. Let's see what I said about this fight. Let me. What did I say about Nakamura? Okay, let's play this versus Muin Gafarov. You know what? This is going to be a surprise matchup, right? I think I'm going to go with Muin Gafarov. I think that even though Rinaya is undefeated, we got to take a look at what sort of experience this guy has coming in here. What kind of 9-0 is he really? Right? He's an amateur wrestler. Okay, fights out of Japan. Fought in the road to the UFC, which is sort of like Dana White's Contender Series in Asia. So he fought really nobody, right? And now he's taken on this guy who has a little bit of more experience and bigger names, sort of say, right? Let's take a look at Muin and who he's fought, right? Let's see how experienced he is as compared to the Japanese. So he's a Tajikistani fighter, fought in ONE FC, fought in LFA, fought in ACB. So he's fought around the world. He's fought Saeed Nurmagomedov. He's got submitted by him, lost to John Castaneda, lost to Chad by split decision. John Lineker. See, there's some big names right there. Leonardo Issa. So, yeah, I think his experience is going to go a long way here. I'm going to go with him by decision, right? I just don't think that Rinaya has really been tested in his career yet. And I think that even though he's talented enough to hang in there with Muin, but I think Muin is going to take this just based on his experience with bigger names and being in a bigger show. Not to say that Rinaya hasn't, but you know what they say, the UFC is a completely different level of things. So that's that. So, okay, let's see. So what do we know about Ricky Turcios? Okay, Ricky Turcios is from Houston. Let's take a look at some of his. All right, so next fight's coming up right now. By the way, the trusted website in mixed martial arts, Tapology. Team Alpha male fighter right here out of Sacramento, by the way. Has a Bellator experience, coming off of a loss from Raul Rojas Jr. And then coming off of a win by Kevin Navidad, has a loss over Ayman Sahabi. So now let's take a look at his dance partner, Bernardo Sopaj, straight out of Sweden, the Lion King. Good record, 11-3. Let's take a look at what his past losses were. Okay, so he's got a decision loss. All right, so next fight coming up right now. Here we go. All right, round one. Muin Gafarov taking on Rinaya Nakamura. They shake hands in the beginning. Yeah, Nakamura's got some serious leg muscles on him. Sort of has that knockout power that Inoue has going on, that Japanese knockout power. You know about that, right, Zayn? You know, that dude is a monster, right? Who can beat that dude at that weight class?
He's unstoppable right now, man.
Yeah, nobody's messing with him.
He's really good. He's fighting him in a few weeks. 2 weeks time.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, he was meant to fight Sam Goodman, but he pulled out.
When another Monday card, another Tuesday morning, you know, some weird, you know, part of the week and day, you know, type of card again.
It's a Friday. I believe it's next Friday.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, it's an early one, yeah. Time zone. It's mad in Japan because he only fights in Japan.
Hmm.
How's the fight going?
Pretty fast pace so far. Very fast pace, I would say.
Okay.
But you know, it's very good boxing on the part of Nakamura. He's got good head movement. Gafarov has good head movement. But by the way, I'm gonna say, you know what? This era of MMA has the best boxing in terms of technique. Right? Back in the days, bro, a lot of people in MMA were just not good with their hands. They just relied a lot, obviously, on their feet and relied a lot on takedowns and submissions and all of that. But you know, boxing has really evolved in MMA over the past decade for sure.
For sure, bro.
Primarily because they started training boxers, and I think ultimately that's what did it.
Mm.
You know, the training with boxers, and yeah.
Sure.
Ooh, nice overhand right while he caught the kick by Muin. Now let's see if the veteran savviness of Gafarov is going to help him in this one against the 9-0 Nakamura. Yeah, not even a single attempt of wrestling from Nakamura yet, and he is. Ooh, that was a nice spinning heel kick right there. Was practicing that same kick earlier that Muin just threw. Ooh, that's good. Overhand right over the undefeated Japanese. Now he's going for ground and pound position. Oh, he's looking to finish. He's in a stack guard position right now. Now he's back into the full guard position of Gafarov. And Nakamura is just sort of holding on from the ground. See, this is the interesting thing about wrestlers, right? They fight a little bit differently off their back than the jiu-jitsu fighters because obviously jiu-jitsu guys are best at fighting off their back. But wrestlers, sometimes if you put them on their back, it's like as if you're putting a turtle on their back. They don't know how to deal with it because they only know how to deal with being the guy on top. And that's sort of what we're experiencing right now because Nakamura wrestled for the Japanese national team. You know, that's how high level of a wrestler he is. And Japan is one of the biggest countries when it comes to wrestling. Next to Iran, the United States, and Russia. They're right up there in the wrestling department. All right, that round I'm going to give to Sopaj. I'm sorry, not wrong fight. I'm just Muin. Muin. I'm going to give that one to Muin on the first round.
Is there a 3-round fight?
Yeah. All right, here we go. Round number 2. All right, yeah, that one I got wrong. The Ricky Turcios and a Sopaj fight. But what do you expect, right? I'm going to go with my guy. You know what I mean? So that's that. All right, I got that one wrong. All right. Oh, nice spinning heel kick right there by Nakamura. Yeah, so everything that Ooh, he just rocked him on that one. Good knee to the head. He was going for a high kick, but then he hit him with a knee. There's a high kick right there by Muin, the Tajikistani fighter. Yeah, really surprised Nakamura didn't try any takedowns on this one. All right, 235, 234, 233 in the second round for those that are syncing up right now. Ooh, nice spinning back kick by Gafarov. Ooh, that was a straight shot by Nakamura. That was good. Low kicks now.
Loving the live commenting.
There it is. Now he's shooting in for the takedown, but gets stuffed by Gafarov. This is what I was telling people going into this fight, right? They're like, oh, Nakamura, he's undefeated. Yeah, but you got to look at the competition of people that they fought, right? And it's showing right now. Gafarov is showing his levels compared to Nakamura. And Nakamura is really good and undefeated. He's the undefeated guy here. He's the one with a lot to lose in this fight. Oh, he just rocked him and he went down. 1-2 shot. He went down and he follows up. Now he's on top of the neck of Nakamura. He's got a front choke right here. He's got about less than 90 seconds in a second round right now. Very composed in the position that Gafarov is in right now. He rocked him, but then he maintained him by not really going crazy. Because you know how it is. When guys see a finish, sometimes they'll go crazy, you know, rather than picking your shots properly.
Yeah.
Right? He did the right thing because once he rocked Nakamura, he followed him to the ground. Nakamura sort of, tried to scramble out of that position. Now he's got his front neck right now while he's landing knees on him, and he's stomping his feet out at the same time. This is great. Okay, boom, there's Nakamura getting a little escape right there, sort of reverses that position, something most wrestlers at his level can do in that position, but now they're back into the single leg. Let's go. They're back up on the feet now with 17 seconds left in the second round. Low kick by Gafarov. High kick by Nakamura. And lunging in right there with a 1-2 kick combination. And then he looks up in the air, a very Billy Joe Saunders-like little gesture that Muin did. You know what I'm talking about, what he did in the Lemieux fight.
Yeah.
Where he's looking out in the distance. Oh, you missed. What's that? What's that in the sky? That thing. He did that little bit.
Did you give this round to?
What was that?
Who did you give the round to?
Muin. I think I think Muin is the guy that won 2 rounds.
Okay.
Oh, he just hurt him right there. Yeah, he's showing no respect for his striking whatsoever. He's just walking down on him with ease. Yup. Just like what I said, I knew that this was going to happen, that he was going to lose his undefeated record tonight.
Crazy. Was he the underdog, the guy that won?
What was that?
Was Muin the underdog?
Yeah, he's the underdog because, you know, he doesn't have the pretty little record that Nakamura has. You know what I mean? So, but you know how it is, right? MMA records are very deceiving.
For sure.
You know what I mean? Derek Chisora is an example of that in boxing. That, you know what I mean? Like, how deceiving is that dude? You know, he could beat a lot of top undefeated prospects right now.
Yeah. Sure.
Good low kick by Gafarov so far. Ooh, nice spinning heel kick by Gafarov. Single leg. He's got a single leg. He follows up. Wow, great scramble exchanges. And then it's Nakamura who gets him down on the ground.
Oh, shit.
So Nakamura is now right on top right now. And Gafarov is trying to fight himself off of this position. He's going for a guillotine right here. Oh, wow. This is tight right here. This is tight. Hold up. Come on. You got to get up out of here. Oh, he's putting his thumbs up by saying, hey, you know what? I'm good. It's not strong enough. And now Nakamura is losing grip of this position. And there it is. Now he's alleviated away from the guillotine choke. All right, now he's out. There it is. Good scramble. Now they're out. Now they're head up right now, squared up on the feet. 120 left in the third round. Very amazing performance by Gafarov. A performance that I literally predicted down to the T, right? Because once again, experience is better than hype. And this is a great example of that right now. Yeah, really fast, man. Very fast pace that these guys are operating under right now.
Right. Who won the round, bro?
Gafarov. He won all three of these rounds, bro. Even though Nakamura did all right, he did, give a good account of himself. Gafarov won all of these rounds, man.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice spinning back kick by Gafarov. There it is. A little overhand right. He misses, and he misses. There it is. He's doing the Billy Joe bit again. He's looking up at the sky. He's like, hey, what happened? Where your punch go, brother? Where your punch? Your punch supposed to be in my face. No, it not nowhere. All right, good job, man. Good job, Muin. That's what's up, man. Good job. Awesome job on Muin on that one. Yep. Just like that. Next card. Let's see. What is the next card? I didn't have these in order. So, Carlos Rosa. Let's see what I had to say about Carlos. Carol, not Carlo. I'm sorry. That's a dude's name. This is a chick fight. Okay. Okay, let's go. Taking on Aline Perez. So let's take a look at Carlo Rosa here. 135 pounds, both 30 years old, almost virtually identical. Let's see here. Brazilian mixed martial artist. Fights out of the Victoria Combat Club. All right. So let's take a look at her last couple of fights here. Has a win over Pinat Kinzide. Irene Aldana loses a decision. Norma Dumont. Sarah McMahon goes to a decision with Sarah McMahon. So never really been knocked out. Has been submitted before. But that was quite a while ago. That was towards her return to bantamweight. Then she's had a fight at featherweight. Okay. So let's take a look at her opponent, Aline Perez. Okay. So she's coming off of a win, rear naked choke. Okay, I'm going to play this after we get the decision right here real quick. Who's the winner? Muin, of course. Yup, Muin won. All right, let's get back to it. Just like what I said, I told you guys the reason why I knew that this guy was going to win was because of the experience. Nakamura, he's going to be a threat to a lot of people at 135, but Muin, it was his night tonight, and that's just that. So on to the next fight. Let's hear what I had to say for this next fight and see how it unfolds. Okay, so she has a rear naked choke, unanimous decision, legal knees. This one's going to be a fight. Who am I going to take on this one? You know what? I may have to take Alan Perez on this one. Yeah, Alan Perez. This is going to be a very even fight, right? And look, here's the thing. A lot of women fights don't really go to a decision much, right? I mean, they don't really get finished much. I think they're going to have that same trajectory here. I don't think there's going to be a finish here or anything like that. It's going to be one of those fights where they're going to feel each other out. They're going to fight very careful. They're going to fight very professionally, which, again, for a lot of people, is deemed boring, right? There's going to be good scramble exchanges between them, but this fight is mostly going to be contested on the feet, point fighting at best. I'm going to go with Alan Perez on this one. So next fight coming up. What is the next fight coming up now? Let's see. Now the next fight after that one. Let's see. Okay, so we got Grant Dawson and Diego Ferreira. Okay, so let's take a look at where Grant Dawson has been these past couple of fights, okay? So Grant Dawson, 155, a former featherweight, going up to 155, has a win over Rafa Garcia in his last fight back in October. Joe Selesky back in June. Gets knocked out by Bobby Green. But has a loss, a TKO elbows in the regional scenes in Missouri. 35-second knockout. Wow. Knocked out in 35 seconds. So let's take a look at where Diego Herrera has been. Okay, coming off of Matthias Grubski, Michael Johnson. He's got a win over Michael Johnson. These names that he's lost to: split decision over Neil Dariush. 3-fight losing streak right here. Gregor Gillespie, TKO. Mateus Gamrot gets TKO'd. I think Grant Dawson is going to do this one. I think Grant Dawson is going to win by unanimous decision on this one. So that is my final prediction on that one. I'm going to go with Grant. All right. So for those of you that did not hear what I had to say for the Alan Perez fight, I'm going to play it real quick and then we'll get to the fight. Right. So next up, Carol Rosa taking on Aline Perez. So let's take a look at Carlo Rosa here. 135 pounds, both 30 years old, almost virtually identical. Let's see here. Brazilian mixed martial artist, fights out of the Victoria Combat Club. All right. So let's take a look at her last couple of fights here. Has a win over Pined Kinzaid. Irene Aldana loses a decision, Norma Dumont. Sarah McMahon goes to a decision with Sarah McMahon. So never really been knocked out, has been submitted before, but that was quite a while ago. That was towards her return to bantamweight. Then she's had a fight at featherweight. Okay, so let's take a look at her opponent, Aline Perez. Okay, so she's coming off of a win, rear naked choke. Okay, so she has a rear naked choke, unanimous decision, legal knees. This one's going to be a tough fight. Who am I going to take on this one? You know what? I may have to take Alan Perez on this one. Yeah, Alan Perez. This is going to be a very even fight, right? And look, here's the thing. A lot of women fights don't really go to a decision much, right? I mean, they don't really get finished much. I think they're going to have that same trajectory here. I don't think there's going to be a finish here or anything like that. It's going to be one of those fights where they're going to feel each other out. They're going to fight very careful. They're going to fight very professionally, which, again, for a lot of people is deemed boring, right? There's going to be good scramble exchanges between them, but this fight is mostly going to be contested on the feet, point fighting at best. I'm going to go with Alan Perez on this one. So next fight coming up. What is the next fight coming up now? All right, so perfect timing. We are back. You are back in Kyrie Abu El Kir MMA with Zayn Mussa Boxing Dosage. We are about to commence battle between Rosa and Perez for the final, I believe is the final prelim fight. All right, here we go. Weighing in at 135.5 pounds, fighting out of Inteiro, Brazil. The number 9 ranked bantamweight contender in the world, Errol Rosa. Here we go. Mike Beltran. All right, round one is about to commence. Here we go. All right, music off, and here we go. Into the fight and into the battle. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, so here we go. Perez taking on Rosa. Very good movement by Perez. Good in and out movement, good side to side. Meanwhile, Rosa just standing very flat-footed, sort of just trying to walk Perez down. And there it is. Grappling exchange between them. Breaks off. All right, so circling around now. Ooh, nice low kick by Perez, by Rosa on Perez. There it is. Now she's shooting in for a takedown. She gets the takedown. Perez gets the takedown. Sort of what I saw going into this fight as well. I knew she was going to have the wrestling advantage. She's showing it right now. Taking down all 6 of her opponents so far. So,
damn, you predicted this one right as well, bro.
Yep. The only fight that I got wrong so far, and this is something that anybody's going to get wrong, is a fight that your teammate is in. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know, and of course, you know how that goes, right? You know what I mean? That's why you look, it's a little bit different to give predictions on people that you know, right? Because then if you see them, oh, why'd you pick against me? You know what I mean? Like, but so far, yeah, I've been pretty on point with all the fights so far, I think. Muin was definitely a hard fight to pick, but I don't know, man. Look, you know how it is, man. If one of our Muslim brothers is fighting, it's very hard for me to not just as a biased Muslim, but also as an observer.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
there's just that discipline factor that you can't, you can't teach that.
For sure, bro.
Yeah, so far about a minute and a half ground control on the part of Perez. Okay, so not much attempt to advance there. She lets her up after that stack guard position. She was going to throw some up-down kicks from that position, Rosa, and now they're back up on their feet right now with 2 minutes left in the first round. Perez circling around. Shooting in for a takedown again. Every time Perez is shooting for a takedown, it's when Rosa is throwing kicks. All right. 1-2 shot. 36 seconds left. Stance switching by Perez. Very good stance switching. I like stance switching. It's something that I think is very underutilized in both MMA and boxing. But you know who does it very well in boxing is Terrence Crawford.
Thanks. He's really good at switching.
Oh yeah, man. Look at this. Perez is daring Rosa to come in and punch her, or just, yeah, it's like, yeah, come engage, like sort of signaling at her at the end. All right, that is the end of round number 1. Yeah, that round, easy round for Perez. Perez won that round for sure.
Sure. Starting off the list of good. Oh, this actually, he's gonna go into neutral too, because this guy's fucking, he's wild as shit sometimes, but he's a fucking, I'm telling you, Karya Bullock here, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild, but he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good cat. Yeah, I like Karya Bullock here. Fucking so what?
Shout out to my man No Chill MMA, who's probably live streaming this right now. He did a year end of all the MMA content creators on YouTube, and he happened to feature me in there. So shout outs to him. He considers me neutral between the good and evil. Little dynamic. I'm neutral, Zayn, because he's seen me crash out with a people on his live stream a few times. Yeah. Well, you know, people talking smack or whatever, you know, so I said all types of crazy ish to him, you know, in defense of myself, obviously, but that's exactly what he means when he says that, you know, I'm wild as ish, you know, is that I'm not going to take, C from anybody. You know what I mean? But that's what it is. But he's right. You know what I mean? I will ride for the homies. You know, whether you're my homie or whether you're my family or friend. You know, I'm gonna get down for mine, for whatever it takes. But yeah, shout out to No Chill MMA for that one. So we got round 2 coming up. There was a little bit of some weird exchange here. It looked like it was a low kick, but it was right on standard. Right on standard, wasn't a low blow, but they stopped it momentarily. Now here comes Perez in a clinch position. Got Rosa pushed up against the fence. They break up. They're back, head up, squared up. 2, 3, 50 left in the second round. Yeah, we're doing a pretty good job of the level changes, as DC was saying here.
Is Perez winning this round?
Yeah, she's winning this round, and she's winning the fight overall.
Oh, good. Yeah, your predictions were on point, man.
Yeah. Yup. You know, just trying to analyze the game for what it is, right? You know? Which, as you would imagine, you know this on the boxing side of things. Those dudes, especially if you know them, you know what I mean, and you give a prediction against them, you know, they go after. Oh, well, why didn't you pick me or this and that?
Yeah.
You know I mean?
Of course, bro. But at the same time, you know, I care about giving the correct predictions, and that's all I care about.
Right.
That's what my channel is based on. That's where I got my credibility from, you know?
Right.
That's how my channel is, so, you know, I can't pick sides or be like, you know, I have to be neutral, you know?
Right.
So that's why I didn't pick, like, I thought Alexander Usyk was gonna beat Tyson Fury, and you know, I didn't listen to what people say because I know my boxing, you know, so I know what I'm saying is gonna happen. Like, you know, there's a reason for it, you know.
Well, you know
It did happen.
You know, just the first fight alone, right? That should not even surprise people. Nice takedown by Perez right here. Now on to the second round. She's in a half guard position, right? I mean, people should not be surprised.
Yeah. Well,
so I don't know,
it's
man.
coming
You know,
from a credible source. It's not like I don't know what I'm talking about, you know.
yeah.
And people, there's too much biasness in it. People just get lost when there's a big fight or something, and they just favor the guy that's, you know, most picked by the people in the industry.
Right.
But they don't know there's a biasness behind what's their pick, you know. It clouds their judgment. But I don't look at it like that. I look at it from a neutral perspective, and that's why.
Yeah.
That's why you get hated, though, innit? You get hated for being real. That's how it is. But
Yeah.
it is what it is. You know?
Yeah, man. You know what? And that's the thing, right? You can't always have friends in the industry. And MMA Guru is sort of understanding that now because, like yourself, you know, he built his channel off of unbiased picks, you know, or unbiased takes when it came to criticizing, you know, certain people when they needed to. Well, now it's a little bit different. He's got industry homies now. You know, now he's tied in with Tom Aspinall. Now he's tied in with Dricus Duplessis. You know, so those two teams alone, you know, you're going to make enemies in the game. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Tom Aspinall and Dricus as your main two people that you function with in the industry, or people that are like your industry friends, and Mociano too. By the way, let's not forget, Mociano got this title shot tonight because of MMA Guru.
Yeah.
You know what, MMA Guru? How did you grow your channel? You know, well, you know what? It's all right. You know what we'll do? We'll get you a title shot somewhere down the line, and here we are. MMA Guru, I want to thank you for helping me get the title shot. Me and we had a Brazilian homie a while back. His name was Silvio. He sounds a lot like Mociano. You know, like especially when he says "F you" to you, he's like, "Hey man, fuck you, fuck you." That's how he would say it. There's like a hyper emphasis on the way that they say it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, shout outs to the Brazilians, though. You know.
Yeah, big shout out to the Brazilians.
Made for over 3 decades.
Yeah, there's good sort of fighters from Brazil, you know, and the MMA, UFC. A lot of them, huh?
Yeah, they're a main staple. You know, as much as Americans and Russians are, you know, I think there's more Brazilians that compete in MMA than probably any other nationality. Because obviously, jiu-jitsu, that's big. That's a big part of MMA. But not just jiu-jitsu. They have a lot of martial arts in Brazil because the Japanese moved down there in World War II. So they started opening judo gyms. They started opening jiu-jitsu gyms. And then boxing, you know, was always a part of Latin America. So it was, it was the quintessential, you know, hub for martial arts for a long time.
Yeah.
And then the Gracie family, they were the first, you know, champions. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, big up Brazil, man.
All right, so now we are at round 3 right now.
What's going on? Perez winning the fight?
Perez is doing very well in the fight. The only thing is that she's taken a lot of low kicks from Rosa. Just real nasty kicks that she's throwing at her. But she's also doing, ooh, nice spinning back fist right there. Yeah, very defensively responsible, Joe Rogan said. I do agree with his assessment on that one. She keeps her hands up at all times, does very well with the movement, does very well with the stance switching. The only problem is that she's constantly taking these low kicks, and but she's doing a good job of alleviating it by closing into range, which is what she's doing right now. So now she's in a clinch position. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left into the third round. She's got a body lock on her. I believe she's shooting for a tape. Okay, they break up now. They're back head up on the feet. So 217, 216, 214 in the third round. Ooh, nice spinning back fist. Ooh, nice overhand right, but misses. Okay, there's another kick right there. I wonder if the judges are going to take some of these kicks into consideration from Rosa. But I think Perez has just been more of the busier fighter. One-two shot by Perez misses. So we got 60 seconds left to this third round right now. All right. 45 seconds left into this fight. Ooh, nice. All right. So that is going to conclude the round in 13 seconds. 10, 9, 8. All right, guys, we will be back for the official decision. Ooh, nice spinning heel kick right there. All right. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu Al-Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all.
Shout outs to Rolling 60s down in South Central LA. By the way, the same set as Nipsey Hussle. So shout out to Rich Trapper. Hey, that's Rich Trapper. That's one of Nipsey Hussle's homies, bro. I was on his show. So, had to go down there and represent one time. You know what I'm saying? So, that dude is crazy. Hey, he fights MMA too, but he concentrates more on like hood content. So he's had some MMA fights too. He does like MMA, no, not MMA, but like gang and hip hop content. So All right, here we go. Decision between these two ladies. Let's see who won this fight right here. All right, there it is. Perez wins that fight right there and does a little performance for everybody at the same time. You know, I can't mention what kind of performance that is, but yeah, you know, you could only imagine the little victory dance of some sort. But yes, nonetheless, correct prediction. And next fight is Grant Dawson. There it is, doing a little salsa dance right here. Look at this. And she got her coaches doing a salsa dance too on top of it. All right, so now on to the prelim card portion of the night. All right, LA, boom. There goes a shot of Santa Monica right there. Nice. Man, this fight is in Inglewood, California. That's crazy, bro. They changed Inglewood to something completely different now. You know what I mean? It's a little bit more gentrified now. I mean, you know, they still got Bloods and, you know, gang members in that area, but it's very, very gentrified now, you know, as you would imagine. You know, like London, you see it all over London. You know, they get all gentrified in London and whatnot. So
I know it happens.
yeah. All right, so Grant Dawson. I got Grant Dawson on this one. For the next fight. All right, UFC 311. What is this? They got a little presentation going on or what? Oh, very nice. Look at this. They got some smoke coming out of the sky. I don't know if that's the most righteous thing to put on while there's fires going on in LA. You know, I know that it's safe. It's not a fire hazard. It's in control, but like you're kind of blowing smoke and fire. I don't know. While all of that is going on, it's like making plane jokes during 9/11. You know what I mean? Like, they said that the LA fans show up late for the LA Clippers and everyone else and the Lakers, but the show is packed already, and it's not even the main card yet because this card is stacked. That's why. That's the reason why, because the card is stacked. All right, so they got a little bit of the festivities going on right now. Let me put something on real quick.
Yes, broski. What's the fight saying? Next fight.
Oh, it's going to be that's
Chad Dawson.
No, yeah, Dawson. It's going to be Dawson coming up against who was that? Who was that guy that he's fighting here? Hold on. It's Dawson. All right, yeah, it's Dawson versus Diego Ferreira. And I'll be right back. Hold on a second. It is Ali Abdelaziz behind the although narrative that's at play. And this is my objective take, even if I have love for those guys or have somewhat of an understanding or a mutual agreement with those guys. But nevertheless, this is the reality of the situation. It was a misunderstanding. Khabib was asked, hey, are you willing to help anybody if you are sitting right there? Because that is standard if you are sitting in an emergency row in an airplane. He answered in his own Khabib type of way. He did. He answered in his own Khabib type of way, which is what? Broken English, not really understanding context, not really understanding the meaning of the flight attendant. And also take into consideration, jobs in airports are very difficult. And why is that significant to mention? Because when you have a difficult job in the airlines, whether that would be flight attendants or whether that would be boarding pass people, right? Or people that help in the luggage, or maybe even TSA. These are all very high stressful jobs. Never mind just being a pilot in and of itself is a stressful job. So what we have to take into consideration is that these people are running on not the best version of themselves. So in other words, their communication and their interpretation of the communication is going to be rendered misinterpreted in some kind of fashion, right? Whether that would be the tone. You got to remember, tone is a very important thing for a lot of people, right? Especially with females. I think that females respond better to tone rather than objective reality or just straightforward type of talk, no nonsense. And look, this kind of goes into a couple of subjects that I wanted to talk about. The MMA fan base and its anti-Islamic, sentiment, because there is that, whether you like it or not, right? There is that, and I'm going to explain how and why, right? Whether it's either banter or this and that. But the other side of this also is, trying to understand that this whole entire thing was not racially motivated as much as it's probably gearing towards a miscommunication. Only because I don't know if this flight attendant knew that Khabib was Muslim in any kind of way, right? Or how could you tell, other than, of course, maybe the beard and the no mustache. But then again, most people are not really that educated in the world into understanding these small symbolisms of things, right? Like, for example, if you're not from LA, would you know the significance of each baseball cap and what it means to each gang? Probably not. More times than not, you're not going to understand. If you're in LA, obviously you're going to understand because you wear a wrong ball cap. Somebody's going to go and check you for that reason. And that in and of itself is a problem that you don't understand. Just like you don't understand the implications of being in an airplane. Look, here's the thing, right? Khabib is a very straightforward guy. He actually really approached this matter in a very mature mind state. I think that is all that we could really take out of this whole entire ordeal, right? He was delayed. He eventually got to his trip in LA. And speaking of which, I will be doing a breakdown full card on UFC 311 coming up this weekend. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I will see you in the next content, inshallah.
Down now. Bam, bam, bam. That was a great show, dude. Sick show. I always wanted to be the guy in that show, you know? And there was always like a hot girl with him. Dun, dun, dun. Am I high? Oh, that's what they ended up doing with it? Of course.
No, I accidentally got MMA Guru on there. I hope that thing wasn't playing too long. Oh, snap. MMA. Oh, sorry. There we go. I hope hey, was MMA Guru playing too long on my thing or
Nah,
what?
bro, it's for 2 seconds only.
Okay, good. Okay, that's good enough. Shout out to MMA Guru. He's in my algorithm. Yeah. Okay, so he's doing a live stream too.
Hopefully.
Probably passed by his house and you know, you probably passed by his house. Hey, you know what? He got doxxed. You know, his real address is out there. You know what I mean? Like, his real name is Kyle Me.
No way.
Yeah, Kyle Me, as in me, like, you know, do re mi.
Yeah.
Yo, is me a common Welsh name or what? Like, what's up with a name like that? All right, here we go. Round one. Grant Dawson.
Slow.
Versus Diego Ferreira. Diego Ferreira. Let's go, Diego Ferreira. But I picked Grant Dawson to win this one, so let's see how this goes.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice spinning kick by Dawson. A lot of people are throwing this spinning heel kick now, which is kind of interesting. I was practicing it earlier in the live stream during the open workout of this of hour one of this live stream.
I see you. It's not good, bro. Keep it up.
Heck yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? I was like, hey, you know what? I thought to myself, hey, do I have time to train and then stream today or just stream? I was like, you know what? Throw the training session in the stream.
Yeah, might as well, bro.
Why not? You know what I mean? You know? So, birds with one stone. So here we are, you know? And here we are, Grant Dawson doing pretty good against Ferreira right now, as expected. Level change. There it is. He goes for the level change. Ooh, he gets the takedown. Good takedown by Grant Dawson. Now he's right on top of Diego Ferreira right now. Right up against the cage. Looking to get the back. Earned a takedown in every UFC fight he's now done and he's attempted. So 12 out of 12. For every fight that he's been in, he was successful with a takedown. So there's one thing Grant Dawson knows how to do is take you down the fight. Ooh, oh, that's nice. I like that. He's holding his leg while he's kicking his head. He's
Yeah.
holding in one arm, and then on this side of his leg, he's kicking him. He's holding his leg on this arm, and then he's kicking him with this side of his leg. That was good. I've never seen that before. Not even in a Muay Thai fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, he held his leg and then he kicked him on the other side. That's good. And I'm gonna try that drill with somebody. You know, like you catch the kick and then you throw your own kick while you catch his. I think that's a pretty good Muay Thai drill to work on. All right, here we go. Still on top right now, remaining in full guard position. All right, 40 seconds left into this fight, into this round, rather.
Who's winning the round? Dawson.
Dawson got this going on right now. Yeah, he's winning all of the exchanges going on right now. Let's get a little. All right, that is the end of the round right there. We are now going into round number 2, and Grant Dawson did a good job on that fight, on that round. He's going to rinse and repeat again in the second and third round. What he's going to do is he's going to level change. He knows that the takedown is there for him. Diego Ferreira is susceptible to it. He's going to continue on with that motion. So meanwhile, I'm going to have my little coffee right here. All right. All right, round 2. Here we go.
Until I get my money. Come on, Dawson.
Are you watching this right now?
No, well, I want Dawson
you're
to
going
win.
through my. Okay, so right
I
now.
want your predictions to come through.
Oh wow. Okay, so
I wish I had a bet on it, but you know, I
Ferreira's on
don't.
the ground right now. Oh,
I've
he's
got
got his back.
Okay. I've
Yeah,
got money on
no.
Umar and Makhachev.
Okay, yeah, that's a safe bet. That's a safe bet. Safest bet of the night. Really.
Until I get my money. How's it going? Is Dawson winning? Second round. How's it looking?
So he's on the top. He's on top position right now. So he's after that little scramble they had going on, he's right back on top. So give you guys a little bit of different scenery here for this one right here. Bang. Here we go, a little different scenery with a palm tree in the background, you know.
Yeah, it looks nice, bro. I wish I was there, bro.
Inshallah, brother. You know what I mean? Hey, you know what? In one of maybe in one of Hamza's fights or his training camp, you could, you know, tap in.
Man.
I mean, bro, hey, you know what, man? I gotta get Hamza to meet Uriah Faber. I think that would be awesome, bro, if I get him to meet Uriah.
Yeah, get in touch with him. Just message him, innit? He's a very friendly guy, Hamza.
Yeah, for real, he is. Yeah, real friendly indeed. All right, so yeah, Dawson's doing a very good job right now, taking, you know, top position. So see, this is what's great about live streaming on a laptop rather than a desktop, is that at least you can take it outside with you. You know, whereas if I had this on a laptop, or I'm sorry, a desktop, I'd have to be confined, you know, in the upstairs all day long. You know what I mean? Like, because, bro, you know, you look at the numbers of streams that I do, right? You know, they're like, you know, 4 or 5, 10-hour streams. You know what I mean?
I know, bro.
Like, hey, yo, you know what? MMA Guru does that. He does 10-hour streams, but he literally sits there on that chair, on that gaming chair all day long.
No way.
For real. My man really be up in there. Like,
mad, bro.
It is mad. Because, but think about it. You know what I mean? MMA Guru is, he's a mid-20s, you know, British boy, you know, that lives in London, that doesn't have a car. You know what I mean? Like, yo, I'm surprised. Hey, Zayn, I'm surprised you got a car. Why all the London homies don't like, you know,
bro, I'm a hustler, bro. I'm a hustler, bro. I gotta have, you know me, bro. Come on, man. Levels, bro.
All these London, UK dudes, they don't like driving.
They don't have a car, some of them, bro.
Huh?
Some of them don't even have a bloody car, bro. You understand?
Yeah, but they don't even want it. You know, like, look at Michael Kelly, right? He's like, hey, mate, you know, oh, there's no way I'm getting a car. Why do I need a car if I got public transportation? Like,
bro, I'm telling you, if you have a car, at least you have a car. You get me?
Yeah,
you can go around, you know? You don't have to be no flashy motor at the end of the day, bro. If you're not rich and you're just going on public transport and shit, bro, it's not good, bro, because obviously you don't have much freedom anyway, so you know what I mean? You're not going to be able to explore anything in London. If you got a car, you can do stuff, you know?
And I would excuse me, I would imagine it's limited because, you know, you got to wait, bro. The public transportation's out here. You got to wait long hours.
Yes, bro.
You got to wait. Well, not long hours, just a few minutes here and there, you know? But in the East Coast, when I was growing up in the East Coast, there wasn't, I mean, you know, it was a bus every 20 minutes like that. In Cali, not so much, because Cali out here, it's a car culture.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, everything out here is a car culture. You know, like, you got your low riders, you got, you know, those import, Asian cars, you know, the Fast and Furious stuff, all of that. It's, you know, it's a deep car culture over here. So, there it is. Dawson goes and shoots in for a single leg straight away into the third round.
Bro, can I get a peri peri? Right, brother. Alhamdulillah, bro. Bro, can I get a peri peri burger? Griller burger. Yeah, give me a meal. Actually, just give me the burger and the drink. I don't want the chips. Yeah. Yeah, spicy. Can you make it well done as well, please, bro? Thank you. And water as well, yeah. Oh shit. There you go, bro. Thank you. Yeah, just getting some food, bro.
For sure.
Thank you, brother. Yeah. No worries, bro. Just make it well done, please, yeah? Yes, please, brother. I'll be back, yeah?
Man, you're just walking by a store, and little does the homie know you're tapped into the most epic mixed martial arts live streaming
Trust me, though.
of all
Big up
of
Kyrie, Abu LK, MMA, from London to USA. Link up,
That's
you get
right.
me?
That's right.
Brother.
You get me, bruv. You get me, bruv.
Yeah. Get behind the Dagestani brothers tonight, Islam Makhachev and Umar Nurmagomedov, and we're going to win tonight, inshallah.
And
It's big
Tagir
victory
already
for
set it off. The first
free
fight of the
Palestine.
night. First fight of the night, Tagir set it off with a win.
Yes, on track. Yeah, broski, just gotta get some grub, you know. I'll make sure I'm okay, you know. Feed myself and that.
All right, so now they're back up. Oh,
What's going on in the fight, though?
Nice brawl going on right now. Nice exchanges between, the scrambles, but they're brawling in between. So it's a great combination of scrambling with the grappling, and then on top of that, just brawling and throwing with reckless abandonment. Now, Grant Dawson right on top right now. Guard position. He's looking at transition as he's pounding away on top with 2:30 left in the third round. So he's doing a very interesting combination of punches in the full guard position. Okay, there it is. Now he transitioned into the half guard position. What he was doing was he was going from body to head, right? So it went like body, and then head. Body, and then head. Like that's what he was doing while he was throwing the ground and pound shots.
Wow.
Now 155 left in the third round in the 155 division. So I think Grant, he's winning this fight by decision right now. I predicted in the preview show that there was going to be a lot of decisions going into this fight.
Yeah, you did.
And
oh, your shit, man.
Well, when you train for, so here's the thing, right? Here's what's crazy. The biggest MMA streamers right now are guys that have never fought before.
Right.
And okay, so that's good because it kind of opens up a different avenue for different people, right? But could they break down these fights and understand it from a feeling perspective of actually being there and sometimes even training with some of these guys? And that's kind of where it gets, a little bit different, when it comes to like analyzing the game from that perspective.
Yeah.
Because if you notice, I go into a lot of psychology as well. Like what I did with the Benavidez and the Canelo fight.
Yeah, no, it's a good breakdown as well,
What was that?
It was a good breakdown. I saw that video.
And till this day, I think my second highest video so far, career high.
For real.
That the Canelo video.
That was a good video, bro. Keep up
And
the
then I did a little shout outs to Nestor Gibbs in in Boxing Voice as well. Do you watch Boxing Voice?
Yeah, sometimes.
They're pretty.
I know who you're talking about. You talk about Ness, the guy on Boxing Voice.
Yup. Yeah, man. Ness and I had almost the same kind of trajectory. He was a New Jersey guy, just like I was a New Jersey guy. And
Right. He's cool though. I like his content.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's been doing it for quite a while now,
Yeah,
huh?
for years, doesn't he? I like to go for a walk sometime, you know? Stretch my legs.
Hey, you know what? I've done a lot of streams, or I'm sorry, not just streams, but videos doing that as well.
Yeah, bro. You know what it is? I had a long week of training, man. I did some legs the other day, and I did it twice this week. So, you know, the muscles are a bit sore, so they need a bit of stretch, you know? Give me one of them
Yeah.
ones. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's always good to do a bit of cardio, you know?
All right. So now we await the decision between Grant Dawson.
Who won the fight?
We're going to find out right now. All right, let's find out the official decision right now. There it is. Grant Dawson won that one exactly down to the T of how I predicted it.
Well done, bro. Another one in the bag. Come on.
There it
We're on a
is.
roll
Come
tonight.
on, come on. Hey, I
Come
like
on.
when you Brits say "come on." You know what I mean? Like, this is how I know. This is how I know y'all excited about something. You know, when you say "come on," just like what I said, right? You know, when British dudes tell a street fight story, it always goes something like, "Well, straight away I went and bit at his ear." You know, or some crazy shit like that. Like they'll start it off like straight away we went for him. Straight away we went for his head. Oh yeah! Shout out to Grant Dawson for this win right here.
Yes. Dawson won, yeah. What's the next fight then?
All right, let's see here. Let's take a look at what the next fight is. All right, let's see here. Hold on. Pull up the all right, here we go. What is the next fight after Dawson here? I believe it's Reese versus Azmat. Okay, this is a good one. This is with an undefeated Russian. This is a very good one right here. Let me show this one right here. Okay. By unanimous decision. So those are the early prelims. Now let's get to the prelims. Okay, Zachary Reese taking on Azmat Bekov. Oh, how about this? Jailton, Almeida, and Spivak are in that card as well. Okay, we're going to get to that. Okay, so Zachary Reese. MMA. Let's take a look at this guy right here. Zach the Savage Reese, 8-1. Okay, has a loss over Cody Brundage. Jose Medea. He was his last fight, unanimous decision, uppercut and hammer fist against Julian Marquez. Okay, now Azmat Bekov. Let's take a look at this guy right here. Known as the Kingpin. 18-3, fighting out of Russia. So there's a lot of Russian fighters in this card, obviously, because, hey, it's an Islam Makhachev card along with Armin. Why not, right? So has okay, so this is his UFC debut. Wow, okay. Taking on Billy Aquila, Elekena. Let's take a look at who Billy Elekena is. 7-1-1, 29 years old. Let's take a look at his record right here. So let's see here. Okay, he's an LFA veteran. He's fought in the PFL. Okay, so this is his UFC debut. All right, this is his UFC debut. So relatively unknown. Okay, he's got some knockouts, decisions. Went to a decision against Daniel Compton in the LFA. Okay, so let's take a look at Bogdan. Let's see where he's been at. So Bogdan fighting out of Uzbekistan. Okay. On an MMA series. Okay, so he's got a win over Ryan Spann. He has a loss to Volkan Oezdemir. Jeez, okay. You know what? This actually is going to be a very hard fight to determine.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with this guy right here just based on his experience. I know that it's the UFC debut of the other guy, and you never really want to underestimate anybody on your UFC debut. But I'm going to go with this guy just based on the experience alone. I think you could trust him. He's been in there with bigger names. The biggest loss that he's ever had was against Oezdemir. Before that, it was Vasily. And then a decision loss. Okay, so I'm going to go with this guy by decision. I think he's going to take this.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of cards in this fight that's going to be taken to a decision. By the way, guys, that is all of the fights that I want to cover for you. Don't forget to tap in right here on the live stream for UFC 311, which I will be covering this week.
Thank you, bro.
I will see you guys. So there you have it. Did you see that breakdown?
No, I'm just waiting till then I'll go.
Hey, bruv, did you see that? Did you see that the breakdown?
Yeah, I saw it.
Hey, look, it's getting dark here in Cali now. Look how light it was earlier when I was out here, and look how dark it is.
It's getting dark now as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, what's the time there?
5:40.
5:40, yeah?
Yeah.
Give me a sec, bro, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, good.
Bro. Well, how's the weather like down there, Kyrie?
You know what, man? It's been cold and then it got warm. And today it was one of those days where it was in the 60s, but sort of sunny.
Okay.
And it was perfect. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Look, bro, there's a reason why taxes are so high in California. It's because the weather is so goddamn good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I think ultimately that's it. That's the reason why they charge so much. But yeah, man, it's, you know.
Bro, was you born in California then? Yeah.
No, heck no. I was born in Libya, bro.
Okay.
You know, in the most violent country on the face of the earth.
Bro, California is sick, bro.
But California is also a pretty, you know, I would say it's a pretty violent, you know? Yeah. It's a pretty violent place. And you know what? Having Arabs like me don't help. Oh, man, I need to stop. Hold on. We're in a live stream. I'm thinking like you and I are in a private conversation right now. I need to stop getting all comfortable like that. You know what I mean? My bad.
What's going on?
But yeah.
What's happening in the fight, bro?
What time is the fight? What do you, what?
What time is the main fight? Like Islam and Umar.
In not too long, in a couple of hours, couple of fights.
Yeah.
So here we go. Next fight is happening right now with Elekena and Budov.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here we go, round one.
No,
Shout out to everybody around the world that's tapping in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I've got, hold on a second here. Hey, Zair Saidumedov. Shout outs to Zair Saidumedov. He says, Assalamu alaikum Umar Jangi Kunchuboladi. I believe that is either Indonesian or Punjab. I'm not sure. But here goes Kuskov and Elekena right here. All right, so far, nice front kick by Elekena right to the body of Kuskov. Oh, shoots in for a single leg, and Kuskov gets it. No, I'm sorry, Elekena gets it, and he gets the back of Kuskov. Now Elekena is in the back position of Kuskov, and now he is looking to rear naked choke him with Kuskov fighting it off. Imagine, short notice, upper weight class, and he's able to get this finish out of nowhere.
Crazy. Did he finish him?
No, not yet. Not yet. He's working for the rear naked choke position, and they're both fighting it right now. He's fighting to sink it in, and Kuskov is fighting to fight it off.
Okay.
Hey, I'm like a radio guy from back in the days, right? You know, remember when they used to do the old how they used to report boxing back in the days?
Yeah. You like a reporter, bro.
Yeah, yeah. You know, not just a YouTuber, but right, you know, an actual trained reporter. I mean, because, you know, that's ultimately what you go to journalism and public relations school for.
Bro, I think you're better than that guy. You know Ariel Harry. What's his name?
Ariel Hawani?
Yeah, I think you're better than him.
Oh, man. Thank you, bro. You know what? That's an honor because, bro, you know who Ariel Hawani is in our section? He's pretty much Drake and Kendrick Lamar put together.
Yeah?
You know, for you to say that I'm better than him, wow, bro, that is an ultimate honor.
Yeah, you know more about the sport than him.
Well, I think he just has seniority of history. Is that fair to say? Because, bro, he's been on MMA since I was a teenager, I would say. Yeah. He's been MMA reporting since I was a teenager. Because when I was a teenager, he was deep in his college, curriculum. Maybe in his senior year, already doing radio for MMA.
Okay.
And they didn't do. Oh, hold on, we may get a choke here. And they didn't do MMA in his school. He made them do MMA in their school in terms of reporting it for legitimate sports news.
Right.
So that's what he did for MMA. That's, you know, for you to say that, that's wow. That's an absolute honor. You know what I mean?
bro. For sure, man. You know your stuff as well.
And
It's
you know
just you
what?
the connection. That's it. The links, you know. That's all you need. The links, and then you go far.
Yeah.
That's it, bro. We keep putting out your content, your predictions, and never stop, bro.
Thank you, brother. Hey, but you know what? Would you
Pump it
say
up.
that Ariel Helwani is more of a boxing and a pro wrestling journalist nowadays?
Bro, the guy don't know nothing about boxing, man.
As Carl Froch. Hey, you seen the little beef he had with Carl Froch, right?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, bro. He had a little bit of some beef with Carl Froch over the Jake Paul fight, because you know Carl, he made a comment about the Jake Paul fight and
Yeah.
Ariel was part of it. Oh, okay. So now we got a reversal by Kuskov. Now he is pounding away at Elekena while he is on top of Elekena right now. And keep in mind, everybody, that Elekena is fighting a 205er at a division that he doesn't even really belong in. So he's fighting this short notice. Oh, wow. So now it is Kuskov that is going for the choke. And he's saved by the bell. Saved by the bell.
Saved by the bell.
He is saved by the bell as he had the choke right in. All right. All right. Okay. I think I'm ready to get back in the office on this one. All right. Let's go versus. Wow, he said he had 3 more seconds and he was about to tap. All right.
How's it going? What's the fight saying, bro?
So far, they're now back on their feet. Round 2, squared up, sort of in the position of, yeah, just kickboxing ranges so far. So a nice bit of some fakes and feints by Guskov, walking him down while Elekena is sort of backing up. Ooh. Oh, yeah, some body shots right there. Ooh, good. Some good striking going on right now. Good boxing exchanges, but on the favor of Guskov. Oh, wow. They're just throwing bombs at each other right now. But now he has him backed up against the cage, backing away while he's holding his hands up like this. And all that Guskov is doing is throwing punches, throwing knees. Now he's got his head down. He throws a knee while he's pushing his head down. Now Elekena is covering up. Elekena's trying to either shoot for a takedown, but he's inviting him to come down. And while he's pounding on him.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. Beltran is going to look to stop the fight. Guskov is letting him up. Look at this. Oh, he's going to go for the choke. He's tired. Oh, he tapped. He got a choke. As he was pounding on him, he realized, you know what? I can knock this guy out right now. But why not get a submission win? Just add a submission to the stats. You know what I mean? He was looking for a stat. He could have finished him by knockout. And chose not to. Yeah, great win by Guskov. Next matchup. What do we got next? Let's see. Man, I didn't even watch the Darren Till. Oh, man. Snap. I'm a bad homie. What the? What UFC was on? Hey, you know, because Anthony Taylor is my homie. You know what I mean? Like he used to help you know, promote my early Facebook you know, MMA shows.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Big shout out to him, bro.
And he fought Darren Till today, and I didn't see it. I'm a bad homie, bro. You know what I mean? Like, because, hey, man, shout out to Anthony Taylor. I got to find a way to watch his fight without knowing the result. I got to find a way to do that. Oh, no. He said, "Fuck you, Johnny. Your name is Billy." I joke. I love him. I love him, he said. He said, short distance, short camp. But I did my camp on the right way versus, yeah. But this guy, you see, he started to take takedown on me.
Basically trying to get this on.
But yeah, my corner saved me. Hey, these guys. I love when, man, you know, I love when like in the broken foreign English, they would say, "Hey, this guy." They always say, "These guys." Yeah. Let's see what the next fight is. Oh, they're doing a tribute right now for LA.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, they're doing a tribute for LA. Speaking of tribute to LA, what was his speech that this guy he's going to be like a new
Harry, I'm gonna tap in now, yeah?
what do you mean?
UFC.
Oh, okay, like live. All right, good. Zayn is about to tap into the live fights. All right. This is great. Yeah, man, you're gonna catch the tribute to LA. Speaking of which, while that's playing, I'm gonna play mine. I got my own little tribute I did for LA as well. West Coast. West Coast. Hey, that's what it is, man. You know, the resiliency of the West Coast came through, you know, at a very tiring moment for many people out in LA. You know, so may Allah make it easy. Hey, not just in LA, but remember, there are people out there that are suffering serious. You know what I mean? And we don't got to mention places or names, but you know exactly what I mean. And you know, pray for world peace and pray for Palestine and pray for all those that have been lost in you know, serious major battles that may or may not have needed to happen. You know, but nonetheless, that is you know, the reality of the world. And we pray for those that are, you know, just our fellow human beings, you know, but most of all, our fellow Muslim brothers around the world, you know, Ameen, you know, so.
Yeah. Ameen, bro.
But great for LA to finally bounce back and get on with it. You know, after something like this, you know, and you know what? A psychologist once said that the best way to combat depression is to have things to look forward to in life. Now, you look at Bob Arum, right? You look at Bob Arum. What are we looking at? A brother who's probably like 90. He loves what he does. And as a result of that, he's been doing the same job since the day that he took it over from the mob. He's been doing the job. He you know, he loves the job since the days that he transitioned from the mob, because it was Bob Arum that prosecuted the mob that ran boxing. And then he ended up owning part of boxing at some point.
Facts, bro. He lived a long life.
Behind, you know, Megan O'Leary, he's got a Palestine shirt on. Look, you see that? Palestine behind Megan O'Leary.
Hold up, I'm coming on it now.
You see it?
Hold up, bro. UFC. Ofka. Who's on the thing right now? Is it this black guy? Who's his name?
Cormier?
Derek Brunson.
No. That's you're probably looking at a different fight, not Derek Brunson. It's a UFC card, yeah. Maybe you're watching something that's labeled UFC.
Yeah.
But not really.
Hold on. I'm gonna find it. Bloody hell, man.
Oh wow, they got Snoop Dogg playing right now. Hold on, I wanted to play this video real quick, just so we can have a small little intermission. What was it? Okay, no, I played. Okay, the Khabib one. Oh, this. Okay, this is my members only exclusive right here. Less hard than you ever will. Why did he get the job? Because Dana White Hey, so for those of you right now that are tapping in, this is my members section, exclusive only. 5-minute video of why Dana White joined Meta. And there's a censorship and a political angle to it. I need you guys to pay close attention to this. Joining the board in Meta. By the way, shout outs to the members only section of my channel. You guys check it out. It's a very interesting portion of my content that gives me a little bit of freedom to say and do certain things. So you might want to tap in. This is an exclusive part of it. Means that it will buffer joining the board in Meta means that it will buffer any type of prosecution against Facebook. Because let's be honest, Dana White is good friends with Donald Trump. And as a result, that is the protection that Mark Zuckerberg is lining himself up for. It's a political play. It's a means of protection. And it's also a matter of who you know and how they can implement things for you, just like anything else in the real world. You see a guy that does the job less par than you ever will. Why did he get the job? Because he knows people and you don't. Why did that other guy get promoted and you didn't, and you had a better performance than the other guy? It's simply because he knows people that you don't. And that's the name of the game. That's the reality of all of these situations that are going on around the world right now. And in particular, what is going on in the bigger scale of information oligarchy in the world of Mark Zuckerberg. So that's what we're seeing. That's what we're witnessing. It is a political play. That's all there really is to it. And if you think otherwise, I don't know what to tell you. Now, of course, there are other reasons why Dana White is put in this position. Obviously, for a long time, Dana White and Mark Zuckerberg have had a close relationship. On top of that, you've had Mark Zuckerberg build relationships with a lot of these other fighters with minimal concern to the political ideology of this guy is the king of misinformation and spewing a whole bunch of things out there that are geared towards his agenda, rather than, let's say, the agenda of the truth or the agenda of what is good for the majority of people out there, or at least within the overall consensus of that argument. So that's what we got with Dana White joining the Meta board. It is a matter of political alliance. It is a matter of political protection. It is a matter of nepotism or anti-nepotism at best, knowing who you know versus who you don't know, and the people that you know, what they can do for you. This is the classic case of that. Now, in the upcoming Trump administration, is he going to prosecute Mark Zuckerberg knowing that Dana White is on that board? Again, that remains to be seen. The highly likely scenario is that he won't. Friends, look out for friends. And a lot of people in Washington, they got a lot of friends, a lot of powerful friends. And this is no different in that particular aspect of things, right? And again, there's beneficiaries to these things. A lot of people constantly harp about, well, this person is using me, or I'm being used, or this and that, this is being used. Here's the reality of the situation, right? If you can't be used, you're useless. And I don't mean that in a very derogatory way, but it is the reality of the situation. Mark Zuckerberg can use Dana White. Dana White can use Mark Zuckerberg in multitudes of things. For example, being part of this information oligarchy, perhaps maybe it can help you with the mission statement that you have of being, let's say, anti-piracy, right? How will that lead into the anti-piracy game of MMA, especially with all of this arsenal that Dana White has in his corner, with all the different information that he can gather to prosecute people that go out and pirate UFC content, in particular pay-per-views. So again, it is a relationship of use this person, and then I'm going to use this person, and whatever we can gather to accomplish our mission statement. That is the reality of this situation. That is all that I have. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next content, inshallah. All right.
Yo, bro, I'm tapped in now. Zachary Reese versus Makhachev, innit?
Yep. We're
Got it, bro.
we're tapped in now to the next fight.
Oh, who you got in this fight? Makhachev looking like he's winning it. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
Reese is on the ground right now. Oh shit. Yeah, I think
what's your
Makhachev.
time right now?
I'm on 340.
Huh?
340.
Oh,
First
geez,
round.
you're fast. Okay. I'm 20 seconds behind. I'm 356, 355.
Oh shit.
Just be
Alright, I
mindful.
won't spoil it, innit? If
Okay.
there's anything.
All right. So okay, so Bektik is on top right now, full guard position, good ground and pound, and as Reese, very good elbows from the bottom. What he's doing is he's doing a very good job of tie plumbing his head, right? Down.
Yeah.
As he's pushing his head down, he's throwing the elbows. Watch where he grabs his head. See, he swims right underneath like this, right into his head. He's going to do the same thing, but then he pushes his head down. And once he does, that's where Reese is going to hit him with elbows. But right now, Bektik is doing a very good job of posturing up. Because from this position, where he's at right now, this is a position where posturing up is important for your ground attacks to be able to punch properly. So right now, first round, 225, 223, 220.
Oh,
Reese is landing the shots from the bottom, but at the
over,
same time,
bro.
is doing a very good job from the top. There it is. An armbar attempt by Reese. Failed.
Bro.
Oh, wow. Oh, that is it. That is it. Yeah, the kind of spoiled.
Sorry, bro.
Remember, you're 20 seconds.
Sorry, bro.
No, it's all good. All right.
It's all over.
Wow, he is knocked out cold, man. He is knocked out cold. Right. Wow, yeah, very good ground and pound on this guy.
Shit, he got hurt.
By unanimous decision. So those are the early prelims. Now let's get to the prelims. Okay, Zachary Reese taking on Azmat Bekov. Let's see how I did in this prediction on this one. How about this? Milton Almeida and Spivak are in that card as well. Okay, we're going to get to that. Okay, Zachary Reese. MMA. Let's take a look at this guy right here. Zach the Savage Reese, 8-1.
That is so sad. MMA Guru doesn't leave his chair.
Jose Medea.
That is so sad. He just streams like that all night
Julian
long.
Marquez.
Hmm.
Okay, now Azmat Bekov. Let's take a look at this guy right here. Known as the Kingpin.
That was supposed to be muted.
Fighting out of
Dude,
Russia.
what the fuck?
So there's a lot of Russian fighters in this card, obviously, because, hey, it's an Islam Makhachev card along with Armin. Why not, right? So so this is his UFC debut. Wow, okay. His UFC debut against Jack Reese. So this is a good fight. You see, this is what I mean, right? This is his UFC debut against Jack Reese. Jack Reese has a pretty good record. But a lot of them were from before the Contender Series. He was in a lot of these really unknown regional fights, right? Out in Texas, out in Peak Fighting. This is a really big show for him. I'm going to go with the Russian on this one. You want to know why? Look, I'm going to tell you why I'm going with the Russian on this one, right? You see, the type of experience
right.
Russians have over at ACB, it's a little bit different than the regional aspects of what these American fighters are dealing with here, right? I mean, over there, they're already dealing with guys that have had, Olympic backgrounds, guys that have fought in professional Muay Thai and boxing or in Sambo, right? Which, by the way, is an effective way of mixed martial arts, getting ready for an amateur mixed martial arts career transitioning into the pros. I think Azmat is going to win this one. I think he'll probably, let's see, what kind of other losses has Jack Reese experienced before? He got knocked out, so I could see Azmat knocking this guy out. I could absolutely see Azmat knocking this guy out. Now, let's take a look at some wins that Azmat has had over the years. Let's see if what kind of wins he's had over the years. Let's see here. Okay, so what kind of wins does this guy have? The Kingpin. Okay, so he's got 8 submission wins, knockouts. Yeah, you know what? Let me change that. I'm gonna say submission. I think he's gonna submit Reese somewhere in the first or second round. So that is my official prediction on that one. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Azmat by.
Hey, you got that right, bro.
Not
Hey,
quite.
you're on fire with the predictions.
Not
tonight,
quite.
bro.
You know the win, yes. The matter,
Close.
very close. The matter is very yeah. But the finish, you see, he has. This is the thing with guys that have great finishing abilities, right? You can know and predict if they can finish guys. You just don't know how they're like Hamzat. You don't know how he's going to finish guys. He's knocked people out. He's slept people to another dimension, but he's also submitted people and can just take you down in the first round and submit you if he wants. Are you I think your video is still. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yo, bro.
Yeah, so okay, so very, very interesting prediction though.
Yeah.
But close, real close. But yeah, the method was yeah, you notice I had to change the method, right? Because he's really capable of any of those things.
For sure, bro.
Yeah. So now you're watching this one right here with Merab being interviewed, or what is next right now? So Peyton, yes, Peyton Talbot. This guy trains in our region, not here in Sacramento, but in Reno. There's a lot of good fighters from Reno. This one guy, he's a Muay Thai champion, WBC ranked, Zach Bunnell. You know, he's a homie of mine from Reno. So they got a lot of good fighters in Reno.
Yeah. Do you think he's gonna win?
Peyton Talbot? Yeah. Okay. Let's get to my prediction for Talbot. I basically just said, yeah, this dude is you know, an easy fight for him. Yeah, I basically said this was but look, I'm gonna go with Peyton Talbot in this one. This is a fight for him to win. As a matter of fact, I think he's gonna get a first round submission. That's it. How do I know this? Look, they make these matchups specifically to cater to this guy. I understand UFC, toughest sport in the world, toughest organization, right? But they have their favorites. You've seen it with Connor. You've seen it with O'Malley. This is one of them. This is the first round submission off top. And the final fight that we have yet to take a look at. Okay, so
So you think it's gonna be a first round submission?
easy work. I think he's either going to knock him out or submit him. I think, yeah. If there were two people that I knew were going to finish somebody tonight, it was going to be Talbot and Azmat.
Oh yeah.
Azmat definitely finished. And look, I predicted that every fight was going to be a decision.
Yeah.
You know, except for Turcios. But once again, you know, full disclosure, Turcios is a hometown fighter. So, but other than that, you know, other than the hometown fighter, every prediction was you know, on point, you know. But you know what? Even if I didn't you know, even without that, I think I still would have thought he would have won.
Yeah.
But that's just how, you know, that's the name of the game sometimes. You know, it doesn't always go your way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm sure. Hey, people probably crucify you when you get certain boxing predictions wrong, huh?
Yeah, but I don't take it to heart, you know. Get most of them right. As long as you get most of them right, bro.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Well, I get what you mean. It does happen.
Yeah. No, but they really, you know, turn to haters about it when, you know what I mean?
No, bro. But it's the name of the game. Can't get them all right, you know?
Yeah. No, I just remember a few posts you had where you mentioned, you know, how everybody was, you know, saying this fight or that. And, you know, in the way that you, like, you know, kind of handled it, like, was like, well, what do you don't train with these guys, or so you don't see what they do on a daily basis. Not all of them. You know what I mean? So you don't really know what kind of health issues they got going on.
No.
The fighter's health issue is always going to affect the predictors, you know, outlook of outcome.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Facts,
always
bro.
going to be, yeah, that's just what it is. So, you know, but it's the name of the game. You know what I mean? Like you win some, you lose some, you know?
Mm-hmm. Bro, as long as you're getting most of them right, then obviously you know your stuff, innit? Sometimes you
Yeah,
can do as much. You know what? Sometimes you can do as much research as possible, and something completely opposite happens. And you know that's why we love the sport, because there's surprises. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean. As long as you get most of them right, no one can really say much.
True. True that, man. All right, there it is. Peyton Talbot, Reno, Nevada. Hey, this dude called out Andrew Tate. I'm like, yo, bro, listen. People need to learn to like act their own size, though, right? You know what I mean? Like, listen, man, you're a 135er, and Andrew Tate is a 6'4" kickboxer who has decent takedown defense. And if you can't take him down, you're gonna have problems.
Oh man.
I mean, so yeah. You know, like, all right, I don't mind the call out with Andrew Tate, but his reason behind it was like, oh, I'm doing this for women. You know what I mean? Like that, like one of them dudes. You know what I mean? Like that's what I don't like about it. Like, you know, like good, call out Andrew Tate, right? Because he's a big name, obviously, you know, big money, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you do. But man, don't make it some lame reason.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like
Mm-hmm.
that's what you disagree. Like, yo, like how about going at him for human trafficking? That's a
Mm-hmm.
legit argument.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, but you know, who knows? You know, he did get acquitted for it. So
Mm.
what's going on? There was a little pause in the arena for a little bit.
Yeah, I see that, bro.
Uh-oh, I think somebody messed up, you know, the music entrance.
Mm-hmm.
I think something is going on.
Mm-hmm.
I think something is going on.
Think so? What?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
maybe. I don't know, because it's kind of weird that they cut into this camera angle straight away. Something could be going on. Yeah, what's going on? You see this?
Yeah.
What is happening? Uh-oh. Watch it be, oh, I gotta pull out of the fight. Watch, that's the reason. What is that? Okay, maybe they just went to a long commercial break, or maybe they couldn't find a commercial for it.
Mm.
I think that's what it is.
Is Barcelos any good?
Yeah, he's pretty good, but I think this is just one of those things where Peyton Talbot's momentum is on his side.
You think he's gonna knock him out and stop him?
Was that?
Think he's gonna knock him out, Talbot?
Yes. I think he'll either knock him out or submit him.
Yeah. It's a commercial right now, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm getting a UK commercial. Okay, I like this. See, this is let me not say the ooh wah doo wah ba ba. But yeah, wherever I'm watching this, I'm thankful that I'm able to see UK commercials. Like I love it. I love watching this. Look, you got a soccer commercial.
I'm watching the same commercial.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's why I like it. We're synchronizing here. But yeah, no, I've just always been fascinated by the UK culture, man. You know, simply because look, a lot of dudes now are, but man, you know, I've traveled Europe in the early 2000s and in the mid 2000s and you know the 2010s, so on, and that's yeah. You know what I mean? It's a different world. You know, back then, not a lot of people were really knew about the hip hop culture in Europe, in Paris or London. You know, I was sort of fortunate to like, you know, experience that. Like, what's that dude's name? Kano. This is England. You know that song? This is England. This is England. Oh man, that's jumping, bro. Man, I wish I could play that, but man, you know what? I don't want to be a Leon. You know that dude is he's a dumbass, bro. You know what I mean? He'd be getting copyright restrictions because he doesn't know how to play the game. Punk ass dude, you know, tried to call me, but then you know ended up backing down. He said to me on a text message, N-word, that's 40 minutes away. I'm like, dude, you're the one that told me you wanted to pull up. If you're going to tell me to pull up, I'm going to facilitate the area. I'm going to make sure that there's no cameras around. There's no witnesses. There's nobody but just us. And you're going to have to let the darkness be your friend.
Yeah.
And let the results speak for itself.
Facts.
You know, and he said that he didn't, you know, he's like, well, look, I'm going to show you, right? He said to me, hey, pull up, right? So I'm like, all right, pull up. He said to give him a selfie or some kind of indication that I was serious of going there. It's like, all right, I'm going to show you some exclusive pictures right now.
You show him, bro.
I'm going to show you the picture. I'm going to show you a picture right now, and I let you guys be the judge of what was my intention. I said, all you got to do is go down that dirt road, make a left, and we'll settle what we need to settle. Look closely.
Yeah, he was on the smoke. Huh?
No, look closely. This is the time I'm on. This is the kind of, look, this is the kind of place I was inviting him to. Look closely. So,
oh shit!
You see that?
Yeah,
What do you see that? This is the kind of plate. Look, no cameras, no nothing. Like, pull up or shut up. Right? He didn't want any part of it.
He didn't want it, bro.
And do you see why? You understand why? Like, you go to a place like that, bro, listen, this is America, right? What does that mean when I say that this is America? We got different laws out here. We do things differently out here.
Facts, bro.
Okay? So, if you want it, you know, you got to understand that's how we play around here.
Uh-huh.
What's up, Leon? It's what it is, cuz, you know what I mean? So,
bro, Talbot, Barcelos is winning this round.
oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wait, remember, you're ahead. What's your time in your clock right now?
3:10.
What's your clock?
3:10.
3:10? Oh. All right. So 4:28, 4:27, 4:26. Oh, wow. Barcelos gets a takedown with Barcelos on top. Yeah, a lot of hype coming in for Peyton Talbot.
Damn, Barcelos is kicking his ass.
Yeah, man. Yup, he is. So we are at 3:47, 3:46, 3:45. You there? What's your time right now?
My time is 1:50.
Okay. So 2:15, 2:13, 2:11, 2:10. Oh wow. Okay, so Barcelos has the neck. Okay, he's got a neck crank. All right. Nope. No crank. Okay, so now he's on top of Talbot. He's on top of Talbot right now. All right, so 147, 146, 145 of the first round. Now he's got him in a mount position. This is very surprising. You know what? Peyton Talbot. UDA. UDA. You know what DA means? Dumb behind. Dumb behind. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is what you get, you know, constantly calling out Andrew Tate. Like, you're a 135er. You don't need to be concentrating on him. He's not worried about you. You need to worry about Barcelos. That's who's on your bracket. Andrew Tate isn't in any bracket. He's in a tax bracket. That's it. He's not, and if he was fighting, he wouldn't be in your bracket. Leave him alone. You know what I mean? And stop. That's
Yeah.
it, man. You know, stop simping. Let that be a lesson to all these dudes, bro. You know, they need to stop on the simping on that.
Facts, bro.
Peyton, you idiot, man. I'm so mad right now. I am so mad at this performance. I don't even care if he ends up winning. I'm like mad at this first round. I really am. Like this is not what I expected. And I know he could have done better. The reason why he's not is because he was concentrating on Andrew Tate, who has nothing to do with this fight. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, there you go. Oh, your camera. Okay, you're good. You're good. You paused for a bit. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. I'm very upset at his performance. Like, do you remember Prince Nassim when he scolded Eubank?
Yeah.
Like, you need to retire, man. You need to give it up. You need to brub them up, bruv. You need to brub them up. That's what he said. You need to brub them up, bruv. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's how I'm feeling right now towards Talbot.
Well, he's still got 2 rounds. Can you change it around?
Right. He can. He can. Oh wow, there it is. There's Rick from Reno. I know that guy. That he's that's in his corner right now. That's icing him in the back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, bro. He made a fuss during COVID because he owned a gun store as well in Reno.
Oh mad.
You know, and it's very difficult to do gun sales online because then it gets tricky and you know, and then it gets lost. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So you got to do it in person. So it really hit his business. But yeah, shout outs to Rick Collup. That's his name, Rick Collup. Rick Collup, the owner of Reno Combat Academy. Also the Reno Combat Fighting Organization, same organization that I fought in the same bracket or in the same card with Anthony Hernandez.
Yeah.
So yeah, a little interesting fact, which is why I'm mad that Talbot is not performing in a way that I would have expected him or wanted him to. You know why? Because he concentrated on Andrew Tate. That's why.
Bro.
Leave Andrew Tate alone. Come on, let's go. You got this tough 135er in front of you right now. Oh my goodness. All right.
You got him down.
413, 410. Where are you at?
I'm at 345.
Okay. Oh man. Okay.
3, 4, 5.
Gotcha. All right. So now Barcelos is on the half guard position. As he's in a half guard position, he's trying to transition. Is he going to transition, let's say, on the mount position or get to a side control? Or use this opportunity to perhaps maybe maintain the half guard and then just start raining bombs from the top? 335, 334 of the second round right now.
Damn.
So now he's in a butterfly guard position. 322. Oh, wow. Now he's got side control. He's got the back. They're scrambling in position.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
Oh. 303, 302, 301, 259, 257. All right. Oh, wow. He goes for a nice little level change here. Wow. Nice judo hip toss. And now he is in side control at 245, 243. Inside control position right now. So this is
prop to Barcelos, you know. He's doing this thing.
Yeah, man. He is amazing. He's amazing. Talbot. Leave Andrew Tate alone.
Oh shit.
All right, so now 213, 212, 211, 210. Now Barcelos is in full mount position at 205, 203, 202. And now they're in scrambling positions. Oh, wow. He's got him in a knee. He's got him rocked. Hold up. But Barcelos smiles. Yeah, the defense of those takedowns will really zap your energy out. Oh, look at this. Talbot swinging away. 133, 132, 129. Ooh, nice uppercut by Barcelos. Nice one.
Damn.
Ooh, nice. All right, 1 minute left into the second round.
Fucking hell, Barcelos, man. God damn.
All right, so now 50 seconds left into the second round. Shoots in, and Barcelos does not get the takedown. He does get the takedown. He gets the takedown with 35 seconds left. And now he's got his back. Sort of. No, into the side. Yeah, he needs to do some serious damage. Joe is definitely right about that. 20 seconds left.
Bro, Barcelos. Okay, no. How long is this fight? 3 rounds?
3 rounds. Yeah. So the third round is coming up right now.
How would you score it? I think it's 2-0 Barcelos. Well,
Yeah. Hands down. Yeah. 20 over 18. 2018 at this point. Yup. Worried about the wrong things. Rick was worried about his gun store because I think, well, let me just say this, right? I think he's running out of stock, right? And there's only so many gun owners that can be out there. That's what I'm telling you, Zayn, man. You know, out here, gun ownership is easy.
Yeah.
And if it's not easy because you got, records, it's still easy, if you know what I mean. You know, it's easy either way. But shout out to Rick Call Up and his gun store in Reno, Nevada. And Reno Combat Fighting Championships.
Yeah.
The organization that gave me a platform back in the day to fight. So, shout outs to him for that. So Peyton Talbot's coach is my promoter, was my promoter. All right, so now Talbot is doing a good job right now, but this is not enough. You know what I mean? Like, this is not enough. He needs to damage. He needs to finish straight away. Like, you can't give him any of those rounds, honestly, can you?
Bro, you can't.
There's no way. And Barcelos is even doing a better job on the bottom, controlling the posture, being able to hold him down, not allowing him to really create any dominant positions.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
All right, so we are at 3:23 at a timeout right now. All right, so now they change. Okay, so now they reset the position. Now they're back up on their feet. 3:16, 3:15. Oh, wow. Oh, nice flying knee and a miss by Barcelos. Wow, nice little exchanges right here.
God damn.
All right, nice front kick by Barcelos. Oh, I mean Talbot. 232, 230. Scrambling exchanges right here. Oh, nice spinning heel kick. He gets him, but at the same time, it's like unfazed by him. 217, 215, 214, 212. He shoots in. Oh, and he gets him down. All right, I am at 205, 203, 202. 2 minutes left of the third and final round, and it's not looking good for Talbot. It's not looking good for Talbot on the points, and it's certainly not looking good for Talbot in terms of him turning anything around and getting a finish.
Bro,
If he does,
Talbot lost the
very
fight.
monumental.
If anyhow they try to rob Barcelos, oh my
No
days.
way.
That's
No.
the biggest
He's
robbery.
got it. He's got it.
UFC history, bro.
He is a clear winner here. Everything showed that he was the more effective fighter. On the ground,
Bro,
on the
anyhow they try to rob him.
There's no way. And the constant submission attempts, even with him on the bottom, he was doing more on the bottom than what Barcelos is doing right now. On the bottom. He was threatening submissions on the bottom, and now he's threatening a submission right here.
Oh shit. He's got the net, bro.
All right, here we go. Now we are at 50, 49, 47 of the third round. Oh, wow, look at this. Now he's got the neck as where Zayn had left off because he's a little bit ahead of me. All right, here we go. Peyton is signaling he's good. 25, 23, 22. Oh, and look at this. Barcelos is banging away. All right, 15, 10. Ooh! Oh! Ooh! 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 It doesn't end. All right. There we go. We're synced up. There it is, man. All right.
Bro, I put a bet on Barcelos as well during the fight.
Oh, you bet him on what, like a live bet?
Live Flintley, yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, you got it. All right.
No, I hope they don't try rob him, you know. I could see it being a 29-28 decision for Talbot.
Yeah.
I don't think so, but you know, you never know, innit?
Yeah, never. You know, it's clear as day. You take that away from him, I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
He lost that fight, Talbot, right? Here it
yeah,
comes. Decision.
He did. Hands down. He lost. Yeah. He lost. All right, it's all right. Live to fight another day. You live to fight another day. And speaking of which, this just beat my Alexander Fury versus Tyson Fury rematch 4 weeks ago. This stream right now just beat it as my second career high live stream. All right.
That's good, man.
Zayn is a part of it. Thank you, Zayn, for sharing this
Thanks for having the great commentary, bro.
Heck yeah,
Here's
man.
a decision.
And it's the perfect card to kind of celebrate this. You know what I mean? It's an honor to celebrate this second career high with Islam and Umar.
31, bro. Easy money.
Yeah, Barcelos won good stuff for Barcelos, especially winning at his age and Talbot being this highly touted prospect. But once again, leave Andrew Tate alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, why? You know, you're a real fighter. He's not right now. And even if he was a real fighter, he wouldn't be realistic in your weight class. Why go after him? You know what I mean? Just to be a
huge upset as well.
What was that?
This was a huge upset as well.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
This was a huge upset.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely felt disrespected. All right, so let's see. At 8:15, I'm going to do a recap of because what I'm going to do, Zayn, is I'm going to record what I'm about to say right now and then just record it as the review of the fights. And then record you'll see. It's a little strategy that I do. I actually learned this from the homie Rich Trapper. You know, the rolling 60s dude. You know, the dude that, used to roll with Nipsey Hussle that, I was in that show with, the Rich Trapper show. He does that. Like, he'll do content and then he'll record it for later with the live stream. So something I'm going to do in a little bit, and you're going to join. And what's good about this is if I get views on that video, you'll get your channel noticed here too, because you'll be on it. Just automatically. So let's see here.
Well, what's the next part? Kevin Holland.
Yeah, we're now in the main event. I'm sorry, main card portion now. So Kevin Holland and Ray Deer. So, but first, let me go through the prelims and the let me go through this right here. 8 hour, what it would be that time. Prelims review. All right. Prelims review. Countdown to the prelims review. Once again, one more time. All right, we're on in 30 seconds exactly. 30 seconds from now. And All right. So, welcome to the review of the entire card. Obviously, we just went through the early prelims and the prelims right now. Let's get through them and then also get to the live main card that is going on right now and in the future whenever you are tapping in. So, first fight of the night. Got it correctly, exactly as how I would see it, right? Tagir getting a unanimous decision over Clayton Carpenter. It's got 3 takedowns out of 6 attempts. Clayton tried very hard, but the scrambles of Tagir was just way too much. The striking prowess of both of them, by the way, were really high level, right? And especially for a Dagestani, known for the wrestling, but the grappling prowess has really helped them in this fight. Got the decision. Moving on to the next fight. Bernardo Sopaj wins by decision over Ricky Turcios. Gets the takedowns. A lot of takedown attempts by Ricky Turcios. 9 of them getting stuffed. 8 of them getting denied. But ultimately, it was Bernardo's fight. He was more of the accurate fighter. I wouldn't say he's more of the active fighter. You could say that about Ricky, but Bernardo was just more of the accurate fighter, and he won nonetheless. And the takedowns and the ground control time won the fight as well. Right here, a fight that I had predicted right down to the T. Muin Gafarov. Nakamura gets his first loss. How did this happen? Very easy. I told you guys from the very beginning that experience means a lot in the game of MMA. And Nakamura right now is not as experienced as this guy Muin. And in the end, his striking won him the fight and his experience. I mean, look, it was a very even fight. You can't get mad either way, but Muin looked like the better striker in this matchup, and that was the reality of that situation. So moving on to the next one. Aline Perez gets a decision. I told you guys this was going to be an easy decision for Aline Perez. She gets the job done. The striking was very good on Rosa's part. Great leg kicks. Constant leg kicks. But Aline was more of the active fighter, the active boxer, and the better wrestler, and ultimately won the fight due to that reason alone. Okay? So now we move on to the early prelims of this fight. Okay, so, and with that, 8 hours, 20. Okay. Review. Okay, so here we go. Prelim review for this fight card right here. So we go with Grant Dawson. As I had predicted, it was going to be Grant Dawson by unanimous decision. Diego Ferreira didn't really attempt any takedowns in this fight, just really try to rely on the striking. Grant Dawson was more of the well-rounded fighter. He wins as a result of that. Bogdan Gustov taking on Billy Elekena, gets a second-round submission out of nowhere. Well, not really out of nowhere. It was one of those situations where he was rocking him around, beating the living S out of him. And then out of nowhere, he decided, you know what? I'm going to get a submission on my stat. He goes and gets it, gets the choke, and he's up out of here, gets the win, moves on. Moving on, Azmat Bekov. I knew that this fight was going to go exactly the way that it did. We talked about it in the live stream, even played the preview for it, and as a result, this is the reality of the situation. A Russian that comes from an organization with more experience and tougher competition. And this is the result that you get. Peyton Talbot, the absolute disgrace of the whole entire card. I'm sorry. Like, I really expected more out of this kid. But in the end, like with everything else, experience plays a factor into these matters at hand. So that is what we have for the main cards. Well, actually, we're going to watch the main cards right now, and we're going to review it straight away right after. So also, don't forget to like and subscribe, and also check out Zayn Mussa Boxing Dosage, who is live with me right now for the UFC main card, which we're going to witness. And as we witness them, we're going to give you the breakdown right afterwards, and it's coming right up right now in 10 seconds. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you guys there. Boom. There it is. So yeah, Kevin Holland is going to be the first fight of the night, and obviously that's going to be a real exciting fight. Well, I'm going with Rainier on this one. I sort of gave specific reasons why. I wanted to mention about this, right? Both have a good ground game, but a slight advantage for D. Ritter in the ground game. Now, keeping this fight standing could help Holland. For example, he could win by points if he just kept playing the jab and the distance game, right? D. Ritter, who's by the way Dutch, has a very sloppy striking, and I mean, not much of a Muay Thai fighter, right? And he's Dutch, but yet he's a world-class grappler. Now, Holland is a lot more well-rounded. For me, even if D. Ritter would probably have an advantage if, let's say, the wrestling exchanges start happening. I would say that D. Ritter has, the advantage of that, even though Holland is the more well-rounded fighter. Now, remember when Holland was talking to Khabib while the fight was going on? This is the kind of mind games that he's going to play with you, similar to what, ironically, Khabib did to Michael Johnson, even though he wasn't trying to. He was just being very honest. But with Kevin Holland, there's a little bit more of a bravado behind what he's doing. It's really to try and offset you. Is he going to do that in this fight? I could see that happening. I could absolutely see that happening, where he tries to offset him, talk smack to him. But I see this fight as being even. Let me tell you why, right? D. Ritter is a star from a different promotion, although he came as a double champion of ONE FC. They brought him in the not so prime years of his life, right? So if this is why I said, if Kevin decides to fight disciplined and methodical and stays on the ball, he can win this, but also very relaxed and unpredictable in the way that you remember how he KO'd Jacare off of his back. So who actually wins in this one? I think I'm going to have to go with D. Ritter on this one, even though Kevin Holland is, you know what? I'm going to go with Kevin Holland by decision. I just think that Kevin Holland is vastly experienced. And by the way, the difference with that is it's a UFC experience, not a regional experience or international MMA experience, which is what Rainier Ritter has going on. I'm going to go with Kevin Holland on this one. So, by decision, by the way. And it's a 3-round fight. So there is a great possibility that these guys are not going to finish it. Although D. Ritter, as great of a grappler as he is, right, can he do what Khamzat did to Kevin Holland? And the answer is no. So that means that he's going to allow Kevin Holland to have a chance to do what he needs to do. So I'm gonna go with Kevin Holland on this one, right? I just think that UFC experience trumps international experience, and this is a great example of that. I'm going with Kevin Holland by decision. Okay, so coming up next, Mociano versus Beneil. Yeah, how about no Mociano and Dariush? Because unfortunately, that fight is not happening. So here we are. That's my official prediction for. And you notice I had to really flip flop back and forth because I was really thinking deep about this fight. But I'll tell you what, it's a ballsy pick, but it's what I see. You know. Oh, Zayn, you're on.
Yes, bro.
Yeah. So,
Sorry, bro.
what do you think of my pick as we are about to
One
witness this
second.
fight? There's the little promo with Kevin Holland. Go ahead.
Bro, sorry, give me 1 second, yeah? I'm just charging my phone. 1 second.
Yeah. All right, so we're now watching Kevin Holland go into the cage. No, not go into the cage. I'm sorry, the promo of him in other fights in the cage. So. All right, there's Rainier right there. Saying that he's looking to double. Oh, you good now?
Yes, bro. All good.
There we go. All right, awesome.
So what was your prediction?
Oh, Kevin Holland by decision.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when I'm taking Kevin Holland by decision. I just think that if he constantly keeps this fight standing, he may cause some problems for him. I just saw a lot of vulnerabilities in his UFC debut in his last fight against Mershad. So, what is that sound? Is that a... All right, so Kevin Holland's coming out right now. Good. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not Kevin Holland. D. Ritter's coming out right now. Obviously, because Kevin Holland is the higher rank, so that's kind of how it goes. Oh, wow. He's walking out to Hitman by Dr. Dre. Is that what he's walking out to? Hold on. Yeah, that's one thing that he's looking to do here. And that's the thing about Kevin Holland is that he stays active. Yeah, man. Yeah, he's looking to there we go. There it is. So now he's in the cage right now. Here's Kevin Holland coming out to. Sounds like some country song. The Trailblazer, Kevin Holland. Real fan favorite, this guy. Wow, we have a 4-hour drive, he said. He said his goal is to club him and sub him. Okay, so that's an interesting game plan. So what he's trying to do is hurt him, but then grab onto a submission right afterwards. Pretty sound game plan. You there, Zayn?
Yeah, I'm there, bro.
It's just I hear a lot of crackling on your side. I don't know if
Sorry,
it's
my bro.
yeah, it's okay. I don't know if it's the wind or if you're adjusting like a charger or something.
Yeah, that's cool now. I won't.
Okay.
All good, man.
All right. So Kevin Holland is in the cage right now. 6'3" versus 6'4", 81-inch reach for Kevin Holland. All right. Pretty even, right? Considering that DeRitter's taller but has a shorter reach, sort of makes it even that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. There it is. Bruce got to emphasize a little bit more for the start of the main card.
Mm.
All right, here we go.
I think Kevin Holland's gonna win as well, but
Yeah, it's a ballsy pick. I'll
yeah,
tell you that. Because I think DeRitter is the heavy favorite here. He is
Oh,
a
is he?
favorite. There it is, right there. Odds
oh, fuck.
on the DraftKings side. He is the favorite. So
Right.
with good reason. But I just believe Kevin Holland's activity level and UFC experience. He's already been in there with Kamzat. He's gotten finished. He knows what it's like to be in there, and he's beaten arguably even more talented grapplers than DeRitter before.
Round one.
What? Oh, you're on already?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. We're about to get round one going. Kevin Holland is facing off with... Okay, there we go. Frank Trigg, the referee. Round one hasn't started for me yet, Zayn. Sorry if I muted you there for a second. All right, here we go. Round one is about to start for me right now. Inuit Dome. Kevin Holland. DeRitter. Ooh! Shoots in for a takedown straight away. DeRitter gets him down. Look at Kevin Holland. He's going for a triangle. Nope. Doesn't get. He's got some elbows right up top. Kevin Holland's very dangerous right here on the bottom. It's very dangerous on the bottom. Oh, wow. Kevin Holland's really dangerous off of his back.
Following the devastating wildfires in Los Angeles, Crypto.com has donated $1 million to support wildfire relief efforts and the LA community. Please visit Crypto.com to learn more about how to make an impact for those in need.
All right. Ooh, that was some hard shots right there from the bottom. So we are at 339, 338, 337. Said he need him in the head.
He just doesn't want to live the lifestyle as a welterweight, and
All right, so now De Ridder is remaining top control position right now, but he's doing a very good job, Kevin Holland, of fighting from the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really good posture on the part of Kevin Holland. I'm sorry, De Ridder there. But Kevin Holland's doing a very good job of keeping a lot of volume from the bottom. Yeah, he's getting some really good ground and pound positions here. Yeah, really nice pass from De Ridder there. Oh, what is going on here? Oh, wow, look at this. Yeah, he's got his back.
It's over, man.
What was that?
It's over.
All right, so here we go. He's got the rear naked choke. He's going to try to put him to sleep right here. Yeah, he tapped. All right, yeah. Sorry, you were a little ahead of me there. I had to see that one. All right. Yep, well, there it is, man. De Ridder is really as talented as, they say he is. Big ups to him on that one. Frozen. There we go. All right.
Happened quickly, bro.
Yeah. Wow, man, that was a whole lot quicker than what we would have expected.
Crazy, bro. That quick.
Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, that was it, man. Yeah, he had to go to sleep on that one.
Well, Kevin Holland has visions of fighting 6 times this year, but his back is now up against the wall. The story, though, of this one. First of all, Clip FC right 6 weeks whenever he opens. Was about the ground game tonight. Rinaya getting his team.
Jamal Hill is sort of like this street wood fighter in a way where he's a natural fighter, but sort of learned fighting just based on, I don't know. I mean, he's not particularly a kung fu guy, right? And Jamal Hill is sort of like this street hood fighter in a way where he's a natural fighter, but sort of learned fighting just based on, I don't know. I mean, he's not particularly athletic, right? You see, Hill was, I'm not sure if it's right to call him a street fighter. He is a formidable MMA fighter and a formidable MMA striker at that. Now, here's the controversy, right? Is Hill a coward for ducking the fade at the PI Center when Alex Pereira gave him gloves to get down, right? Or is it just because he wants to fight for money? Obviously, this guy is a seasoned professional. He's a former champion. This is what he fights for. You can say that he's a coward or this and that, but I don't know, man. He's just trying to fight for money. You can't really blame a guy like that, right? So here's the thing about Hill that I noticed about his particular style, right? I think that Hill is how do I say this? So Hill is very reactive. In other words, he sits back and waits, right? Kind of like a counter fighter in a way. Whereas with Jiri, he's very unpredictable. Now, Hill has power, but no flexibility. You look at the way that he sort of throws his kicks. It's not really somebody that's been kicking for a long time, but effective enough. And also, the injuries here may affect him. Now, look, Jiri uses a lot of traditional martial arts in terms of Tai Chi, doing katas, which, by the way, translates to drills and doing technique work. Now, the whole talk about McDojo, right? It seems that Jiri is sort of, one of the last of these guys, right? Those guys that say, oh, well, my martial arts is too deadly for MMA like that. Like he's that, but for whatever reason, he was able to transition his particular skills into this world. Now, Hill, look, as I've said earlier, a natural instinct fighter crafted a skill to match that. Jiri is literally the opposite spectrum of that. This fight will take a while when it gets going, right? They're going to feel each other out. Can this fight point that way? Yeah, sort of like a point fighting direction that this fight could take, sort of like a karate match as emphasized by Jiri and his style. You know what? I'm going to go with Hill by a check hook KO and a ground and pound finish. I think Jiri gets caught a lot, and it seems Hill may have adjusted better post getting knocked out. I mean, look, he got knocked out by Alex Pereira, but who didn't? Alex Pereira got knocked out by Izzy, and then Izzy came back and lost to Sean Strickland, only for Alex Pereira to become one of the greatest champions ever right now. So that's who I'm going with. So let's go to the co-main event. And by the way, we're going to go all the way. Sergey Spivak versus Jilton Almeida. Man, I got to tell you, I think that Jilton Almeida has something different that these other heavyweights don't have. You know what that is? I think he's got speed. It's going to be very effective. I think he's going to out-wrestle Sergey Spivak here. Now, I know that Jilton Almeida had that loss against Curtis Blades, but this is not Curtis Blades. I think this is a winnable fight for him. I think he's going to out-wrestle him. I think he's going to take him down. Now, let's take a look at Sergey Spivak, where he's been in the last couple of his career. Now, because look, Jilton Almeida's coming off of a loss, right? But what about Sergey Spivak? Because there's a difference between coming off of a loss and coming off of a loss against a top-level fighter. And look, he's submitted Myson Tybura. He's lost to Cyril Gahn. He's lost to Tom Aspinall. No shame in that. But he's also lost to Myson Tybura and Walt Harris. By the way, Walt Harris is known to have been caught with steroids, but nonetheless. Jilton Almeida. Now let's take a look at what Jilton Almeida last did, right? Again, the perfect heavyweight, sort of like an Usyk, John Jones type of heavyweight, right? Has a win over Alexander Romanov back in June. Curtis Blades lost to him. Has a win over Derek Lewis. He's capable of taking this fight into a wrestling angle, right? A wrestling angle, meaning that he could outpoint him. And I think I'm going to go with a 3-round decision on Jilton Almeida. Look, Sergey Spivak's going to be very difficult to finish. He's going to be very difficult to finish. But that doesn't matter because Jailton Almeida is a very well-rounded fighter. He's fast on the feet. He's got great wrestling, and he's going to keep this on the ground as a result of it. So moving on. All right. So, yeah, that was my prediction for the next fight coming up, which is Jailton Almeida taking on Sergey Spivak. So, yeah, that's how I have it. I think that he's going to, just out wrestle him all throughout 3 rounds. He has the capabilities of doing that. I don't know if he has the capabilities to finish Sergey Spivak, although it's heavyweight fighting. Any of these guys can finish each other at any time. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is old school right here. 2005 Ultimate Fighter.
At the end of the fight, you knew it. It lost not only the UFC, it lost sports. Entering our At the end of the fight, we knew we made it. It launched not only the UFC, it launched the sport. It's been an incredible run, entering our 33rd season. It's nearing countless stars that arise. It's helped the development internationally. It was making a whole journey. You can't underestimate what Craig did for us. That show changed the course of the UFC. UFC leadership. I don't know if any of us would be here right now.
Oh, wow. I remember that Uriah Hall with that spinning back kick. There we go. Yeah, so they're doing a little Ultimate Fighter preview here. Yeah, man, Ultimate Fighter. Oh, Craig Killian, that's the guy that they're going to throw into the Hall of Fame. All right.
What's the next fight, bro? It's coming now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the Jailton Almeida fight that's coming up right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I think Almeida will win.
Yeah. Much more the skilled fighter. Much more well-rounded. What is this? Fight Life video. Okay. Very nice. Thank you. Whatever that means. Fight Life video. All right, here we go. Sergey Spivak versus Almeida coming up. All right, so Sergey Spivak is coming out right now. All right, here we go. Sergey Spivak coming out right now. Is coming out to some Ukrainian music of some sort, or Moldovan rather. All right. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, 28 years old as a heavyweight. That is quite young for his age, for sure. Right? Because like heavyweights really develop a little later on, unless of course you're Moses Otama. How about that dude, huh? What do you think of him as a as a heavyweight?
Crazy, bro.
19 years old. I think he's trying to beat Mike Tyson's record, right?
Yeah, sounds like it.
All right, Jailton Almeida is about to walk in right now. Jailton Almeida walking out right now. All right, man. Yeah, so he's walking in right now, Jailton Almeida. Yeah, so Jailton Almeida's coming out right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's going in the cage. Yeah, man, he's only a few wins away from challenging for a title, but just the way things are going in the heavyweight division. I mean, look at the loss that he had against what was that last loss he had against Curtis Blades? I mean, but then Curtis Blades, you saw what happened with him and Tom Aspinall, so yeah, he's definitely staying right up there with all of this different types of heavyweights they got out there right now. All right, here we go.
There you go, bro.
Oh, you're already at Bruce Buffer's part. All right, Spivak has now been announced. All right, here we go. Round one.
Two more assignments tonight for Jay Herzog. He'll also handle the co-main event for this with us here in Southern California.
All right, here we go. Round one. All right, round one. 459, 456, 457. All right, let's see where this goes. Oh, good takedown by Spivak. All right, so now Spivak is on top of Jailton. Right. I really would have thought that it was Spivak that would be on top right now. I'm sorry, Almeida, but it's Spivak who's on top right now, and it's quite surprising, really. Oh, good elbows from Spivak right there. Ooh, good shots. Oh, those are some hard shots right there. Oh, good reverse right here by Jailton Almeida. This is really good. Again, you know, very dangerous in that part of his game right there. Off of his back, he can easily transition. Zayn, let me know if your camera is there we go. All right. You just got to adjust your camera. Okay, now he's going to mount Spivak. Now he's got his back.
Almeida's coming back.
I'm at 156, 145. Where are you at?
I'm at 135.
Okay. So here we go. In Almeida right now taking the back. He needs to go into full body lock right here to sort of disrupt the breathing of Spivak so that he can prevent him from fighting his hands to get these rear naked choke, which is what ultimately is what Almeida is going to go for. All right, now he turns again. Another reversal, but this time on the part of Spivak. It's him who's on top now with about 1 minute left.
Oh.
Yeah, reversals. They got one reversal on each other right now. There's a stat that you don't normally see in a fight all the time. There it is, another reversal, but this is more of a scramble at this point.
Scramble the senses.
Oh, yeah, he definitely needs to get space off of him. He takes him down right here. Yeah, he's got the high mount position right now.
It's over.
Oh. He's going to stop the fight right now. It's over.
Damn.
Yeah, that's it, man. There it is. Jailton
It's
Almeida
all
gets
quick.
done a whole lot quicker than what we would have expected. But it's heavyweight fighting by the end of the day. You know, that's what happens in heavyweight fighting. Knockouts happen, big shots, especially in good positions like that.
Damn.
But that's great. It keeps the card flowing.
Good fight, man.
Yeah, man. And next is Hill and Jiri.
That was good, man. What's the next fight, bro?
Hill versus Jiri.
Okay. Yeah, I'm hearing Darren Till won the boxing fight.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull this up. We can't obviously play it, but was great, man. That was a great win by Almeida. He really got it done way quicker than what we would have expected. Here comes the Joe Rogan interview right now. Oh, he said Las Vegas, but he meant to say Los Angeles. It's all good. He said he got hit a bunch of times, folks. It's part of life. And Joe Rogan saved it for him. LA hates being mistaken for anything else. You know, but Joe Rogan saved them right there. Like, yeah, it's all right. He's a foreign guy that gets hit in the head, so it's kind of like excusable. Oh, yeah, and then he's shouting out the tragedies going on in LA. All right, he's calling out Asphalt. That's good. All right, man. Shout out to Jelton Almeida on that one. There's Kevin Costner. Mario Lopez got to be up in there. And there's Bilal Mohammed. There's Suarez, and then Patrick Smith. You can't really mention him because he's a Bellator fighter. There it is. Drickus and Sean Strickland coming up. Schaub has mentioned something to the effect of, if these American athletes have chosen basketball, football, and things of this nature were to choose MMA sometime in the early stages of their career or their life, they would absolutely dominate. Now, this conversation right here is not about American athletes, but rather the difference between the Dagestanis and Ireland. And the interesting aspect of this is that the whole entire argument is based on two contrasting lifestyles of people in the Western world as opposed to people that are in Dagestan or maybe even in the Iranian Olympic system of Iran. You could even throw Afghanistan in there. I know Egypt is very deep into the whole wrestling, as well as, I would say, yeah, a lot of the Eastern European and Central Asian countries, to be exact. So, what is significant about that in contrasting to the Irish people? Well, when it comes to the Irish, many of them, and like many other Western fighters, they sort of use fighting as a way of escaping, let's say, a 16-year-old type of job that they don't want to do. They don't want to clean windows. They don't want to wait tables or anything like that. So, what is the next goal to make is MMA as a particular career to get out of whatever situation you're at. Leon Edwards is a prime example of that. Diego Sanchez will tell you that he's also a prime example of that. Nate Diaz will tell you that he's an example of that. And Conor McGregor will tell you that when he was a plumber, he said, this life isn't for me. I got to go out there, get up, get out, and get something. And that is jumping in the cage, jumping in the ring, and making something out of yourself. And that's what a lot of these guys had to do. In contrasting to the Dagestanis, since 3 years old, they were trained in whatever compository sport that is relevant to MMA, whether that would be wrestling, boxing, judo, jiu-jitsu. Now you see strikers such as Sharaputin, Magomedov, and things of that nature. I mean, this is the reality of their system in the way that they raise children to be Olympic athletes from a very young age. So as a result of that, you got to understand there is two different sides of the world that we're looking at here. We're looking at the Irish, who have a different lifestyle and a culture in and of itself when it comes to the Dagestanis, right? Obviously, one is a particularly Muslim-dominated country, and the other one is a Catholic country, depending on what your metric of exactly what a Catholic is. Because a lot of people in Ireland right now really don't claim a religion. And to be honest with you, maybe that is the problem. Maybe the problem is that there isn't this sense of religious purpose higher than yourself to motivate you further into your training modules, or the way that you go about your life trajectory, such as drinking outside or smoking or doing all of these recreational drugs that really are not beneficial to your enhancement of the sport. So as a result, this is what you get, right? You got a country such as Dagestan that, ironically, you got to be honest with this, right? They are dominant because they are experienced. But it's not just that. There are other factors as well. Obviously, there's a lot of different factors and attributes that we can give one people or one group of people over the other when, let's say, if they were to be predispositioned to a certain high vertical leap, right? Or a certain level of strength, which, by the way, may translate a lot into the cardio that comes from living in the mountains, such as the Dagestanis, right? This is just the reality of the situation. But the other reality of the situation is the sports preference between the nations. And that is something that is really important to understand here. Now, why is it important to understand? Well, take this into consideration, right? In America, in England, in Ireland, there's too many sports. We can name all of them. There's baseball, basketball, football, hockey, soccer. And then when you go to England, there's soccer, there's Gaelic football, there's rugby, and then there's cricket, and then there's horse racing, and then there's all these other types of sports that, quite frankly, make a whole lot more money than fighting. But with the Dagestanis, this is all they know. Now, look, do I know of any particular Dagestani or Chechen that has came out of there to, let's say, play for the Premier League or play basketball or this and that? I tell you what, MMA Guru said something very interesting, which I thought was sort of mind-blowing, but at the same time really telling. And it goes something like this, right? What he mentioned is a lot of these Dagestanis are winning because of the experience that they've had, as opposed to, let's say, look at Dustin Poirier, right? He gave Dustin a pretty good fight. And this is a kid who literally grew up from the time he was a teenager and then started training, whereas a lot of these guys started training when they were 3. How you doing? Don't mind me. I'm just filming, a mixed martial arts podcast. If you guys want to say hi. Yeah, so there it is. So, yeah. So, yeah, as I was saying, yeah, there's a contrasting difference. What was that? Oh, yes. Say hi, guys. This is, I'm right here in front. What is the name of this restaurant again?
Rock and Soul.
Rock and Soul. So if you guys are in Sacramento, be sure to tap into Rock and Soul. And yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe as well. So going back to the subject matter at hand that I was saying, right, is that there's a contrasting difference in the way that they grew up. Dustin, from the time he was 16, decided, you know what? I'm going to be an MMA fighter now because there's no other choice or options in my way in terms of economic upliftment. With the Dagestanis, a lot of these guys are funded. Now, are there horror stories of these guys living poor and in destitute situations? Absolutely. This is a reality. But you got to understand, their reality of being poor is a little bit different when they are state funded. And you know, the Russians, they were once communists at some point. As a result of that communist mentality, it sort of seeped into the post-Soviet era of their nation. And what did they do in return? They started funding the athletes. You look at the Olympic athletes in Russia as opposed to the United States. What is the difference? The big difference is that these American athletes have to scrape for every dollar that they earn to go and compete, whereas a lot of these Dagestani foreign athletes are state funded, and their whole entire purpose is to dominate and win. So here's something that I want you guys to understand. Obviously, this is in reference to the Paul Hughes and Usman Nurmagomedov fight that is coming up, which, by the way, I think Usman is easily going to dominate, but I think Paul Hughes is going to make a great account of himself. And just like Conor McGregor, he made a great account of himself against Khabib. But what is the difference? The difference, once again, is the time and effort that these guys have decided to put themselves into as a result of that. So all I got to say right now is don't forget to like and subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next one. I'm going to end the video with giving you guys a little bit of a tour in downtown Sacramento, which is in S Street. This right here is Rock and Soul Restaurant in front of me. If you guys want to tap in, a lot of good food, a lot of good stuff here. So here it is. As I sign off, don't forget to like and subscribe. We are back right now, live in the fight. Here we are.
Jamal Hill or this other guy, what do you think? Or Jiri?
I got Hill on this one. I think what's going to happen is Jiri's going to make a mistake, and yeah, he's going to get clipped as a result.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, man, because you know what? He's not going to out wrestle Hill. He's not going to take him to the ground. He's not going to. He's certainly not going to try and submit Hill in any kind of way or threaten him in any clinch positions. I think he's going to try and outstrike Hill, and I think this is where his downfall is ultimately going to be. I think he's going to have his hands down at the wrong time and then get clipped.
Come on, Jamal Hill.
All right, here we go. Round one. Round one coming up. All right, stance switching by Jamal Hill here, or Jiri rather, is stance switching, and Jamal Hill is maintaining exactly what I had said in the prediction show, is that he's going to wait and counter fight. Now, what's up with these knee pads right here? What's obviously that's from his surgery. So, where are you at?
About 350.
Okay, so you're a little higher up. Ooh, nice counter shot by Jiri right there.
Oh. Oh. Damn.
Oh. Ooh, good knees by Hill.
Oh. This is a good one. This is a good fight, man.
Yeah, good. So far, so good.
It's quite even this round, though. Well,
Right. You know what? It's one of these situations where it's going to be even until either one of them
something
makes
happened.
Yeah, until
A
one of them
mistake.
makes
Yeah.
and Jiri could potentially be that one that will make that one mistake.
Oh,
That
shit.
is, of course, if he's got a different. All right, so 218, 217, 215. Ooh. Good shot by Jiri there. Oh, he knocks him down. He knocks Hill down. Ooh. Yeah, very good disciplined boxing by Hill right there. Oh, good knees by Jiri. All right, back at it now. 121, 120. Oh, missed with that kick.
Oh, man.
Oh, that was a good counter shot. Oh, Jamal is missing bad. Ooh, 103, 102, 101. Ooh, that's a good shot. Oh yeah, Jamal's nose is bleeding right now. Jamal's got a busted up nose.
Yeah, the nose is pretty fucked.
Ooh, uppercut and a miss. Last 10 seconds here.
Who do you think won that round? I think Jiri might have won, you know?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to give that one to Jiri for sure.
Mm.
Oh, your camera. Yeah, Jiri's nose is busted up right now at the end of round one. He's got his eyes and his nose busted up. Yeah, Jiri is doing a very good job of not allowing Jamal Hill to counterfight him.
For sure.
And looks more like the counterfighter in some of these exchanges.
For sure.
Yeah. Look at that. Yeah,
Let's go round two, bro.
You see that knockdown that he did? That's what I was expecting Jamal to do to him.
Yeah, I know. Full of surprises, this card.
For real, man.
It's good, though. Good fight.
All right, round two. Here we go. 457, 455, 453.
I think Jiri might win now. He looks a bit stronger than.
Yeah, man. You know, definitely utilizing that height.
Oh.
Yeah, and he definitely did bulk up a little bit for sure.
For sure, bro.
Yeah, because he's usually a lot skinnier than this at 205, and you know, definitely looks a lot better.
Oh, damn. Oh, shit, Jamal.
All right, so 410, 409, 407, 406, head kick, misses. Ooh, what's going on here? Ooh, good knee.
Eye poke.
Eye poke. Okay. Here.
Oh, shit.
Eye poke. Let me know when you're back in action. Let me know when your timeout is up. Okay, it's still timeout on my side. Still timeout. Ooh, yeah, that's really deep.
Back in, bro.
Back in. All right. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. .310, 307, 306, 305, 304. Ooh, good uppercut by Jamal right there. People are yelling USA right now. Ooh. Oh, there's a time right there. Eye poke. Another eye poke again.
Poke.
Another eye poke, right?
Yeah, that was a dirty one though.
You're
That looked like it was very intentional.
There we go, yeah. Ooh, that went directly right into the eye. All right, let me know when your action is up. Cold water with a towel. Look at this. The referee's coming out with a cold water and a towel. It says towel with the water, please. The referee asks. Oh, wow. Still some time out here.
Time in.
Time in. All right. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Time in. All right. Here we go. Time in. All right. So we are. All right. Clean fight. Okay. Here we go. 238, 236, 225. Wow, nice karate stance by Jiri here. Ooh, nice. Hill's looking for get a counter there. Just looking to get a jumping knee there, but refused him. Ooh, good counter by Jiri. Oh, good right hand by Hill. Yeah, they're yelling something in check there. Oh, good shot by Jamal right there. 1 minute left. Stance switching by Jiri. Ooh. Ooh. All right. Oh, nice front kick by Jamal Hill there. All right, that is it. That is it.
That
That
was
is
a
the
close
end.
round, bro.
Very close round. Yeah, I don't know who I would score that round for. What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe Jamal Hill. Maybe.
Yeah, I'd say so. I would say he did most of the work in that round. I would be curious to see what the punch stats say on that one.
Yeah. Oh.
But Jamal Hill is visibly damaged. Boom, there's a good overhand hook right there. Another straight shot from Jiri. Front kick. Look, he looks like he was trying to look for a slap and a clinch at the same time on that one. All right. Round number 3. Here we go. All right, here we go. Ooh, nice. Nice front kicks by Jiri to start it off. Sort of pawing each other's shots. 432, 430, 429, 427, 426, 425, 423 of the third round. Ooh, good shots by Jamal Hill. Oh! Oh, he just rocked Jamal Hill. Oh, but there's some nice dirty boxing by Jamal Hill right up here. But Jamal Hill is visibly messed up here. Ooh. Yeah, that's true. The type of movements that Jiri really looks for is just serious explosions. Oh, nice front kick by Jiri there. Now just constant stance switching on his part right now. Oh, wow. Front kick right there by Jiri. Really awkward looking front kick. Ooh, nice body shot by Jamal Hill. Oh my goodness. He just slept Jamal Hill. He's looking to finish Jamal Hill. Can he finish him? He didn't sleep him straight away, by the way. He just rocked him. But look, they're back up there again. Let's see where this fight goes. Oh, look at this. Oh, wow. Jamal Hill is knocked down. Is he going to get the finish? Is he going to get the finish? Is Yiri? Oh, wow. Yiri got the finish. Yiri got the finish. Yiri got the finish. All right. Wow. What an awesome finish by Yiri. Wow.
I'm just about to put my money on him as well, and they suspended it.
I know, man. I know.
Sorry.
Man, that's... Yeah, bro. All right. Main card preview. So that right there, main card review. We're going to do the main card review right now. I'm going to... All right. Main card review in 30 seconds. Join us, me and Zayn. We're going to do the main card review in 30 seconds.
Man, that was a brutal finish, though. Damn.
Oh, yeah, it definitely was. All right, man. So we just witnessed the main card right now. We're about to head into the main event and co-main event. So here we are. What do you got to say about the main card right now with Yiri and Jamal Hill? That was crazy, man. What did you think of that, Zayn?
Bro, it was a good ass fight, man. It was a very close fight until the last round, but yeah, that finish was, perfection, bro. It's good. Finished him and stuff.
Absolutely. And I just think it was one of those fights where Yuri was putting a lot of volume in display. And as a result of that volume, look at this, man. Let's take a look at the stats that we got on this one right now. So 50% for Jiri, right? 54 out of 107 shots he threw, whereas with Jamal, 45%. No takedowns. This was a straight kickboxing fight.
Yeah.
Straight kickboxing fight. And in the end, Jiri was the guy to have gotten it done. Jailton Almeida, here's another surprising fight. I thought that Jailton was going to out-wrestle this guy. From the very beginning, what did Spivak do? He ended up out-wrestling him from the very beginning, scramble after scramble, exchange after exchange, reversal after reversal. Very even fight until it wasn't. Jailton Almeida, ground and pound finish by the end of the first round. Literally, just seconds away before Spivak could survive into the next round, and that was that. Next fight, Kevin Holland versus Renier de Ritter. Now, I thought Kevin Holland's UFC experience was going to be a factor here. Obviously, it wasn't. But as a result, Renier is going to be a problem in the middleweight division. What's next for him? Maybe Izzy? Maybe somebody like Robert Whittaker, if Robert Whittaker wants to stay around. But I tell you what, one thing remains for sure. This guy is dangerous on the ground. You can never let him fight you in that position. Kevin Holland would have had a better fight had he not allowed him to take it to the ground, but D. Ritter's grappling is too superior, and here it is. 2 takedowns out of 2 takedowns and a choke. And Kevin Holland, look at this. Exactly what we would have predicted out of him. A very high striking percentage, 84% in his strikes. It wasn't enough once he got taken down to the ground. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, right now is the main card. We're about to go into the main event card. So before we go into the main event card, and not only go into the main event card, but also review it, what do you think so far, Zayn, of the main cards?
Bro, I'm loving it, man. It's really entertaining. The fights are really competitive. And you can't really say who's going to win 100%, because it's full of surprises.
That's right. That's right. By the end of the day, yeah, definitely full of surprises. So let's move on to the co-main event and the main event, and we are out.
These are the fights I was looking forward to. We need Makhachev and Nurmagomedov to win.
There it is. All right. And that right there, we just recorded 4 minutes of the main card. Oh, he's calling for a third fight with Alex Pereira. Oh yeah, this is a cancer patient that he brought out who was a big fan of his. So, all right, man. Yeah, shout outs to Jiri being a good human being, you know, and looking out for the fans. That's ultimately why he shaved his head for this. If you notice, he usually has like a samurai haircut going on.
Yeah.
So he just decided to shave his head for this one to sort of honor his fan, Marshawn Lynch.
Mhm.
Brian Ortega. CM Punk. You got CM Punk in the house. Diego Lopez. Michael Chandler. Still waiting on Connor. My man still waiting on Connor. Oh. Yeah, man. My man's still waiting on Connor for the Connor fight. And yeah, he's still not getting it. You know, I mean, that's unfortunate, you know? But you know, that's just what it is. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Sometimes these fights can happen, sometimes they can't. You know, it is what it is, you know?
Yeah. So, bro, Merab's first, isn't it? And Umar. Then Makhachev is the main event. I think Merab and Umar Nurmagomedov is next.
Yep, it is. Yeah. Yeah. Because, you know, Islam has to be the top of the bill. You know what I mean? Well, I kind of disagree with it. I think that, you know, it should be Merab and Umar at the main event.
At the main event, yeah.
They're bigger name. They're all bigger names than you know, than Renato, I think. So I don't know. But you know, it is what it is. It's Islam's card by the end of the day. You know, it's not his fault that you know, that this guy couldn't show up. That's just, you know, what it is.
Thanks, bro.
All right, man. So let's see.
Join today, deposit £10, get a £40 casino bonus.
So let's go with Merab and Merab.
Almost there now, bro.
We obviously just did the main event. We did the rest of the. Again, these are not
What was
in
that?
particular order. So
What'd you
We're
say?
almost there, bro.
prelims
Almost
were
there.
Oh yeah, we're almost here. Yep.
early
This is
prelims.
So this is my
But this is what I
prediction
have
on
from,
this.
Omar and Merab. Okay, so this is what we got for Omar and Merab right here. Merab has a pace, but Omar might be able to slow him down. Okay, so Omar can push with leverage, with strength, right? With ground control. Omar has good flexibility. He uses it to lead the time, but Merab is going to go forward and he can get offset by Merab, but Merab also likes to circle when he's on his feet. What Omar can do is use his angles to sort of cut his flank out. Omar has good straight kicks, which will prevent Merab from moving forward, at which Merab will sit outside of the striking distance. So let's see here. So this is a hard fight to, honestly predict. A very difficult fight to predict. But I think that Omar is a little one step over ahead than Merab. I think it's safe to say that. I think that Merab is fast, but Omar is efficient. Merab is frantic and hyper, but Omar is calm and methodical. And I think ultimately that's what's going to win this fight. I'm going to go with the decision, 5-round decision by Omar. I think that he's going to take Merab down more times than Merab can take him down. Sure, Merab's going to put up a good fight. He's going to put up a good account of himself. But by the end of the day, I think that Omar is just a better fighter. And as a result of that, he's going to take this to a distance, if not maybe finish him inside, outside of the championship round. So maybe somewhere in the third or second round. Yeah, that's my official prediction for that one. So that right there is the main card of the whole entire thing, and revisiting the fact that Arman Tsarukyan and Islam fought in a place like this. So now, by the way, this is the card that Islam and Arman had fought in, right? It was April 20th, 2019, and that was during the time when Russia and America were friends. Yeah, so April 20th, 4/20, 2019, that was St. Petersburg, Russia, was the last time that Arman Tsarukyan and Islam Makhachev fought. But obviously, yeah, there's political aspects of that the UFC doesn't want to mention. But nonetheless, here we are in Los Angeles during the time of when all these fires are happening right now. Here we are. We got Arman Tsarukyan and Islam Makhachev fighting once again. I mean, look, this is going to be a very difficult fight for both of them. But I tell you what, this whole entire card is stacked to the ceiling, okay? I gave you the main card, the co-main event, and the main event, along with the main card. Now let's start with the prelims. Okay, let's go with the prelims for UFC.
Bro, they need to hurry up and get the show started now, man. Fuck's sake. I want to see this now.
Yeah, bro, there's a lot of serious visual effects they got going on here, man. Got little movie cinema like, action they got going on. Yeah. All right, well, here we go. Omar's about to make his entrance right now.
I think Umar's gonna win, I really do. Well, I'm not gonna be surprised and say anything.
Yeah. I think this is
To be
Omar.
honest, he completely dominated Sean O'Malley, though.
He did.
He dominated him.
But this isn't Sean O'Malley. Oh, look at that right there. They're showing the Sean O'Malley fight right there.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, that was great visual representation they got going on with that fight, man.
Yeah, bro.
You know what I mean? Like the whole Noche in the dome thing, that's like a one-time thing that they're never gonna have for a long time.
Facts, bro.
Merab. Ooh, nice front kick right there. Yeah, that's the thing with Omar, man. A little different from him and his other relatives. He's got good kicks, like amazing kicks, you know. So
He looks strong, bro. Like he's built like a tank. You can see his physique, you know.
yeah,
He's got a really good, strong core as well, bro.
like
I think
a little piece of iron, as Ivan Drago used to describe Rocky in
yeah,
between rounds of their fight. He's like a piece of iron.
trust me, man. It looks raw.
He said, "I don't think you deserve to fight for the
Come on,
belt."
Magomedov. Magomedov. Let's go.
Okay, well, you know, if you think it's so easy, let's find out and see if yeah, you know what? Khabib doesn't even need to leave the cage after the fight. He could just stay back and, you know, have Islam do like a solo entrance. You know what I mean? Just chill by the cage with Joe
Yo, here we
Rogan.
go,
Hey,
bro.
Joe Rogan, how are you, my friend? You know, just
Here
have a
we go.
conversation with Joe
It's
Rogan or
time, bro.
us. You know what I'm saying? Like Khabib doesn't need to get to the backstage after this fight. He's just gonna sit there with DC and Rogan.
Facts, bro.
You know, he's like, "Hey, brother, Joe Rogan, how are you, brother? When we gonna do podcast? When I come to Texas, brother?" You know, and then you know he does this little bid with you know, with DC fat shaming him. DC, brother, why you fat, brother? What's going on, brother? Why you no training no more, brother? Me, I retire, but I still train you. You no train. What's going on, brother? It's no good, DC. It's no good. Hey, Joe Rogan, when you get podcast with me, I go to your ranch in Texas. We shoot guns. I bring my gun from Dagestan. I bring Draco and AK-47. Do you have any 7.26 rounds, Habibi? Yeah, there it is, man. That's Khabib after Omar dominates this dude. He's gonna be chilling right there, and he's just gonna wait for Islam to show up cage side. Zayn, you there?
Yes, bro. I'm here, bro.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. Now you just freeze up a little bit. Sometimes that's why I got to transition. You know when you freeze up a little bit. You know.
All right, bro.
Yeah, no, it's all good. All right, so here's Omar coming out with the hat, taking it off. Now getting ready to enter the
Hey,
cage.
bro.
What's
That's
that?
some serious. You look in serious shit, bro.
What looks serious?
Umar Nurmagomedov looks in serious shape, bro.
Oh yeah,
No
yeah,
one
he
champions
does.
the silver and
Always does. Yeah,
so
and
that's
even more
something.
so for this championship fight.
Yeah, you can tell he's been training for years, bro. Come on, Umar. Umar Nurmagomedov. Let's go. Inshallah. Let's go.
Inshallah, inshallah, he does
We
this,
got
man.
we got this. We got to get behind the brothers. You know, let's go. Umar Nurmagomedov. Don't let us down.
He's got this, man. I got full confidence in his brother. He's got this. This is you know, even though this is a championship fight, this is easy work. You know what I mean? Like, no championship fight realistically is easy work, but you've seen it in boxing. There's some championship fights that are easy work for some people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And this is just, you know, it just happens to be one of them. Like I said,
So excited to see
prediction,
this.
Merab is fast, but I think Umar is a little bit more athletic, and I think he can offset some of that speed and grind that Merab has going on. I think he's going, yeah.
There's Khabib.
There it is. You're doing little practice kicks. 18-0. Wait, is that 18? Yeah, 18-0. Hamza Shiraz is 18-0 too, right?
I believe he's 20. I think he's 20.
Well, he's already a world champion, or the next fight is a world
He's
champion.
21 and 0.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Next fight is a world champion fight. Next fight he'll be world champion, inshallah.
Yeah, so even this, like less than 20 fights, but you know, I mean, you can. Brock Lesnar won the UFC title in his third fight. That's some Lomachenko, you know, type of status, isn't it?
Yeah. Facts, bro.
The smaller
Some
version
GOAT
of the
stats.
spear. I like that. Joe Rogan said it's a smaller version of the spear. Look at this. So this is some tight visual effects they got going on.
Yeah. I think he's gonna lose, you know.
Yeah.
I hope he loses anyway.
I think there's a lot of hype
Good
for
guy,
him
bro.
going into this, but
Merab Divilishvili.
Merab
I
Dvalishvili,
don't
I
know.
can't even pronounce his name, and he's a champion. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, fucking bro. I hope Umar wins this fight, man. We need Umar, bro.
there it is, man. Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Meanwhile, here's Merab the Dayut.
The
Merab
Dayut.
Dayut. Merab Dayut. And just like a Dayut, he's about to get exposed.
Exposed. I hope he gets rocked. I hope he gets submitted, bro. Submission time.
Yo, I'd be surprised if Umar comes out on the gate and bangs on him straight up, straight away, just rocks him.
First round submission.
That would open up a whole lot of different scenarios.
Come on, Umar. Please. Don't let us down.
Merab. Here is Merab.
Here we go, bro. Damn. I'm nervous, man. Come on, Umar. Get mad off. And this is the moment of truth, bro. This is it. Damn. Come on, Umar. Get mad off. Please.
Of the evening.
This one's 5 rounds, isn't it? Crazy. 5 rounds.
All right, here we go. Main event.
Let's go, Umar.
Omar Nurmagomedov. Here we go. All right. They got the little fireworks going down in Inglewood. Inglewood always up to no good. Inglewood always up to no good. And I got the old school plaid shirts too from back in the days. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? This is like straight, like old school 90s. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm. Here we go, bro.
Merab.
This is it, bro.
Yeah.
Inshallah, let's go.
All right, they touch gloves. Here we go. All right, what time are you on right now?
4:40.
Okay, I'm 20 seconds behind. Okay, just keep in mind I'm 20 seconds behind, okay? So
Okay.
your enthusiasm and cheers or sorrows for the next 20 seconds.
Okay.
If you see it in 20, if you see it, count down 20 seconds. If you see it.
Okay. Mm,
All right, here we go. So 4:33, 4:32.
Oh. Shit. Oh. Nice shot by Nurmagomedov right off. Good punch. Oh shit.
All right, so here we go. 340, 339, 338, 336. Okay, good shot by Umar so far. Okay, there's Merab. He tries to go in. He swings wild, and Umar gets away. All right, so now Umar taking the center of the octagon. Nice high kick right there, as what we would predict with the nice high kicks. Very crisp, very technical. Oh, there's a nice right hand by Merab right there, just sort of darting in and out of his target. Ooh, that's a nice head kick by Umar right there. Very good head kick. Now it connects this time in the first round. 240, 239, swinging away at 236, 235, 234, 233, 229. Okay. He lunges in, and now they're stuck in a clinch position. Very fast-paced action that they got going on right now. The way that they are expending their energy, one wonders if they're going to last 5 rounds with this particular pace. Now, as we're watching right now in the second first round with the last 2 minutes left, 155, 154, 153, 152. Good shots by Nurmagomedov. Nurmagomedov gets a single leg. Does he get it? Ooh, he goes for a flying knee, very similar to Khabib. 1-2 shot by Umar. Man, so this is exactly what I knew, right? That the athleticism of Umar and just quite frankly being faster than Merab is showing in this fight right now. Good kick to the body right there. Okay, he shoots in for a double leg.
Ooh.
Just by this first round alone already tells you that Umar is the superior fighter.
Yes, yes. That's it.
That's it. 30 seconds. Ooh, good front kick. Ooh, good shot. Ooh, that's good. He just hit him with that shot right there. He's got him hurt. He's got him hurt. He's got him hurt. Now he's got him surrounded. What does he do with the last 10 seconds left? What does he do in the last 10 seconds? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is the end of the first round. All right. So far, man, what do you think of the first round?
It was a close round, but I edge it to Umar. I
Hey,
edged.
100%, man. Got to give it to Umar right
But
there
it
on
was
that.
close. But Umar landed the better, like, eye-catching shots, I think.
He did. He certainly. He certainly.
Umar looked dangerous, bro. Alright, round 2, yeah?
Right
Let's
there,
go.
yeah.
Come on, Umar.
Okay, so now we're on to round 2.
The official can cocktail of UFC, 2 shots in every can.
All right, here we go. Round 2. Here we go. Round 2. Bouncing around.
Yes, Umar.
But Umar is doing a very good job of sort of hunting him down.
Yes, Umar. Come on, Umar. That's it. That's it. Yes. Yes, Umar. That's it. Oh, come on.
There it is, man. So
Oh,
he's
yes.
doing a very good job of darting in and out. What we're
And
witnessing right now. Ooh, good one.
And again,
Very good. Ooh, nice high kick by Umar. Ooh, good one.
Oh, come on. Don't do this.
That's right, man. DC said it best. Weapons are coming from everywhere, right? He's throwing the 1-2 punch. He's throwing the body kick. He's throwing the high kick.
Come on,
He's
Umar.
throwing the takedowns. He's showing everything. He's showing the flying knee on top of it in the first round.
Come on, Umar. Come on, son. You can do this. Come on, Umar. You do this. Come on, Umar. No. Yes, Umar. Yes, Umar. That's it. That's it.
All right, so here we go. 316, 315, 313, 311 in the second round. Oh, wow. He goes for a single leg. Merab, he misses. He sprawls on him. Umar gets his back. Oh, wow. That's good. That was a beautiful trip from behind with Umar. That was a really good trip from behind with Umar. So now Umar has the back position. He's looking to now submit Merab. Is he going to do it? This is a very big moment in this fight right now. He's got his back, 235, 233, 232. Is he going to look to... He's up. Merab is up, but he's still got the back. He still has the back. Okay, we're back to square. All right. Just a little over 2 minutes left in the second round.
Oh, shit. This is a close round, bro. Oh, yes,
Yeah,
Umar.
very good. Very good jab by Umar. Wow, yeah, very even, significant strikes right here between them. At least in the stats. But, oh.
Oh, shit.
Oh, good body kick by Umar there.
Come on, Umar.
Very good body kick by Umar. Ooh, okay. All right, good takedown defense by Umar there. Now they're stuck in the clinch position by the cage with under a minute left into the second round.
Oh, yeah.
All right, looks like Umar is going to look for a takedown here. Okay, now they broke away, back on the feet. 30 seconds left in the second round. Oh, that was a good one right there. That was a good one.
Two 0 2-0.
That's right.
2-0.
So at this point right now, it's 2-0 Umar Nurmagomedov. Straight up. 2-0.
2-0. 2-0. I think so. I think so. But it could be 1-1. You never know. But I don't know. I think Umar edged that round. Oh. Yeah, Umar got that round, I think, man. But it was a close round, though.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice takedown right there from the back.
Third round now. I wish this was a third round fight, man.
It is a 5-round fight.
Nah, I wish it was a third round fight. I always want this to be over. And
Oh, yeah. I gotcha.
you know?
Gotcha, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but
maybe
Umar
it will
didn't.
be. Maybe it will be if Umar has something to do with it.
Yeah.
So here we go. Round number 3. Umar Nurmagomedov on his way to try and win his first UFC title. Front kick by Umar. Another front kick. Head kick to transition from that. 237, 238, 236 of the third round. All right, so now Merab try to take him down. Very good stuff by Umar in that position right there.
Did he get the takedown there, though?
No, he didn't. Not Merab. He didn't get the takedown, but I think Umar did get a takedown, but momentarily.
Okay. Come on, Umar. This guy's dangerous, though. Oh, shit. Come on, Umar.
Oh, spinning back attempt by Merab there. Nothing.
Come on, Umar.
Oh, good body kick by Umar.
Oh, shit.
Oh, nice exchanges here in the close pocket.
Come on, Umar. Damn. Yes, Umar. Come on, Umar.
Ooh. Nice leg kick by Umar right there. 2:30 left in the third round. Front kick by Umar. Another front kick by Umar. Ooh, good one.
Oh, Merab might have won this.
Oh, there's stuff by Merab right there. Oh, Merab gets a nice takedown there. He gets a takedown, but then he just lets him up. That's very strange. Or
Fuck's sake.
oh, good scramble exchanges. What is this? Merab is smiling and laughing at the crowd while all of this is going on with 106, 105 left in the third round. But yeah, you definitely want to get off the cage. Okay, there it is. That's good right there. Now they got out. Now they're back in the squared up position. 50, 49, 47. I wouldn't give this round to Merab just yet, but man, it's quite close, man. All right, there we go. Single leg by Omar. Omar with the body lock. Doesn't get it. Look at Merab arrogantly saying, hey, you can't take me down. And then he finally gets him down. Like, what are you talking about saying you can't be taken down? You just got taken down. But good job getting back up again. Omar maintaining the body lock position. Look at Merab just acting in bravado. So the corner of Merab right now, Longo is telling him, hey, keep up with the pace because the pace that you're pushing right now is hurting him, according to Longo. Now let's see what Omar's corner has to say. Who are you? Who are you, brother? He said, you don't have to throw anything out, just punish him. Don't sit down when he punches with you. So don't sit down when he punches with you. So what he means by that is get to an angle or circle away when he goes in that direction. All right, so here we go. Championship round, fourth round. We are now in the fourth round of this championship fight. Hey, Heath, does that look like we're talking to ourselves? So, yeah, have fun talking to yourself, bud. And, yeah. Back to the fight. Fourth round. Merab goes for a single leg. Really, a lot of good scrambles going on in this fight. Really, a whole lot of good scrambles going on in this fight right now. So, there it is. 1-2 shot by Merab. Merab with a single leg attempt. Omar, oh my goodness. He actually gets a takedown on Omar, but Omar gets back right up again, right here in the fourth round. This is such a close fight right now going into the fourth round, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
And there it is. There's a good stuff by Omar.
Oh.
All right, but he breaks away. Oh, Umar gets rocked on that one.
Yeah, this looks like a Merab round again, man. Shit, man.
Oh, nice high kick by Umar. Yeah, that's a good idea that DC is saying that what he should be doing here in the 4th round is continuing with his teep kicks, front kicks, and use those head kicks as Merab is coming in, not allowing him to engage in these wrestling exchanges. He said the day after he won his belt, he went running. Well, that's the reason why Merab has crazy cardio, which is what you're witnessing right now. There it is, more high kicks by Umar. But again, you never know what these judges are looking at. So I never said it was going to be an easy fight for Umar, but Merab at this point of the 4th round is really doing awesome. There it is,
Yeah.
single leg. Wow, he escapes that one. All right, so Khabib and Mendez is telling him to use your front lead kicks because it's open. And there he is going for a single leg right there. This is the first time that I've ever seen Khabib's corner warn you of not using wrestling. Does that mean that Merab is the better wrestler in these exchanges? I mean, he's stuffing a lot of these takedowns with just about 50 seconds left now into the 4th round. But wow, the significant strikes of Merab have been really high here in the 4th round. He actually now gets a takedown off of Umar. And there's Khabib yelling frantically in front of Umar in the corner right now.
Fucking hell,
I mean,
bro.
we're at the edge of our seats right now with this one. But again, you never know what's going to happen at this point. Umar is doing a very good job of getting back up on his feet as he's getting taken down. And yeah, he's got his back right there. Okay, now they broke away. That's the end of the 4th. All right, so 1 round left. What do we expect out of this, Zayn?
Bro, he needs to win this last round, bro. Otherwise, Merab's going to win it, I think.
Yeah.
I think the first 2 rounds he started off well, man. I think he definitely won the first 2, but the last 2, bro, like,
yeah,
Merab, he let Merab back in, and he needs to win this fight. He needs to win this round. I mean, if it was a 3-round fight, I'd say, but it's 2-2 in my opinion, man. It all comes down to this. But it doesn't look good right now because Merab looks like he's confident, you know?
All right, so Khabib is instructing him to just use your hands. Yeah, Umar definitely does look more exhausted. I've never seen a Dagestani fighter look this exhausted. Look at Merab. So he's saying that, hey, he's calling for the hands because he sees a marksman shooting in the part of Umar right now going into the 5th round. Now, is that true? Let's find out. 440, 439, 438 of the 5th and final round of this championship between Umar and Merab.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Good takedown defense by Umar there. You know, and sometimes it could be just one of these situations where no matter what you do, even if you look good, maybe it may not be good enough. It could be one of those situations right now. But the constant spamming of takedowns that Merab uses in fights is realistically what he uses as a weapon of pace against you. Constantly having to defend this. Look at this. Constantly. But you know what? Him stuffing all of this might be seen by the judges as, hey, you know what? Umar is displaying effective defense because he is stuffing a lot of these takedowns. There's another shot again by Merab. And look, he's trying to hook in the legs. Is he going to get it? There's Umar right there. He's keeping himself up. It's so surprising that Umar right now is looking like Conor McGregor during the Khabib fight. And it is Merab who's looking like Khabib right now. And it is a very grueling pace that he is pushing on him right now with just about 2:45 left, 2:43. Now they're back squared up, 2:40, 39.
Come on, Umar. Yes.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do. Box him. Ooh, stuffed by Merab.
Yes,
but you know what? Umar has stuffed a lot of these too. Now, when it came to the significant strikes, I think Merab had most in the round 4. All the other rounds are very debatable, at least from this point. Next level asks who's winning. You don't want to ask us who we think is winning. Because although Merab is doing a very good job of keeping up with his pace, we got to ask, does this also constitute points in the eyes of the judges? And the fact that Merab spammed a lot of takedowns, does that constitute as points or failure and defensive points on Umar's part? With just about 90 seconds left into this fight, Merab does seem to look like more of the aggressor.
Come on, Umar.
Guys, who's winning, honestly?
Come on, Umar.
Man, you know what? I'm going to say Merab, but you never know what. But it's up to the judges, isn't it, Karim? By the end of the day, Karim, it's up to the judges. And we got about under a minute left to find out what that is.
Why you taking the piss, man?
Yeah, 22 takedowns he went for. Ooh, he rocked Umar at the end of it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, wow. And then he tries to go for a takedown and then pushes him and then taunts him in the middle of it. Now takes him down at the end of it with just about 20 seconds left.
I don't know, man. Oh, shit.
Wow. Bull 25. All right, man. There it is.
Bro, I hope they give it to Umar, but I don't know.
So now we're going to find out who won that fight. Coming up. The two best bantamweights in the world right there, guys. Hands down. This is the highest level of 135 fighting ever. I mean, I've seen when they brought the 135 division in the UFC, it was Dominic Cruz as the first champion, and now look at the evolution of the sport right now. Look at this, the evolution of the sport. Both of these guys, they know how to wrestle, they know how to strike, they know how to grapple, they know how to clinch, they know how to do jiu-jitsu, they know how to throw flying knees. And even Umar, look, there were a few times where he had some good moments there. He took Merab down, but for whatever reason, Merab had this attitude where, you know what, he sort of knew in his mind, hey, somewhere down the line, I'm going to tire this guy out. But did he win? Let's find out. Because I know that they're going to have a real controversial decision coming up right now. We're going to find out. We are going to find out who won this fight. And he was showboating in the middle of it. Just adding more insult to injury. But that was a crazy pace. And one has to wonder, hey, are there some factors of perhaps injuries that we may not have known about? Who knows? Who knows? There's a lot of questions about this fight. Where does Umar go after this one? Where does Merab go after this one?
Yeah, Merab won, bro.
And still, yup, there it is. Well, look, man, that was a well-deserved win on his part. Can't really do anything about it. Congrats to Merab. You earned that one. It was a hard-fought fight. Two of the best 135ers in the world. Zayn, you got any final thoughts on that review of the bantamweight title fight that we just saw?
Bro, obviously we wanted Umar to win, but, you know, he let it slip, man. What can you say, man? Merab, he showed why he's such a great fighter, you know? You gotta give credit where credit's due, man.
Yeah, man. Well, shout out to Merab on that one. And with that, let us continue on to the main event of the evening. Obviously, it was a late replacement for Arman Tsarukyan. In comes Mociano. So now we're going to witness Mociano do his thing against Islam. Let's see how this turns out. But congrats on Merab. Wasn't our night. It was his night. And by the end of the day, that's mixed martial arts at its best. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
For sure, man.
He said he was so happy with himself he could retire today and die happy. I mean, hey, you know what? Big ups to him, man. Hey, you know, sportsmanship goes both ways, and you know what? He deserved this win. And by the end of the day, hey, it's what it is. Said he thought first round he won. He's asking him what he expected to come in this fight. Oh, what has Umar got to say here? All right, there it is. All right. Well, on to the main event. Okay, there were some judges that had Nurmagomedov up on that one, but there it is, man. All right, well, on to the main event next.
Yeah.
Got Mel Gibson in the house. Charles Oliveira.
Let's go, Islam.
There's Show O'Malley.
We need Islam to make it up now, man.
Yeah, man, for real. For real, that was a heartbreaking loss, but you know
It
what?
was heartbreaking.
Islam is, I don't think he's fazed by any of this at all. He's going to go in there like a consummate professional and do what he does best.
Yeah, inshallah. Do you think Islam's going to submit him?
I think so. I think he's going to do it in the first round, and from then on, I don't think Mociano is going to get up as soon as Islam takes him down.
Inshallah. I hope so.
All right. So here we are. 11-hour mark of our live stream. We are witnessing Mociano walk out into the cage right now. Walking out to All Eyes on Me by Tupac. And how LA is that, right? To walk out to Tupac, bro. You know what I mean?
Bro.
Like everybody, I don't know how it is around the world, but everybody in California, dude, they love Tupac, you know, out here in California. You know what I mean? It's like a Tupac-centric part of the world. Kundu says, I don't have expectations from Mociano, but at least give a tough fight. Sure. He's here for a good time, but maybe he's not going to last for a long time. Let us find out.
What do you think? What's your prediction?
First round.
Really? What, submission?
Yeah.
Wow.
If he survives more than that, I would be very surprised. Look, have you seen what Islam did to Bobby Green?
No.
He submitted him in a round.
Yeah?
Yeah. Bobby
Crazy.
Green had no chance. I think Bobby Green could beat Mociano.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now here comes Islam walking out to some Chechnyan techno. So now Islam Makhachev is walking out into the cage with some techno. And the fans go crazy. I think now I'm starting to understand what Islam meant when he says that I probably have more fans here than Armin, even though Armin is an Armenian in LA.
Mm-hmm.
But LA's run parts of LA. Armenians run parts of LA. Like you go to the Glendale area, that's where they're at. That's where Rhonda used to train at because her head trainer was an Armenian. So, you know, Armenians got a strong hold out here. They're lawyers. They own a lot of businesses. How about Rob Kardashian, right? The father of Kim Kardashian, who was the lawyer of O.J. Simpson. Yeah, shout outs to John Hutchinson. John Hutchinson says lots of Armenians in LA. Indeed, there is a lot of them there. I wonder if a lot of them asked for a refund or if they just stayed to watch the whole entire fight. But I would imagine they stayed anyway because Armenians do have a strong MMA culture. But tonight, it's not about Armin or the Armenians. It is about Islam Makhachev stepping in there against Mociano. And I told you earlier, right, what I love about Mociano is that he's a very humble guy when it comes to learning new things. Just like what I told you when he was at the MMA Guru show, right? He beefed with this guy only to befriend this guy again. Then they got an interview together. And then he goes in there and he asks MMA Guru, he's like, MMA Guru, How do you build your channel, MMA Guru? I want to know. You know, it's very intrusive in the way that he asks, but in a very humble way of trying to learn something good for his career. So you couldn't ask for more than that from you know, very humble guy that deserves this more than anybody you could think of that deserves a late replacement title shot. But
What do you
either way,
think submission? Bro?
what was that?
What do you think submission?
Do I think what?
Do you think Islam's gonna submit?
Yeah, he's gonna submit him. But we'll see. There's a good chance that he submits him if he takes him down in the first round, and we're gonna find out if that is the case. And there's Herb Dean. So many experienced title fights. Was the referee for the Conor McGregor and the Khabib fight.
Is it, bro? Is it 5 rounds?
But it's not going there. At least I don't think in my initial prediction right now.
Hope it doesn't.
My prediction right now, first round submission. Time. Here we go.
Yeah, I think Islam should submit him, bro. I'd be very surprised.
You'd be surprised if he goes up past the second round.
Yes, because I don't know. Look at the difference, man. Islam looks like a beast compared to.
And just see overall on paper, right? I mean, under no circumstances would Moicano get a title shot in the normal competitive architecture of things. But he's here as a default, and as a result, he has to fight more than what he was expected to fight. You got to remember, he was scheduled to step in here and fight a man who was gray-haired, basically almost 40 years old compared to him at 35. I mean, he was here to win. He was here to win against Beneil Dariush. It was going to be his outcoming party, and unfortunately, he has to go in here against the pound-for-pound #1 guy in the world. So we're either going to witness a serious upset right here, or we're going to see business as usual with Islam Makhachev, and we're about to find out right now. They are now in the middle of the octagon, facing each other, getting the referee's instructions. Moicano bouncy, Islam Makhachev very stoic and very still in his approach. Doesn't even go back all the way in the cage after they were told to step back. Look, he's just really eager to get this started. So here we go. Round number 1, ladies and gentlemen. All right, round 1, here we go. All right, so far, here we are in the main event. Round number 1. Ooh, good one. Good counter. Yeah, Renato is definitely not gun shy. He's allowing these shots to go off. So far, so good for Moicano. But let's see how Islam answers. Looking like they're about to switch levels right there as they're sort of tapping gloves with each other. 410, 409, 407. Ooh, nice one. Nice body kick by Islam Makhachev. 443, 42, 332. Sorry, 337, 335. 333, first round. So far, Islam Makhachev faking, doing a lot of feints, and Mociano following up with the same. But Islam Makhachev, in between those feints, is throwing a nice head kick. Oh, nice straight shot by Islam Makhachev.
This don't look good, man. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. Islam Makhachev just got rocked. 248, 246, 245. Yeah, Makhachev needs to go and try to take him down right now because Mociano is looking very dangerous on the feet. And there it is. He goes and shoots in for the takedown. Does he get it? He gets it. And of course, a lot of people are going to look at this and say, Islam Makhachev was about to get finished by Mociano. He got one good shot in there, right? This is what happens when you fight. You get wet. You step in the waters, you get wet. It's what happens. Yeah, this is the part where Islam is really great at smothering you. I mean, absolutely great at smothering you. Look at this. Now he's got the half guard position. He's going to look for a submission here. Is Mociano going to be able to get up? He's not. Look at this. Islam is just way too good, man. Islam is just way too good. Look at this. He's got the Darce choke right here. He's got it. He's got it. What I tell you? Yeah. What I tell you? Was I correct with my prediction?
Nah, bro.
Or what?
You smashed it. You fucked it. Thank you, bro. Shout out to Kyrie MMA. The best YouTube channel, UFC on YouTube, bro. Make sure you subscribe. My bro. Yeah. You called it round one as well.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, that right there is the whole entire preview for UFC 311. It was a great night of fights. We were gutted for Umar. We were happy for Islam. But we were happy overall for the entire card and the entire night. We couldn't be more appreciative. Don't forget to like and subscribe not only to Kyrie Abu Al-Kir MMA, but also Zayn's Heavy Boxing Dosage on YouTube.
I appreciate that, bro. We could still stay on, man. I don't mind.
That's right.
We'll recap about it, you know?
But as for the video, that's out right there. 30 seconds in. Boom. All right, so...
Bro, called it. You called it. First round.
That's right, man. That's right. 11, 15.
Bro, was so easy.
30. All right. Now on to the bonus stream. On to the bonus stream. Okay, let's hear what Joe Rogan has to say to him now. So you know why I was so confident in this pick is because I knew that once he makes a mistake, Islam is going to capitalize. And he did.
Bro, that was impressive though. The way when he took him down. Like you said, first round.
All right, guys. See you in the bonus stream in 30 seconds. All right, guys, welcome to the bonus stream. You are now tapped into the bonus stream. We have just witnessed one of the greatest fight nights ever in the UFC. Bittersweet, because obviously we wanted Umar to win. We wanted Islam to win. We got that win. But what does that tell you? It kind of tells you a lesson in life. This is a very important lesson for Muslims to understand as well, right? Victory and success don't always look the same. Even though Umar lost tonight, he didn't get finished. He can still go home and feel like a winner. He just didn't win the belt. What he won tonight was silver medal. Who was silver medal in boxing? Who won silver medals in boxing in the Olympics?
Who won silver medals?
Like somebody very prominent that, okay, Deontay Wilder, bronze, right? You know, hence the name Bronze Bomber. We could throw that in there. Roy Jones, you know, but he really won gold. The Koreans screwed him on that. You remember that? Like Roy Jones was all crying because he beat the living hell out of that guy. And the Koreans, so Roy Jones is silver medalist. Not really, but officially he is.
I think Shakur Stevenson as well. They robbed him.
He's a silver medalist?
I think so, Shakur.
Yeah. So that's what it is, man. You know, Omar was just a silver medalist tonight.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, man, because he started off really well. Do you know what I mean?
See that guy that's holding Islam Makhachev right now? That dude is former British SAS. That's like the top security. Yeah, the bald guy. That's why he looks like a Hitman character, doesn't he? He looks like Hitman. You know what I mean? Because he's a former British SAS. So he's the head of the security for all of the UFC.
Facts, bro.
You know, so he has to protect Islam because, you know, maybe there's a lot of crazed Armin Sarukian fans out there that want to, you know, do something crazy. You know what I mean? You don't know these people, bro. LA people are crazy, bro. It ain't just the gang and you know, and the hoodlums and all of that. That's rowdy in LA. Random people in LA are rowdy. You know what I mean? Like I took a drive down from Santa Monica all the way to Brentwood. You know, random white guy, right? You know, just starts like talking smack. He's like, hey, you know, this and that. I'm like, bro, like, I mean, full disclosure, at the time I was with my family, but, you know, it was one of those situations where, man, listen, if I wasn't with family or anybody that, you know, should not be seeing violence, You know, you have no idea, man. But man, you know, people do try their luck in LA. LA is a crazy place. Hey, yo, check out how we started the stream. We started the stream. I mean, you know, I did an open workout, and then we did Cali Crash Out together.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Not only did we do Cali Crash Out together, we did the whole entire card.
Bro, that was fun, man. That was
Right. We did the whole entire card, and then not only that, we did the review for the card. While we were on here, I got the timestamps and everything. So, speaking of which, I'm gonna throw the timestamps in there right now in the description. So, shout out to everyone around the world. This is
What did you think of that, though?
Huh?
What did you think of that whole card?
The whole card was amazing, man. The whole card was amazing. It really was. It was, oh my God, it was amazing, man.
Yeah, feel bad for Umar.
Yeah,
Umar
but you know
American
what?
medal.
Maybe this is going to make him better, perhaps.
Yeah, it will, man. You know, we can't take nothing away from Merab. Like, he fought a great fight, innit? Like, even when we thought he was losing, well, he was losing up until the second round, and then he just came back. From that point on, from the second round, I thought, okay, Umar, he just needs to win one more round, and you know, because even though Merab won the third round, I still thought Umar could still possibly nick it, you know. But
Yeah. That's what I was thinking
down.
too. Like maybe get a judge's, you know, favor of some sort. You know what I mean? But you know,
That's what I thought, man.
like that.
Yeah. But yeah, I couldn't really complain when I saw the result, because I thought, the last couple rounds, I think Merab, his takedowns were the difference, man.
Yeah,
man. Just gutted for him, to be honest, because I thought he would do it, you know.
Yeah,
But it is what it is, you know. Like you said, he'll come back stronger from this, but yeah, it is a bit heartbreaking though. But what can you do, man?
yeah, man. It really is, you know.
Yeah, but you was right on that Islam prediction though. That was a good prediction there, bro. You said round one as well.
Work, man. It was easy work. That one was absolutely easy work, because
you know, just before that fight, I put a bet on as well. I was like, yeah, I have to put it on because I had a feeling as well. So I was happy about that, because I did lose on Umar, and then made it back and made some more on top of Islam. So
yeah,
I was happy, man. Oh, you called it, man. It was all credit to you for calling it round one as well. So, bro, yeah, shout out to you, bro. You called that.
Man, thanks. Thank you, man.
Make sure you subscribe up to Kyrie's channel, man, because he's got the
man.
best YouTube picks in UFC, man. Trust me, he knows his stuff as well. So I appreciate you, bro, giving me like the correct predictions every time.
Likewise, man. You know, and hey, you don't always get them right, because you know
you can't always get, but as long as you get most of them right, which your channel does, which always reflects on your picks, bro. You know your stuff, man.
Yeah.
That was good, bro.
Real. Thank you, man. Thank you. Much appreciated on that.
But how did you think that fight started though? When he started, I thought, you know, I don't know, my kind of was trying to walk Islam down, you know?
Yeah, you know what? I just knew that once it hits the ground, everything is on Islam's favor. And even getting hit and rocked like that, I mean, Mociano, yeah, man, you know, Mociano has the capabilities of doing that, but Islam's capabilities of taking you down is inevitable. It's going to choke you. And that's ultimately what we saw and what we got out of that. So,
what would you think Khabib would say
To who?
to Umar?
Boy, I tell you what, I don't want to be in that locker room right now. You know what I mean? That's all I gotta say. Because, you know, I wouldn't even want to be Islam right now, right? Because think about this, right? Islam got such an easy win. He's supposed to win this, and Omar lost big. You know what I mean?
No.
It's like, it's very bittersweet. Like,
Yeah. I feel you, bro. I still feel gutted for Umar, man, because I did think like he started off really well, innit? I don't know. Maybe it's conditioning. I don't know. He just seemed like, even though he was hurting Merab, he seemed like he was fatiguing more quicker. You know?
Yeah.
But he will learn from it. I 100% agree with you. But it's just a shame that he's taken a loss now, innit? That's the thing that annoys me, you know, because I know he could have won that fight as well, you know. But it was so fast paced. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, everything was happening so quickly. And Merab, it's just that experience of him getting the takedowns. I'm not gonna lie, he did well in the takedown department because he was catching Umar off guard, man. And even though he was doing a great job by, you know, defense and holding through, but some of the takedowns, they were coming through as well. So, you know, it was hard, man. Oh yeah. What did you think of Islam's performance? That was impressive, right?
I think his performance was absolutely stellar, man. You know, like there's no complaints on any of his performance at all. He did great, and you know, he did what he can do, and that's just, you know, all that you could really ask out of Islam. You know what I mean? And it's standard. It's standard from everything that we know Islam to be. So, you know, by the end of the day, you know, that's what it is, you know? But, yeah, very gutted for Omar, nonetheless.
What's next for Islam then, you think?
Islam, man, I think he cleaned out the division already, right? Because after Armin, there's no one really left.
What about, is he going to move up in weight one?
I don't know. I don't think he will.
Right.
I don't think, you know, he might, because, well, you know what? He won't, because Bilal is up there, so he's got nobody to really fight up there.
And what about Umar?
Yeah, sorry, just working these timestamps right here.
Sure.
Oh, snap. Okay, well, hold on a second. Oops.
Can you hear me, bro? Sorry about that, man. I'm
Oh,
going
no, it's
outside.
all
The
good. I
connection
was,
got bad. But yeah, I was
no,
gonna say, what's next for Umar, bro? Do you think he's gonna go for the rematch, or you think
he
that's
may have
too?
to fight. He may have to fight his way back up.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I think it's gonna be a bit too soon as well for him to get the rematch straight away.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have won that fight, but there's no point in going back because it's done now, isn't it?
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah, man.
But I still feel gutted for him, you know? I think it would have been a perfect night if he had won. But, you know, it is what it is, you know what I mean? It's combat sport. And you said it in your prediction video. You said that this is a tough fight to predict, you know? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And obviously, us following the UFC and our Dagestani brothers, we always going to be, like, for them, innit? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it is what it is, you know? We support them, win, lose, or draw, alhamdulillah, you know? But at the end of the day, it hurts, you know, because it's like it's one of our own people, you know.
That's
And
right,
we
man.
really wanted that.
And it's bittersweet, but that's sort of the thing about it, right? You know, that's the reality of the sport.
That's the reality, yes. Yeah. Yes. What we got coming up though? Anything coming up in the UFC? I think there's another Nurmagomedov facing someone next week, isn't it?
Yeah, that's going to be in Bellator. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, Bellator and all that, you know.
Yeah. What's your thoughts though? What is your thoughts of this today, man? What are your thoughts of the whole event, everything? What are you thinking?
I think it was a great event overall. You know, I think that it was everything that we would have expected and then some. And then there were a lot of things that were, you know, sort of unexpected, you know, in here. But, you know, by the end of the day, you know, I think the card delivered. Whether it was the results that we were looking for or not, I think that we got everything that we wanted out of the card and then some. So, you know, can't complain about it, you know?
Yeah. What are you looking forward to next, though?
Let's see what else is next right now. Let's see here.
Well, I gotta say, I love doing the, you know, lives with you, man. I really enjoy it, bro, man.
Oh, likewise, man. And look, we're not gonna have a UFC for a while, so I'll probably do some boxing with you.
Yeah, man, for sure, man. You know, you're always welcome to do boxing as well, bro. It'll be fun as well, you know, chopping it up with you.
Adesanya and Imavov are next in February 1st. That's a Saudi Arabia card. UFC.
Yeah, Adam Muin fighting on that as well. We could do that as well.
Mm-hmm.
We could do a little watch along with that.
February 8th, you got Sean Strickland and Drickus. That's going to be in
it's a rematch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll be a good one.
How about this? Henry Cejudo against Song Yadong. February 22nd. That's the same day as the Bivol fight.
Hamza Shiraz, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we should do, we could do a live for that. I'll be nervous though.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'll be having my money on Hamza Shiraz, but I think he'll do it. But you never know, innit?
Yeah, man.
Inshallah, he'll do it. You know, I have faith in him though because he's a hard worker, man. And I think he's gonna do it. It's his time, you know. It's his time, bro. He's come a long way, Hamza Shiraz, man. Trust me, man.
Yeah.
But this guy who he's facing is no joke as well, though. So people are doubting him. He has to get his credit if he wins this fight, man.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely. Yeah, that's definitely true, man.
Sure, man. And we got that Chris Eubank Jr. fight and Conor Benn fight signed as well, man. What do you think of that, man?
Man, I tell you what, I think that fight is
You know
for Chris
something?
Eubank to win.
Yeah, go on.
I think that's a fight for Chris Eubank to win.
Oh yeah, but something tells me that Chris Eubank's gonna get sparked, you know? Because do you know why? I think the weight cut kind of suits Conor Benn, you know? I saw him at 154. He didn't look too bad. Obviously, he didn't knock anyone out yet, but like he didn't look too bad, you know? And I think Chris Eubank struggles to make 160, bro.
Yeah, he does. He does.
I don't know, but he does keep himself in shape all year round, though. So it's kind of hard to say, you know. But at the same time, like there was a lot of stories about Conor Benn doping as well. Like it's crazy, man.
Yeah, you know what? It seems to be something that a lot of people in boxing do anyway. But
Yeah, it seems like everyone does it at the high level, but some are good at hiding it than others, bro. But I think there's ways around it, you know.
yeah,
It's crazy, man. Like you could never know who's 100% doing it, but you know there's people doing it in the sport, you know.
yeah.
At one time they were saying they were saying to legalize it and let everyone do it because it seems like everyone's on it. But at the end of the day, that's not right as well, man.
Yeah.
Everyone's juiced up and like, you know what I mean? I don't know, man. But yeah, tell me your thoughts, bro. Tell me your after thoughts of this UFC event, everything, bro. You can chop it down.
I just think that it's you know, it's an overall good card, a lot of surprises, and then a lot of ones that we sort of expected. So yeah, man.
Damn, it would have been nice if Umar won, man. Honestly, man. I would have been over the moon right now, but it's okay. It's okay, man.
Yeah.
I just feel gutted about it, man, because it's not even about me losing my money on the bet, man. I just feel like if he had won, we would have been even more happier, you know, because all of the Dagestanis, we wanted all of them to win tonight, you know, and most of them did, but it's a shame that Umar didn't.
Yeah.
You know, he's Khabib's fighter as well. You know, he's related to Khabib, and you feel for Khabib because you know he doesn't like losing. You know, he set that example of that record.
Yeah.
Like you said, bittersweet, and a bittersweet moment. Because then Islam did come back and, you know, first round, as he predicted, went in there and just, bro, tying them up, you know? That was crazy though. Once he had him on the floor, that was it. Like he got out of it and then he dropped him again.
Yeah.
And that was it. And I was like, wow, that was impressive. So you could clearly see they've been working on that in camp, you know?
Yeah, they were, man.
I think it had to be because they were preparing for Arman, innit? That Arman fight would have been a bit more trickier though. For sure, innit?
He would not have been able to get a finish like that early.
Yeah. I think it could have gone points if it was Arman, you know? Good chance.
Yeah, Dana White is on right now.
What is it? The post fight?
Yeah, I'm watching the reacting to the post fight
Yeah.
right now.
Missed opportunity sometimes. You have to need it. So we'll see how this plays out for him next year.
Bro, this was fun though, man. Thank you for having me on as well, bro.
Yeah, for sure, man. It was great. You know, great having you, you know?
Yeah, for sure, bro. Hey, but Merab beat Sean O'Malley and then he beat Umar Nurmagomedov. That's quite impressive, you know.
Yeah.
But he has lost 4 times, isn't it?
Who, Merab?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's he really lost to, though?
What's that?
You know who he's lost to?
A lot of unknown guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of unknown guys.
But what would you think Khabib will say to Umar now?
I think, you know, just talk to him about game planning, stuff like that. You know, maybe add like
You must be gutted right now, isn't it? A bit.
weight training or something like that.
Yeah. Islam is pound for pound #1, though, man.
Yeah, 100%.
But Islam, even Islam Makhachev took a loss, right?
Yeah, he
Did
had.
you see that fight? Did you see that fight, bro?
Which one? Yeah, I did. The one that Islam got knocked out in. Yeah.
Oh man, did he rematch him?
No, that guy got cut from the UFC. He already lost a few times, so they just never got back into the same career trajectory.
Damn, man.
Yeah.
But hey, you see in UFC, bro, I know that's a tough sport, yeah, but has anyone come close to Khabib's record?
No, Khabib is rare.
Yeah, he's like the Floyd Mayweather of the UFC, bro, but it's actually the better version, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you do here, you're going for it. Yes. So, it's not too right. It's going to be quite let's see how this plays out. I want to see that fight again, so we'll see how it plays out. Just 2 more fights. Turcios and Bellator. I did have gotten a release from PFL, and he says he wants to fight the UFC again. I don't know. I'll talk to the boys about that. We'll see where we're at. I know they want to start TV. But this week, I think about what you're interested in. Where does Tom's much of it into the middle weight? Whether it's Strickland, you plus Caesar, so you can fight. Yeah, I think you're right. Actually. Talk about don't know yet. Oh shit.
Man, I'm trying to find videos that or these instructions to do like timestamps, and it's really annoying. Like, where's the timestamps on this? Timestamps.
No, I really enjoyed this, bro, man. Thank you, man, for having me on.
Oh yeah, no doubt, man. Off top, man.
And the commentary you gave as well, man, it kept me entertained when I was on the road, you know?
Yeah, you know what? That's sort of what I try to capture, is being able to do that while, you know, people are out doing other things. You know what I mean? That's sort of what I wanted to, you know, capsulate in my channel, is that.
Yeah, bro, man, definitely. I respect the hustle, you know? And you're only going to get bigger and bigger, man. So keep it up, man.
Inshallah, man. Inshallah. Yeah, this stream got me like, you know, at least, you know, 20 subscribers so far. So, you know, that's not too bad, you know?
Yeah, that's good, man. Trust me, bro. You're going to get 1,000 soon, bro. You're going to hit 1,000 soon, bro.
Yeah, and right, once you hit 1,000, that's where like people, you know, don't really feel, because look, when you're starting out, right, most people are like, I don't want to subscribe to that. There's not much subscribers, but then there's some subscribers that will subscribe, and then next thing you know, 1,000 turns to 2,000, and 2,000 turns to,
Trust
you know,
me, bro.
exponential growth, you know?
Once you hit 1,000, you start getting more and more. Watch.
Yeah.
Before you know it, you're gonna reach 10K, then 20K, then 1,000, then 100,000, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. You get me? Keep on going, man.
Thanks, man.
Keep the content up, man. But we spoke about a lot of things as well.
Yeah, man, and I got it all on timestamp. The only thing though is I gotta like,
You gotta chop it up, look into it again, innit?
no, I already wrote it down. The only thing that I'm working on right now is just, you know, putting the right timestamp. Like, how do you write 4 hours and 30 minutes, or, you know,
Yeah, I suppose you gotta put it in the description or something. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes naturally they do it on YouTube. It just comes up. I don't even know how to do it. But on some of my videos, I've noticed that there's timestamps, and I don't know how that occurred.
Yeah, like the Ryan Garcia video that I did where he used the N-word, it did a timestamp for me naturally.
No way.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't
that's
even,
what I'm saying.
like, here, I'll play it right now just to show you like what I mean. You know, I had no realization of this. Let's see here. Yeah, this one right here. This is in a hot seat based right on here, this one right here, comments that he had written on social media and then decided to delete it after. The exact words was F the blacks and F the Muslims, and then deleted it. And as you could imagine, that would have gotten a serious backlash, because obviously it did. He tried to erase it. Obviously, you can't just erase anything that you write on social media nowadays. People screenshot it, will download it, and not only that, people go out and spread it around the world. That is the unfortunate thing about it. I'm going to react to a video from a very respected member of the YouTube community, in particular the prison YouTube community. A little background on this gentleman. His name is Dubs. He was an OG gang member, right? He spent time in prison. Let me just say this. I know that a lot of people who know about his case and understand what he did may look at it and say, you know what? This guy right here, he's I don't even want to say it, right? Just the worst things But look at it like this, from the point of view of your social contract and who you run with. Understand this, okay? When you're a Marine, when you're a Navy SEAL, when you're an Army Ranger, you have a social contract to the military, to the Constitution, and everything else. And this is no different with gangs. You are under a social contract to this particular hood, this particular barrio, and then you have ranks, structures, and orders just like the military. Now, obviously, it's not like the military, but you can't argue and say that there isn't any similarities in structure. The only difference is one may look at it as more prestigious than the other. But either way, the reason why I wanted to react to his video regarding Ryan Garcia is because, number one, not only does he know Ryan Garcia, well, not know him personally, but knows his family, which is an important detail to point out in this particular video. But he also grew up in an era where there was racial tension amongst blacks and Mexicans in Southern California. And I think that this sort of explains in full detail where Ryan Garcia's mind would be at in the current moment of time, or how he was influenced by these particular rhetorics. Now, it is important to understand that not all California black folks have anything against Mexicans. In fact, there are some hoods and some gangs that are affiliated with Mexican gangs as a black gang and vice versa. But there are black gangs that do fight Mexican gangs, and that's just the reality of it. And as a result, people sort of develop this sense of me versus them attitude, okay, which is a common thing in tribalism. And keep in mind, that's literally what gangs are in the first place. There's just nothing more than tribes. You may look at it as ridiculous, you may look at it as useless, but it is a reality and a way of life. And unfortunately, if you grow up in Southern California, whether you're a gang member or not, racism is a reality. And it's crazy that for a place that has literally very few whites, it's pretty racist in terms of the tension. But some say that it's getting better and some say that it's not. Let's react to this particular video right here. I'm going to put on the description below this particular video for you to see it in its entirety in video. But for now, we're going to do this in audio. So here's Dub Double S right here.
What's cracking, everybody? Welcome back to the channel.
New video.
So
now, usually he has a louder gun that he fires off in the sound, little audio that he has going on. But usually, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's a smaller gunshot because it's probably a very sad story that's going on right now. But let's continue on.
I don't know. I don't know if this happened yesterday. I don't know when it happened, but I opened up my YouTube app and it's everywhere. Ryan Garcia allegedly going off on a racist rant. I don't know that it's Ryan, but I'm gonna speak as if it is.
Now, so far, a lot of people have confirmed that